This tale centers on Chung Yen, a chronically underpaid engineer who tragically succumbed to the crushing weight of professional burnout. To his utter astonishment, he awoke to find his consciousness transplanted into the regal form of a prince. In this unfamiliar realm, the laws of nature are bent by witches, women wielding formidable supernatural abilities. Armed with his modern engineering expertise, he intends to harness these magical powers to kickstart an industrial revolution in this primitive, Stone Age society. His new existence began with a jolt as a persistent voice urged him to return to the waking world. Blinking away the fog of sleep, he realized he was perched upon a formal, high-backed chair. Disoriented, his mind struggled to make sense of the alien environment surrounding him. As he scanned the area, he noticed several young women adorned in remarkably peculiar, antiquated attire. Looking ahead, he saw the entire local populace congregated around a chilling sight, a wooden execution scaffold. Understandably, the poor man's brain was short-circuiting. Mere moments ago he was drafting technical blueprints, not presiding over a public beheading. Abruptly, a balding official addressed him with the title of prince. The man pressed him, stating that the scheduled hour for the execution had arrived and a formal verdict was required immediately. The young man remained paralyzed for a beat, his mind racing to grasp the reality of his predicament. However, as he concentrated, a torrent of memories belonging to the body's original inhabitant surged into his consciousness. He discovered his identity as the fourth prince of the kingdom of Grey Castle, known to all as Roland Wimbledon. He recalled how his father, the king, had partitioned the realm, granting each sibling a distinct territory to oversee. The stakes were immense. After a 5-year trial, the sibling who demonstrated the most exceptional governance would ascend to the throne. Roland realized he was in a dire position. He was essentially an average soul compared to his siblings, who were all remarkably gifted and fierce competitors. His eldest brother is a legendary warrior with peerless martial prowess. The second prince is a shrewd mastermind when it comes to trade and finance. The third princess commands an incredibly influential and loyal political faction. The fifth princess is whispered to possess a transcendent, near superhuman intellect. In contrast, the original Roland was viewed as a hedonistic disappointment with absolutely no discernible talents to speak of. To make matters worse, he was exiled to a bleak, frontier outpost, a godforsaken town where the streets are choked with grime. Here, he must navigate the local politics and transform this dismal slum into a thriving province. While he was still processing the sheer unfairness of his new lot in life, the elderly official nudged him once more, insisting he proceed with the public announcement. It finally clicked. His first royal duty today was to oversee the death of a wicked witch. The bloodthirsty mob grew increasingly frantic, howling for the immediate demise of the captive girl. They were convinced she was a demonic entity, a blight upon the world that deserved nothing less than a noose. The prince was utterly repulsed by the ignorant, superstitious drivel being spewed by the rabble. Their blatant savagery left him deeply disenchanted, fueling a quiet, simmering rage. In a defiant burst of irritation, he swiped the decree from the old man's hand and, with a look of pure exasperation, commanded the guards to unshackle the witch and set her free at once. A heavy silence washed over the plaza as the townspeople reeled from the prince's shocking reversal. Sensing the rising tension and the confusion of the masses, he let out a weary sigh, claiming he was simply too drained for a trial and moved to postpone the matter. Despite the officials' frantic protests, Carter Lannis, the chief knight, stepped forward to challenge the decision, urging his master to rethink the move. The knight argued that the execution was vital to prevent a coven from launching a daring rescue attempt. Roland couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of a massive, barrel-chested warrior being so petrified of a lone girl. He stood up and dryly remarked that if more witches showed up, it would just save them the trouble of hunting them down. Leaving the knight speechless, the scene transitions to the prince's private quarters within the fortress of Border Town. Just outside, the brooding, frustrated knight remained stationed as the prince unceremoniously slammed the heavy door shut. Roland exhaled, trying to find his bearings. A wave of late-onset anxiety hit him. He had never been the center of attention for such a massive, hostile crowd before. Despite the absurdity of his sudden demise in his previous life, he found no room for bitterness, feeling only profound gratitude for this miraculous second chance at existence. He resolved to fully embrace his identity as Prince Roland and to uncover the scientific truth behind the existence of witches. The narrative then shifts toward the cold, damp depths of the Border Town dungeon, where he is set to have a face-to-face encounter with the condemned girl. Despite the dire warnings from his escort regarding the potential danger, The young man simply laughed it off, mockingly asking his elite knight why he was trembling like a leaf in front of a helpless child. But the anxious knight stood his ground, insisting that witches were nothing more than the devil's loyal servants. Completely unbothered, he continued his stride until he finally stood face to face with the accused girl. The witch rose and whispered, "Come closer." A faint blush crept across his cheeks, struck by her unexpected grace. But the loudmouthed knight jumped in immediately, pleading with the prince to keep a safe distance from the girl. He simply offered a calm, steadying hand on the knight's shoulder to quiet him. Then he moved forward once more and softly asked the girl for her name. Yet again, the irritating chatterbox broke the silence before they could even exchange a word. Finally, exhausted by the knight's endless fretting, he gave the man's polished helmet a playful but firm tap and told him to back off while he was conducting business. Returning his focus to the girl, he asked if she would be willing to tell him who she was. She hesitated for a moment, then decided to pour out her entire story. It began with her father working deep in the mines, when a sudden collapse left him buried and alone. In the panic, a heartless miner saw an opportunity to rob him instead of helping. She had desperately pleaded with the neighbors to help pull her father from the rubble. But her uncle was forced into a brawl with that greedy, bald-headed thug, just as the villain gained the upper hand. She couldn't stand by any longer. She reached out toward them. And in that instant, she unleashed a power she never knew she possessed. The attacker was instantly incinerated, leaving behind nothing but a pile of smoldering ash. That was the tragic day her community branded her a cursed witch. Despite her tearful pleas for them to keep her terrifying secret hidden, the most heartbreaking twist was that her own father was the one who handed her over to the authorities. Then the frantic advisor chimed in, suggesting they burn her before she did something sinister, but the prince told him to settle down because he was genuinely fascinated to see real magic with his own eyes. The girl was floored that anyone would actually encourage her to release such a forbidden power. But he remained perfectly composed, giving her a reassuring nod to proceed. She pointed out that her abilities were suppressed by the heavy medallion around her neck and asked if he was truly prepared for her to remove it. She warned him that she might lose control and cause absolute carnage. Without a word of hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the silver necklace. With a sharp, powerful tug, he snapped the chain right off her neck. He tossed the restrictive charm aside as if it were a piece of worthless junk. "Don't hold back. Show me what you're truly capable of," he commanded. Suddenly, the air began to hiss as orange flames crackled into existence around her. The mesmerizing, ghostly dance of the inferno. Caused his eyes to snap wide in pure wonder. The dark, damp cell was instantly flooded with a brilliant, golden radiance. The sight left the prince completely awestruck and slightly overwhelmed. While the woman calmly walked through the gap, she had melted into the heavy iron bars. The terrified knight scrambled away in the opposite direction, fearing for his life. But our protagonist stood his ground, captivated by the raw intensity of her heat. Finally, he understood the advisor's cryptic warning flames couldn't harm her because she was the embodiment of fire itself. As the glowing embers slowly began to fade, the engineer's mind inside him began to race with a brilliant plan. He wouldn't let this world-altering energy go to waste. He would use it to change everything. When she quietly asked him to finish her off now that the show was over, he did the last thing she ever expected. He stepped forward and draped his own royal cloak over her charred and tattered clothes. He looked her in the eye and told her she was officially hired. Prince Roland, drawing on his technical past, realized she was essentially a living engine that could generate infinite thermal energy out of thin air. However, the prince's visionary outlook wasn't shared by everyone. The advisor was utterly horrified by Roland's reckless choice. He cried out, reminding the prince that this girl could incinerate them all with a simple wave of her hand. Beyond that, he warned that sheltering her would bring the wrath of the Witch Cooperation Association down upon their heads. But Roland ignored the old man's protests and told him to start drafting an official employment contract immediately. Then he turned to leave, casually remarking that he intended to forge a professional partnership with Anna the Witch, while instructing his advisor to see that she was provided with proper lodgings. Later, in the heart of the border town administrative office, the elder reported that every detail had been executed exactly as ordered. However, he remained deeply troubled by the decision to grant the witch her freedom. The prince cut him short, making it clear that his choices were not up for debate. To him, these women were assets, not nightmares. Yet, the old advisor couldn't quite shake his lifelong prejudices. Roland spoke candidly, pointing out the undeniable reality that Border Town was currently a complete disaster. He acknowledged that he lacked his brother's gold and his sister's tactical brilliance, making his chances of winning the throne nearly non-existent. To bridge that gap, he explained that he had to embrace unconventional and radical methods to succeed. The advisor was moved by the prince's iron will and finally consented to set up the formal meeting with Anna. In the meantime, Anna was being given a thorough scrub and a long overdue bath. Once she was groomed to perfection and dressed in fresh, clean garments, she was escorted to her audience with the young royal. The knight led the protagonist to the modest cottage designated for Anna's stay. Roland was genuinely impressed by the quality of the home, particularly given how quickly it had been readied. At that moment, the knight announced her arrival. When the prince turned around, his breath caught at the sight of her. Seeing her clad in a crisp maid's uniform, she looked absolutely breathtaking. He was momentarily stunned, admiring how perfectly the attire complemented her newfound poise. He gently asked her if she felt at ease in her new wardrobe. Rather than showing gratitude, she suddenly unleashed her pent-up frustration, demanding to know why he would protect a killer like her. She saw herself as a creature of darkness, despised by the very world he ruled. The prince caught her off guard by stating quite simply that he didn't subscribe to those superstitions. He brushed off the myths of evil witches and hellish powers as nothing more than baseless fairy tales. He reasoned that the public's fear stemmed from ignorance of her value to a modern world. Extending a hand, he signaled his complete acceptance of her, past and all. He vowed to guide her in channeling her immense gifts toward constructive purposes. Together, he argued, they could leave a legacy of progress on the world. As they stepped into the quiet, sparsely furnished house, Anna wasted no time and began to put her abilities to the test. She summoned a fierce, concentrated heat from within. However, as the wild flames licked the air and threatened to spiral out of control, he realized that refining her raw magical talent into a precision tool would be a significant challenge. Furthermore, there was the recurring technical glitch that manifested every time she manifested her power. The intense heat vaporized her clothing, leaving her feeling exposed and profoundly embarrassed. The air turned awkward between them, but he was secretly relieved he'd had the foresight to stock up on spare outfits. Suddenly, the advisor burst through the door, gasping for air and clearly shaken by some revelation. He dropped a bombshell. Scouts had reported omens of demonic activity arriving several months earlier than anyone had predicted. Naturally, having just arrived in this world, Roland was completely in the dark regarding the months of the demons. The visible terror on everyone's faces only sharpened his curiosity about this looming threat. The old man explained to the bewildered prince that every winter, as the sun dips low and the first frost hits, the gates of the underworld stir within the Dragon Pine Mountains. Border Town is a strategic nightmare to defend, so the custom is for the entire population to retreat to the safety of Longsong's stronghold. The advisor urged that the prince's personal safety was the paramount concern. Intrigued, the boy asked if the old man had ever actually witnessed these gates of hell. The advisor shook his head, explaining that such a sight was beyond human perception. The Dragon Pine Range is a lethal labyrinth that chokes the air with a poisonous miasma, killing anyone who enters unless they are touched by the devil. This meant only witches possessed the resilience to venture deep enough to see the source of the evil. The prince then pressed him on whether he had ever seen an actual demon face-to-face. Again, the answer was negative. This was his first post in Greycastle's central hub, and real encounters with demons were legendary stories for most. It became clear that this perpetual cycle of winter evacuation was the primary reason the town's economy could never truly flourish. Roland pointed out a logical flaw. If Longsong's stronghold could withstand the onslaught, the demons couldn't be invincible gods. In his heart, he was already eager to test his modern strategies against these monsters. The old man was horrified by the suggestion, explaining that the stronghold was a fortress of massive stone walls backed by Duke Ryan's finest legions. They were the true defenders, while Border Town was merely a disposable lookout meant to sound the alarm for the Duke. But Roland stood his ground, commanding the advisor to recruit every local veteran who had ever stood against a demonic wave. Later, under the soft glow of the afternoon sun in a quiet pavilion, the two of them sat together, sharing a peaceful moment over a light meal. Meanwhile, the prince requested that she share her knowledge regarding the infamous months of the demons. The girl immediately obeyed, her tone turning heavy as she recounted the nightmarish reality of that cursed season. Unlike nobility of your rank, the common folk here endure this terror every single year, she said. She described how her father, like most miners in this region, fought a daily battle just to keep the family fed. She explained that when the demonic season looms, the people of Border Town must surrender their entire year's worth of ore to Longsong's stronghold just to secure meager rations and a few measly coins for the coming year. During that period, the entire population seeks sanctuary within the walls of Longsong until the frost thaws. In particularly brutal years, the demonic cycle can persist for 4 months straight, pushing everyone to their breaking point. The bureaucrats at Longsong's stronghold often claimed the autumn, or yield, only covered 3 months of food. For the final month, the people were expected to pay with new ore, but since the demons kept them trapped inside, they had no way to mine, leaving them starving and desperate. To make a grim situation even worse, the rations provided by the stronghold were distributed with cold, mathematical equality. This inevitably transformed the sanctuary into a brutal arena where only the strongest could survive on such thin portions. The prince felt a surge of indignation at her tragic story and declared firmly that no citizen would ever have to endure such misery again. Exiting the pavilion, he summoned his advisor to get an update on his recent commands. The scene shifts to the administrative hub of Border Town, where Barov, the advisor, has presented 3 local experts. 2 are veteran soldiers, the men responsible for the dangerous task of patrolling the perimeter and igniting the warning beacons each year. The 3rd man is a rugged hunter who boldly claimed to have engaged demons in combat and emerged victorious. Initially, one of the soldiers was so overcome with nerves that he could only stammer incoherent nonsense in the prince's presence. The prince patiently dismissed the rambling man and encouraged the 2nd soldier to speak his mind. The soldier explained that the demons were originally ordinary forest creatures until a toxic, demonic miasma twisted them into aggressive monsters. While formidable, they are mortal and can be slain. Once the season ends, the Longsong cavalry usually rides out to mop up the stragglers. At that point, the hunter struck his fist against the ground with a boastful grin. He bragged that he could carve through those monsters like a chef slicing vegetables, claiming he had already put 2 of them in the ground. The towering man then took a knee before our protagonist in a show of respect. The advisor introduced him as Iron Axe, noting the local legends that his immense stature comes from the blood of the giant Majin clan. When asked directly about his lineage, Iron Axe gave a confident nod, confirming he had hunted both a demonic boar and a mutated wolf. Iron Axe detailed the hunter's classification system. As the guards mentioned, these were normal animals driven mad by hellish gases. The wolves are masters of stealth and move like lightning, whereas the wild boars possess hides so thick that standard crossbow bolts simply bounce off them. The prince quickly deduced that these demons are essentially familiar animals with magically amplified physical traits. The hunter agreed, noting that with a cool head, they weren't impossible to manage. However, his expression darkened when the topic shifted to the hybrids. Calling them true abominations, he described them as horrors birthed from the deepest pits of hell. He spoke of a creature with the powerful frame of a beast, but equipped with massive wings, allowing it to move with terrifying speed. Its senses were so keen it could track prey through any cover. The hunter confessed he only survived by diving into the Redwater River and passing out. Roland realized that while a sturdy wall could stop ground-based monsters, he was currently defenseless against these aerial threats. He asked the knight if these flying hybrids were a common sight. The knight nodded grimly, stating that 2 or 3 usually appear each season, more than enough to throw Longsong's stronghold into a total panic. The young prince finally pieced the entire puzzle together. With a sharp, decisive strike against the table, he made the shocking announcement that he intended to remain in Border Town throughout the entire winter. The room fell into a stunned silence as everyone struggled to process his suicidal decision. The knight immediately began a frantic plea, arguing that they would be completely slaughtered by the incoming horde. The prince countered by proposing the construction of a massive defensive wall stretching from the North Slope foothills all the way to the Redwater River. The knight scoffed at the idea, dismissing it as a hopeless fantasy that would take decades to complete. Our hero leaned back calmly and told his knight to breathe. He gave his word that if the wall wasn't up in time, he would evacuate with the rest of them, as he had no desire to become a martyr. Reassured by the prince's pragmatic logic, the knight finally settled down and swore his life to the prince's protection. The scene moves to the bustling docks of Clearwater Port in the Grey Castle region. We meet the 3rd princess, who noted that the biting sea wind was a clear omen of the approaching winter. Garcia inquired about the status of the Black Mud Fleet's return. Her subordinate assured her that, barring any unforeseen storms, the fleet would drop anchor in 3 days. The princess mused that this was their final run of the year, expressing hope that it would yield some interesting results. Back in the palace, her knight marveled at how she seemed so perfectly prepared for the succession war their father had sparked. She confessed the king's decree caught her off guard, but she suspected the whole game was rigged to ensure the king's favorite child inherited the crown. She laughed dismissively, noting that administrative skill alone wouldn't secure victory for the second prince. She told her knight to look deeper into why she had authorized the high-risk Black Mud expedition. Upon reflection, the knight realized the fleet wasn't just a merchant venture, it was a move to consolidate hard power. By launching the Black Mud Initiative, she had recruited veteran sailors, elite mercenaries, and powerful allies to her cause. This is Garcia Wimbledon, the strategist of the family, using her sharp mind to ensure her path to the throne is paved with strength. The princess then checked on the status of the hit on her fourth brother. The knight sighed, reporting that the border was silent, meaning the poison had likely failed and their operatives had vanished. She surmised that her younger brother must have grown a spine and executed the spies the moment they were compromised. In reality, the poison had been fatal to the original Roland, but the modern engineer had unknowingly hijacked the body at the moment of death, making the assassination appear like a total failure. She is currently plotting to eliminate the protagonist the moment he seeks sanctuary at Longsong's stronghold, instructing her knight to wait patiently for that opportunity. She also mused with biting sarcasm that since the poison failed, Snake Andy, the dealer, must have lied about the toxin being completely undetectable and odorless. And as a direct consequence for swindling the third princess of the realm. She commanded her knight to have that deceptive merchant sent to the gallows without delay. The irony is palpable. She is executing her most trusted poison expert for incompetence, unaware that the fourth prince actually did perish from the dose provided. The following scene finds Anna fine-dined a moment of peace, surrounded by vibrant, flourishing greenery. There we encounter her mentor, who inquires about her daily studies, wondering if she is immersed in classical poetry or the chronicles of the church. The girl offered a polite greeting to her teacher, but before another word could be uttered, the serene memory of his student was violently shattered by a dark premonition. His eyes went wide, frozen in a look of absolute horror. The vision shifts to a rowdy, aggressive mob accusing his young pupil of being a cursed witch and a vessel for the devil. Witnessing her broken body dangling from the executioner's rope in his mind's eye, the man buried his face in his trembling hands, overwhelmed by grief. He jolted awake at his desk, the silence of his office a sharp contrast to his nightmare. As he regained his composure, he struggled for air, haunted by the specter of Anna's execution. He realized that if a girl as innocent as Anna could be branded a monster, then the avaricious bureaucrats of Grig Castle were the true demons crawled out from the pit. He growled that if they hadn't swapped quality stone for cheap rubble just to line their pockets, the theater never would have buckled, and those lives would have been spared. In his judgment, those corrupt power brokers were the ones who truly deserved the noose for their catastrophic crimes. It is a tragedy that this kingdom fails to hold the powerful accountable. Instead, the blame fell on humble masons, triggering crushing taxes, social decay, and the madness of labeling a gentle child a demon to be broken on the gallows. He pleaded for divine justice against those who truly deserved his wrath. He was startled by a sudden rapping at his door, and, upon opening it, he found Nana, another of his young students, looking pale with terror. The girl whispered a heart-wrenching question: would she end up like Anna? Sent to the gallows. The man offered a comforting pat on her head, vowing to shield her no matter the cost. Later, he paced through the town square. His mind whirled with the injustice he had witnessed while remaining silent. This time, he swore he would not let another innocent life be snuffed out. Suddenly, something caught his eye. A massive crowd had gathered in the plaza, huddling around the public mission board. They were debating a new decree from the fourth prince, a massive recruitment drive for infrastructure projects, seeking gravel workers, masons, and laborers. The flyer detailed fair wages and clear terms for every applicant. The teacher stared in disbelief at the official notice, which bore the prince's authentic seal and signature. In that moment, he reflected on the reputation of the fourth prince. He recalled the whispers of a royal with eccentric ideas and a temperament that stood in stark contrast to the rest of the nobility. The prince's apparent disdain for church doctrine gave the teacher a flicker of hope. However, he feared that sheltering a suspected witch like Nana might still lead them both to the executioner's block. He gambled on the hope that if the prince despised the church, he might also reject their fanatical laws. It was the only desperate path he saw to save the girls from the church's iron grip. Returning to our hero, the knight is currently questioning him on the specific scale of the defensive wall he intends to erect. He specified a height of 15 feet and a width of 6 feet, sturdy enough for a squad of 4 to march abreast along the battlements. The knight pointed out that they would need to excavate a trench as deep as a man to anchor such a colossal structure. For a 15-foot wall, the foundation would need double the width to remain upright. Even with 350 skilled laborers working around the clock, they couldn't guarantee completion before next year's demon season. The prince asked with a curious tilt of his head. What is the primary bottleneck slowing the process? The knight explained that the difficulty lies in the masonry. Every stone must be meticulously shaped and fitted like a puzzle piece to ensure the wall doesn't crumble. The prince insisted on the simultaneous digging and building strategy. He calmed the knight's nerves by revealing a secret from the Grey Castle Labs, a revolutionary substance called cement that would change everything. The knight listened, bewildered, having never heard such a word in his life. The scene shifts to the exterior of the newly built kiln room in Border Town, where the prince and his knight are seen standing outside the modest structure. The prince noted that while the ingredients for cement are simple and local, the trick is maintaining an intense firing temperature. He admitted he couldn't recall the exact scientific figure, and this world lacked the tools for precise measurement. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Anna stepped out from the heat. Before entering the workshop, the prince signaled his knight to remain on guard outside. It is clear the prince is leveraging Anna's unique thermal abilities to forge the cement, a task she performs with remarkable precision. As she emerged, her clothes once again ruined by the heat, he immediately draped his cloak over her shoulders. Stepping out of the workshop, she announced with a hint of pride that she had followed his instructions to the letter. Inside, a fresh mound of gray powder lay ready on the stone floor. The young man inspected the batch to confirm the experiment's success, eager to run a structural test before moving to full-scale production. Anna asked what this strange dust was actually for. He described its potential to bind stone into indestructible houses, bridges, and highways. He explained it would be their shield against the elements, rain, snow, and storms that often leveled common homes. He gave Anna the full credit, acknowledging that without her fire, none of it would be possible. Outside the workshop, they finally bonded several heavy stone blocks together using the new mixture. Cement was the miracle they needed. Both the knight and the young girl were visibly thrilled by the impressive results. The knight stared in awe, unable to hide his fascination with this groundbreaking discovery. The prince examined the mixture closely, pleasantly surprised to find it far more resilient than standard packed earth or clay. The knight even attempted to wrench the stones apart, but despite straining with every fiber of his being, the blocks wouldn't budge an inch. The prince teased the knight, noting that he had clearly doubted the potential of a material that exceeded even his own royal expectations. The knight was floored by this peculiar invention, a sludge that binds and transforms into solid rock in an instant. He boasted that with this, they could fortify the entire frontier within 5 years. However, Roland brushed off the idea of such an overblown endeavor. He remarked that even the tallest fortress is useless if the real threat comes from the people within. He insisted their true battle was against the elements to keep his subjects from losing their roofs. He was set on proving to the world that witches are actually humanity's greatest treasures. Starting the very next morning, inside the workshop, the prince organized the mass production of cement, coordinating with the newly hired laborers. The team scrambled to gather the necessary raw minerals and fuel to keep the kilns burning. This allowed Anna to take a well-earned break from her demanding tasks. During this time, the prince ordered the start of the excavation for the wall's foundation, stretching from the north slope to the Redwater River. Yet, the project hit a few snags. The knight was moved to see the prince personally touring the site and cheering on the workers at the north slope, noting their newfound morale. The prince could only offer a sheepish grin, admitting that despite the hard work, they had only managed to dig a clumsy ditch, more of a basic gutter than a proper foundation for a fortress. Back in his old life, he had spent hours geeking out over blueprints with a civil engineer buddy, but managing a large-scale project in the field was a different beast entirely. He desperately needed a professional. As he weighed his options, his advisor mentioned that a seasoned stonemason had come forward in response to the job posting. The man claimed to be a veteran of the prestigious Grey Castle Masons Guild. The prince recognized the name immediately. The guild was once the kingdom's elite building force, though rumors said they were crushed after a tragic structural failure. He brushed the scandal aside, knowing that risk is part of the job. Eager for real talent, he told his advisor to bring the mason in for an interview. The scene shifts to Roland's office in the heart of Border Town, where the prince is leaning back, simply killing time. Anna sat nearby, her head buried in a book, completely lost in her studies. Finally, the knight ushered in the man the prince had been waiting for. To their shock, it was the teacher who was so protective of the little girls in town. Before the teacher could even start his formal greetings, the prince waved him off and told him to drop the formalities. The moment the teacher caught sight of Anna sitting there, he looked utterly stunned. It was clear his mind was spinning with 1,000 questions. Meanwhile, both the knight and the prince were equally caught off guard by this unexpected connection. Sensing a potential scene or a security risk, the prince signaled the knight to secure the exit. The guard acted instantly, blocking the doorway to ensure the mysterious visitor couldn't bolt. Roland found it hard to believe that a random guild mason just happened to be Anna's neighbor. Suddenly, the teacher dropped to his knees, tearfully begging Anna to forgive him for failing to protect her during her darkest hour. The prince relaxed, realizing this man was no threat but rather a deeply devoted ally to the girl. Anna's eyes lit up as she immediately recognized her old mentor. The prince told the man to get off the floor and regain his dignity. He then demanded to know exactly how he and Anna were connected. The man composed himself, apologized for his outburst, and introduced himself as Karl van Bate, a former Masons Guild member who had taken up teaching in Border Town. He confirmed that Anna had been one of his brightest students. Karl added that while he didn't know if the prince spared her for a whim or a more scandalous reason, he wasn't complaining. Even serving a prince was better than seeing a child lose her head. Karl was visibly relieved to find a noble who didn't buy into the propaganda that witches were demonic. After giving his full account, he dropped a bombshell. There was another gifted girl just like Anna. One he hoped the prince would also take under his protective wing within the castle walls. The prince was thrilled and gave the teacher the green light to bring her, promising she would be safe if she truly possessed magic. However, he knew he couldn't just snatch her away if her family wasn't a threat. A surge of excitement hit him. He was eager to meet the next witch and discover what incredible abilities she might bring to his table. Maintaining a cool exterior, the prince clarified that this wasn't just charity, he needed her skills. He rejected the idea that magic was inherently evil. To him, it was a rare gift. Whether it was Anna, this new girl Nana, or anyone else, they were innocent in his eyes as long as they didn't break the law. With the air cleared, he got down to business, asking Karl about his history with Grey Castle construction. The teacher nodded enthusiastically, citing years of high-level experience. The prince then unveiled his plan for the wall between the north slope and the river to stop the monsters. He officially placed Karl in charge of the entire engineering project. The scene moves to the lush palace gardens in Border Town, where Nana finally arrived to meet him. She looked small and incredibly nervous standing before royalty. When the little girl timidly inquired if she was truly standing before the royal presence of Prince Roland Wimbledon, the prince chuckled warmly and confirmed that it was indeed him, here in the flesh. Nana beamed with a bright smile and introduced herself as Nana Pine. Without a single moment of hesitation, Nana bolted straight toward Anna. She began playing with her immediately, as if they were long-lost sisters reunited at last. The prince watched them, musing on how these girls were so young yet possessed such staggering talent. He felt a genuine spark of excitement for the future they would build. The young man then turned to the child, mentioning that her mentor had spoken of her awakening as a witch. The girl looked up fearfully and asked if he planned to execute her. He quickly dismissed her fears, explaining that only hardened criminals face the gallows or the blade. The girl insisted she must be possessed by a malevolent spirit. She claimed that even her teacher had shared that very same belief. Anna gently stroked the girl's hair, offering her a silent sense of comfort. Meanwhile, he asked her to describe the exact moment she first noticed something out of the ordinary. She explained that the strange occurrences began just 1 week ago. She had found a bird with a shattered leg and felt a desperate urge to help. Suddenly, spheres of glowing water filled her mind and enveloped the creature. Its leg was mended in an instant. Intrigued by her tale, the prince ordered the knight to go and fetch a live chicken, while the knight hurried off to find a healthy specimen for the experiment. He wondered if her newfound abilities were centered entirely on healing. Such a gift was far from common. The prince told her that if she used her strength to save creatures like that bird, it proved she was a person of true kindness. The girl nodded, recalling her teacher's words that commoners only fear witches because they can achieve the impossible. She insisted she had never encountered a demon and wanted nothing to do with them. He believed her instantly and gave her head a gentle pat, explaining that the church and even her teacher were blinded by fabrications. The girl asked in confusion why anyone would choose to lie. The boy explained that it wasn't a matter of good versus evil, but rather that certain people sought profit by spreading tall tales. Once the chicken arrived, the little girl pleaded with the prince not to hurt the poor creature. He promised to be careful but instructed the knight to grip the bird firmly before delivering a swift, light blow to its head. The chicken let out a sharp squawk of pain and collapsed onto the grass. He then turned to the girl and urged her to heal the bird immediately. She nodded solemnly, promising to do her absolute best. As she placed her small hands on the bird, those mysterious water spheres manifested once more. She focused intently and began her healing work without delay. Several hours passed, and although the initial shock had left the chicken completely drained, finally, the true nature of Nana's gift became clear to him. She possessed the power to mend broken bones and seal wounds, though bringing a dead creature back to life was beyond her reach. Once the chicken had served its purpose, the boy told the knight to take it to the kitchen, which brought a fresh shimmer of tears to the girl's eyes. She pouted, upset that the prince had been so rough, but he softly reassured her that the demonstration was necessary. Not long after, a banquet table overflowing with mouth-watering delicacies was set before them. Nana seemed to completely lose her sorrow over the chicken as she eyed the roasted bird on the platter with hungry excitement. Following their small celebration, the girl departed, waving a final goodbye as she went. He waved back with a smile. Meanwhile, Anna was puzzled as to why he didn't insist on keeping the new girl in the palace, despite knowing she was a witch as well. He reminded her that Nana still had a family who cared for her and who were currently unaware of her magical secret. Anna worried it was only a matter of time before her parents discovered the truth and cast her out. He acknowledged the risk, but urged her to treasure the time with her family as long as the secret held. He then asked her softly if she missed her own father. She shook her head sadly, claiming she didn't, yet he could see the profound loneliness hidden in her eyes. To ease her heart, he promised that Nana would visit the palace every day to practice magic with her, ensuring she would never be alone again. He even gave his word to provide both girls with the peaceful, normal life they craved, and he meant every single word of it. Back at the castle, he found his daily routine somewhat tedious now that Karl van Bate was handling the wall's construction. He filled his time by hosting afternoon tea parties, using the moments to mentor the two girls in the mastery of their magic. From time to time, he would ride out to the north slope to inspect the progress of the defensive wall. He was consistently amazed to see that the construction was moving along even faster than his projections. But then his advisor arrived, carrying a set of rather grim reports. He pointed out that the cost of employing such a massive workforce of craftsmen and laborers was staggering. Every copper spent was draining directly from the prince's personal treasury. At this rate, the steward feared they would be completely bankrupt by the time spring arrived. A wave of genuine panic hit him as he realized he had landed himself in a truly desperate financial hole. A few moments later, he began scouring his mind for a way to climb out of this looming fiscal disaster. The elder found the situation quite peculiar, as the prince had transformed so dramatically that he seemed like an entirely different soul. In the past, his only expertise lay in chasing hedonistic pleasures and idle whims. The only reason the official had tolerated him was the king's solemn vow to appoint him Minister of Finance once the royal succession was settled. Upon his initial arrival at Border Town, the prince had no interest in leadership or the crown. He alienated the nobility and dumped the entire administrative burden onto the old man. However, from the moment he rescued that witch, the prince has undergone a total metamorphosis. He now navigates every complex issue with such poise and precision that it feels as though he's been a statesman for decades. The way he speaks to the advisor with such chilling maturity gives the old man the shivers, making him secretly wonder if the prince has been possessed by a malevolent spirit. Yet, the advisor brushed the thought aside, reasoning that a possessed man wouldn't have so recklessly seized that cursed medallion of divine retribution. The perspective shifts to the bustling docks of the Border Town harbor. Two aristocrats are deep in conversation with a red-haired man who appears to be an official diplomat. The one wearing spectacles reminded the envoy that their last visit was a year ago, grumbling that the town remained nothing more than a collection of bleak, barren rocks. The red-haired man quickly interjected to correct him, noting it had only been 6 months. He mentioned that every season the Duke rotates new people here. He recalled seeing exquisite animal pelts alongside the stones during his last summer visit. Just as he was about to spill a fascinating detail, he bit his tongue to keep the information classified. Instead, he pivoted to the town's hidden potential, suggesting that if a formidable defense could be established, the vast wilderness between here and the stronghold could finally be tamed. Suddenly, the man with the glasses grew visibly distressed. He pointed out that the warehouses were completely bare, even though the town was mandated to have the ore shipment ready by today. It appears these visitors arrived to collect the mineral tribute before the demonic winter begins. In exchange, they offer the townspeople protection. The envoy sighed and decided to take the grievance directly to the prince. The group made their way back to the castle on horseback. The man with purple hair speculated if Border Town had found a secret trade partner or diverted the ore to Willow Town or Fallen Dragon Ridge. He was convinced this shift was due to the fourth prince's influence. The red-haired diplomat felt a surge of tension, wondering if the prince had forged secret alliances with settlements further down the Redwater River. If that were the case, the stronghold would lose its most powerful leverage over the town. He feared that their old tactics of monopoly would crumble, as the fourth prince seemingly already had a diverse list of buyers for his minerals. When the delegation finally reached the fortress, they were greeted with a magnificent and high-end banquet. The envoy found himself completely baffled by the pair of wooden sticks used for eating. He stole a quick glance toward the prince. He attempted to mimic the prince's movements, though he was so clumsy he could barely manage to secure a single morsel of food. When a piece of food slipped from his grasp, the diplomat was flushed with embarrassment. The prince casually remarked that chopsticks were far easier to manufacture and more cost-effective than forks. He planned to introduce them to the public so no one would have to eat with unwashed hands. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, painting the castle in a warm, amber light, the prince settled in to enjoy a sweet dessert following the unexpected dinner meeting. Finally, the envoy got to the point, noting they had come for the usual ore collection, but found the docks empty. That was when you delivered the singing news. A recent landslide at the North Slope has caused a major setback. Teams are working to clear the wreckage, but it's unlikely the mines will be fully operational until next year. The diplomat inquired about the stockpile produced over the previous months. The prince simply gave a nonchalant shrug, stating the yield was lower than usual, just enough to keep the town fed. He pointed out that even if they handed over every scrap of ore, it wouldn't be enough to purchase more than 2 months of survival rations. Consequently, he proposed a complete overhaul of their current trade agreement. The panicked envoy tried to salvage the situation, apologizing for past friction. He suggested the 6 noble families of the stronghold could pool their resources to lend a month of food, to be repaid next year. But the prince was unmoved. He stated coldly that if they took their business to Willow Town, they wouldn't owe a soul anything, and then came the real shocker. Willow Town is offering pure gold for the minerals. More importantly, they are ready to trade grain, cheese, bread, and honey at fair rates. They sell everything gold can buy. Compared to the lopsided deals with Longsong's stronghold, this is the only logical choice for Border Town. He challenged the envoy, asking if he truly possessed the authority to sign off on a loan on behalf of all the families in the stronghold. He recognized the honeysuckle family crest on the envoy's person immediately. The prince admitted the envoy was highborn but doubted he could actually force Duke Ryan and the other lords to honor such a guarantee. It was clear the prince had struck a nerve, as the diplomat's expression instantly soured like a bitter lemon. A memory flashed back to the envoy trying to warn his father. The new ruler of Border Town wouldn't settle for trading precious gems for scraps of bread. He had suggested offering a price 30 below market value to maintain a healthy profit while keeping the prince happy. But his arrogant, balding father had laughed it off, convinced the lazy prince would never bother with trade logistics and that they could continue exploiting the town's riches for mere crumbs. Returning to the present, the red-haired man realized the prince was right. He couldn't even sway his own father, but he felt compelled to make one final, desperate effort. Taking a bold leap, the red-haired envoy offered to purchase the ore and gems at a price 30 below the standard market rate. The diplomat was certain this bid beat Willow Town's offer. He argued that Willow Town was too remote to provide safety when the demons arrived, making Longsong the only viable sanctuary. He began to describe the treacherous journey to Willow Town but trailed off. Intrigued by his sudden silence, you prompted him to finish his thought. The red-haired man highlighted the lethal hazards that lurked along that specific trade route. The diplomat realized he had accidentally terrified a member of the royal family and began to spiral. You simply chuckled. Clearing up his confusion, you explained that you never had any intention of seeking refuge in Willow Town. That revelation left the red-haired man speechless. You caught him off guard even more by firmly declaring that you weren't retreating anywhere, not to Longsong's stronghold, nor any other province. The prince pressed on, stating that Border Town would no longer be a mere outpost. It was evolving into a permanent jewel of the Grey Castle Kingdom. He proudly displayed the new blueprints for a defensive line spanning from the North Slope to the Redwater River. The envoy looked as if his legs might give out. He asked you to repeat yourself just to ensure he hadn't misheard. The young man nodded resolutely, highlighting that they were building a massive wall right here to hold back the demonic tide. The red-haired man's mind flashed back to a decadent gala where the high nobility had mocked the prince. They had ridiculed the idea of starting a major construction project with the months of the demons lurking just around the corner. The room had roared with laughter. Because, in their eyes, our prince was nothing more than a delusional fool. At first, the envoy assumed it was just a bit of wealthy eccentric banter. He never dreamed the prince was actually committed to the masonry. What baffled him most was why a prince legendary for his pursuit of luxury was suddenly shouldering such a monumental burden. Though visibly shaken, the red-haired man promised you that upon his return to the stronghold, he would attempt to sway the 6 great houses. Hoping he could push the diplomatic scales in your favor. The scene shifts to the dead of night. The prince felt a wave of boredom, noting that this remote frontier lacked any semblance of a nightlife. The locals all turned in at sundown. Unless, of course, they were busy behind closed doors. While he could have easily summoned company for the evening, he held himself to a higher standard. Suddenly, a shadow crept up behind him. He spun around instantly. He found a cloaked woman standing there, commending him for outmaneuvering the envoy with such wit, noting he was clearly more than just a playboy. It was obvious from her movements that she was a professional assassin. He didn't hesitate for a second, intending to bolt for the door and call for the guards. The woman flicked her wrist, sending a dagger whistling through the air. She cut off his escape and urged him to stay calm, insisting she was only there for a civil conversation. He froze, the shimmering blade hovering inches from his face, and demanded to know her identity. She claimed to be nameless, known only as Nightingale, a moniker her sisters had bestowed upon her for reasons she kept to herself. She expressed an unexpected sense of gratitude because the protagonist had been showing genuine kindness to witches lately. As the prince squinted to get a better look at her, he spotted a distinctive emblem. It matched the crest his advisor had shown him, identifying her as a member of the Witch Cooperation Association. The woman once again complimented his keen observational skills. He pushed further, asking if her target was Anna. He admitted he was baffled as to how she even knew the girl existed. He still took care to assure her that Anna was safe and sound. The woman nodded, noting she was already aware, and remarked that even if the girl had been executed, the association usually avoided political entanglements like assassinating a prince over a single lost sister. However, she quickly added a sharp warning not to mistake their restraint for weakness. The boy repeated his assurance that Anna was being treated well. The woman gave a nonchalant shrug, replying that she knew that, and she knew all about the little healer, Nana, too. She then sent a shiver down his spine by casually mentioning she had been ghosting his every move for 2 weeks. He felt the hair on his neck stand up, realizing he'd been completely oblivious to his own stalker. She beckoned him to come closer, repeating that she had no desire to spill his blood. Sensing no immediate threat, he reluctantly took a seat across from her. But then she leaned in, her face uncomfortably near his, noting how peculiar he was for showing zero fear toward her or any other witch. She drifted even closer to his personal space. The prince recoiled slightly, jokingly telling her to keep it PG-13, as he wasn't looking for that kind of mature content. The woman finally pulled her hand back. She cut straight to the chase. Her mission was to retrieve Anna and Nana and bring them into the fold. The young man shot down the proposal without a moment's thought. He declared that they were perfectly content and under his sovereign protection. The woman countered, arguing that they belonged with the association, where they would be cherished as true family by their own kind. The boy stood his ground, pointing out that the association didn't even have a permanent roof over their heads. He mentioned that scouts had stumbled upon one of their woodland camps a month ago, with tracks heading toward the frozen northern peaks. The woman defended their nomadic life, claiming the wilderness was their only shield from a hostile world, but the prince remained unimpressed. He spoke of how the lack of modern comforts and basic supplies would make life miserable for the 2 young girls. He also brought up what his advisor said about their ultimate quest, to find the legendary Holy Mountain, a fabled sanctuary for all magikind. He asked if she truly believed in that myth. The woman gave a cryptic, elusive response that left him hanging. This only fueled the boy's annoyance. He vowed he wouldn't let those girls wither away in a wasteland where only monsters thrive. Suddenly, a brilliant strategy hit him, and his next words caught the assassin completely off guard. You extended a bold invitation for the entire assembly of witches to seek sanctuary in Border Town throughout the winter. Feeling quite confident, you attempted to persuade her that weathering the cold months here would be a breeze. The woman cautioned you that even if the prince harbors no fear of witches, the common folk will surely erupt in a frenzy of panic. Furthermore, the church will descend upon the town the moment whispers of a witch gathering reach their ears. But you stood your ground, determined to prove to the masses that witches are far from evil, especially if they are the ones ensuring the town survives the demonic winter. The woman then brought up another pressing reason for taking the girls, noting that Anna is rapidly approaching her threshold of adulthood. Initially, the concept flew right over your head until she looked you in the eye and confirmed you hadn't misheard. She clarified that most witches undergo a dormancy awakening when the demonic season peaks. Essentially, age 18 is the final cutoff, and any woman who hasn't manifested by then never will. When a witch hits this milestone during the high tide of magic, the devil's bite takes hold of their consciousness, inflicting agonizing torment. It feels as though an internal force is trying to shred their physical form, pulling every vein and ligament to the breaking point. If they possess the willpower to survive the ordeal, they typically recover within a few days. However, those whose spirits break under the strain meet a gruesome and tragic end. This is precisely why witches are branded as demonic spawn, their violent deaths, coupled with the church's toxic narratives, lead the public to believe they are literally possessed by hellish entities. The young man immediately inquired about what life is like for those who successfully cross the threshold of maturity. The woman noted that their magic stabilizes and often intensifies. Some even find their powers evolving into entirely new forms. You questioned the validity of these legends, mentioning that ancient scrolls claim witches find eternal sanctuary and mental peace on the fabled Holy Mountain. The woman confessed that the Holy Mountain is a mystery found only in ink and paper. However, bringing the girl to her coven might slightly tip the scales in her favor. If witches could live openly, the devil's bite would be far less lethal. The prince realized that while Anna and Nana were vital to his industrial revolution, he couldn't bear to see them suffer. If his strategy moved forward, he quickly consented to let the woman take Anna, provided it was the girl's own choice. As for Nana, he opted to delay that discussion until the following day. The witch was visibly pleased by your level-headed and fair-minded conclusion. But the moment you summoned Anna and asked for her thoughts on the matter, she flatly rejected the offer, declaring that she had no intention of leaving your side. This sudden refusal left both of the adults in the room completely blindsided. The woman tried to reason with her, explaining that she could feel the volatile magical pressure building within Anna as her adulthood loomed. She reminded the girl of the serious conversation regarding her coming of age that she'd just had with the prince. Anna looked to the protagonist, recalling the promise he had made to grant her a semblance of a normal life. Nothing else mattered to her. She simply wanted to remain near the prince who had shown her kindness. She was convinced that no demonic energy could break her spirit, and she was set on conquering the devil's bite right here in Border Town. The woman let out a heavy sigh and accepted that she couldn't sway Anna's heart. However, she made it perfectly clear that she would be staying in the shadows to guard Anna until the transition was complete. In her eyes, Anna was merely an idealistic child who didn't grasp the sheer lethality of the situation. Naturally, the idea of a lethal assassin lurking in your hallways all winter didn't exactly sit well with you. Nevertheless, just before the woman faded into the gloom, she turned to Anna and spoke of the grueling struggles she'd endured and the many sisters she'd seen perish. She vowed then and there that she would not let Anna become another casualty of the transition. With those parting words, she gave Anna a final nod of farewell and vanished into thin air without leaving so much as a footprint. Witnessing her ability firsthand left you speechless. You were genuinely floored by such peerless stealth. Once the room was quiet and only the two of them remained, the boy gave Anna a reassuring pat on the head, telling her to get some rest since the hour had grown quite late. The following day arrived, and our hero greeted the local townspeople with a bright and energetic good morning. He assembled the citizens in the square to deliver a pivotal announcement. He explained that a few days prior, the envoy from Longsong's stronghold had arrived demanding the usual tribute of mined minerals. However, he reminded everyone that the northern tunnels had collapsed a month ago, bringing all production to a grinding halt. A wave of anxiety swept through the crowd as they remembered how the last low yield had led to starvation and bullying from the stronghold's authorities. He laid bare the cold-heartedness of the stronghold, revealing that when he begged the envoy for a food loan, he was met with the same rejection they faced 2 years ago. The panic intensified as the people realized they were once again staring down the barrel of a hungry winter. He vividly recalled for them the dark times when food was so scarce that families were torn apart by loss. Beloved siblings, innocent children, and countless friends had all been victims of that neglect. He demanded to know how much longer they would tolerate this cycle of misery. The crowd instantly began to implore him for salvation. He gave a resolute nod, swearing an oath that he would never allow his subjects to fall into that abyss of despair again. After a theatrical cough to clear his throat, he revealed the cold hard truth. 2 months of mining should easily buy a year's worth of food, but the lords of Longsong never played fair. A wave of realization washed over the crowd as they finally grasped how Longsong's stronghold had been systematically exploiting them for generations. Our hero then explained his masterstroke. He had bypassed the greedy lords and traded his ore for a mountain of provisions from Willow Town. It was enough for every soul to survive the frost, but just as the cheering reached a fever pitch, he signaled for silence to deliver the catch. He reminded them that by severing ties with Longsong, they were committing to stay and defend Border Town through the entire winter. The weight of that news caused a shadow of worry to fall over the assembly once more. But the boy quickly changed the mood, pointing toward the rising wall. He boosted their morale by explaining that demons were essentially just wild animals that couldn't hope to scale such a fortress. He presented them with a stark choice: retreat to Longsong to face starvation, or stand by his side to protect their homes and kin. He called for volunteers to man the ramparts and fight the horde, promising a generous wage in silver for those brave enough to serve. And in the tragic event that a soldier should fall, he pledged a massive pension of 5 gold coins to support their grieving family. The crowd was electrified by his words, and in an instant, every man and woman stood ready to face the coming storm with unbreakable grit. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Longsong's stronghold was festive, with arrogant laughter echoing through the halls of the Duke's castle. The nobility were having a grand time mocking our hero's delusional plan to stay at the border and build a stone fence. A man with a bushy mustache joked that the prince was likely just stacking random rocks and slapping on some mud in a pathetic attempt at masonry. He was convinced the royal failure would eventually come crawling back to Longsong, allowing them to bleed him dry when he was truly desperate. However, the leader of the council didn't seem to underestimate the prince as much as his peers did. He sought the envoy's professional opinion. The red-haired man initially seemed lost in thought. He reminded them that while the original plan was to keep their monopoly and buy ore at a measly third of its value, the prince was playing a much deeper game. Roland didn't just want a single buyer. He was willing to slash prices in half to trigger a massive surge in demand and skyrocket their production capacity. This move was a calculated play for long-term economic growth and stability. By dropping the price, even Longsong would stand to profit more than ever. Plus, he intended to manufacture iron tools. He knew these tools would be a hit in every market, creating a powerful new stream of wealth. Yet, there were even bigger benefits to consider. If our hero successfully held the line at Border Town, Longsong would be shielded from the demonic threat forever. Furthermore, the king's competition only lasted 5 years. If Border Town flourished, Longsong could find itself controlling the third largest and most prosperous territory in the entire kingdom. The red-haired envoy suggested that Longsong should actually support the prince's construction efforts, arguing that his success would eventually be their windfall. The duke agreed with the envoy's cold logic, but dismissed it as the narrow-minded thinking of a common merchant. To this silver-haired aristocrat, the core issue wasn't about whether the town thrived or withered. He simply refused to share an inch of his influence or territory with anyone, royal blood or not. The following morning, the chief knight's face was a masterpiece of pure bewilderment. He stood frozen as he stared at the strange mechanical beast the prince had spent the night tinkering with. As was his custom, the prince deferred the praise to Anna, acknowledging her invaluable help in forging and welding the intricate metal components. The prince beamed with pride over his creation, a steam engine. He touched the iron casing reverently, knowing this was the spark that would ignite an industrial revolution. 5 minutes later, the knight was still in a trance, trying to grasp the physics as Anna fed the roaring furnace beneath the boiler. Slowly, the heavy gears began to grind and the spindles started to dance. Within moments, the massive drive wheels were spinning with a rhythmic, powerful hum. Witnessing inanimate metal move with such purpose left the veteran knight absolutely breathless. It was his first encounter with the raw power of steam, a force the prince claimed was as mighty as 10 knights pulling in unison. This breakthrough promised to eliminate the need for backbreaking manual labor and slow animal teams. He noted that while it takes 15 years of training to produce one knight, this mechanical furnace could be built in just 3 days. The knight found it eerie yet incredible that the machine didn't tire in the heat, and couldn't be killed by a well-placed arrow. Watching the pistons pump, he began to wonder if the age of the armored warrior was finally coming to an end. The boy was ecstatic, knowing he had just catapulted his society's productivity forward by several centuries. Later that evening, as the castle grew quiet, our hero swung open his bedroom door, expecting solitude. Instead, he found the elusive female assassin already inside. She was leaning over his desk, intently poring over the technical blueprints he had drafted. He gave her a hard time for her habit of stalking him and treating his private chambers like a public park. She just gave a soft laugh, remarking that while the world called the fourth prince a useless drunk, his mind clearly worked at the level of a master genius. She questioned if these sketches were the blueprints for the massive furnace he had recently constructed. The young man felt a twinge of regret watching her leaf through the confidential plans he had tucked away in his desk. Noticing her fascination, he once again gave the lion's share of the credit to Anna. He explained that the engine could be adapted for anything requiring immense power, such as moving heavy loads or high-speed manufacturing. The woman smiled at the thought and informed him she would be taking the designs, as many sisters in her coven could master the power of fire to run them. As she slid the papers into her cloak, his wandering eyes accidentally caught a glimpse of her chest, causing him to stutter out a protest that he hadn't authorized the theft. She simply smirked, stating she had already provided what was considered fair payment, and tossed him a folded parchment she had been keeping close. The prince caught it midair and hurriedly ripped it open. It was a letter addressed to the maid, Tyre. The harsh text warned her not to fail again and commanded her to assassinate the prince during the coming winter. The boy's mind began to spin with the implications. He recalled how the original Roland used to mistreat her at every turn. These dark memories made our hero feel a deep sense of dread. The woman explained she had intercepted it from a messenger bird. It lacked a signature, but she suspected one of his royal siblings, and after he nodded his consent, she stood ready to investigate the mastermind. She declared that the blueprints would serve as her commission for the job. By the following day, the weight of that late-night revelation was still heavy on his mind. That was when the chief knight arrived with a somber expression. He dropped to one knee and confessed that Tyre had passed away during the night. She had apparently plunged from the balcony, yet there were no marks of a struggle, and the sentries insisted no one had entered or left the quarters. The prince looked genuinely shaken and instructed the knight to let the head steward oversee the final arrangements. As soon as the knight had cleared the room, our hero summoned the assassin back, and she materialized from the shadows instantly. She bluntly revealed that the servant had taken her own life the moment she was confronted. The boy didn't hide his frustration, muttering that he thought she was an expert at handling such delicate interrogations. The woman countered, explaining she had bound Tyre securely, but the clever maid had a suicide pill hidden in a false tooth as soon as the poison took hold. She had heaved the body over the railing to stage an accident, even though the questioning had reached a dead end. She then produced another scrap of paper from her tunic. With a playful, mischievous grin, she revealed she had found this hidden in Tyre's private quarters. She pointed out that the author called Tyre Big Sister and made several cryptic references to the ocean and the coast. She suggested that the third princess of Clearwater Port was the most likely candidate behind the plot. She suspected Princess Garcia Wimbledon was likely holding Tyre's family captive, using the girl as a disposable tool to remove our hero from the board. Judging by the way Tyre chose death over betrayal, it was clear she had been a sleeper agent trained for years. The prince felt a wave of disgust that his own flesh and blood were so eager to murder one another for a crown. Then, suddenly, the woman leaned in close to his ear, whispering that she had to vanish because someone was approaching the door. The boy's face flushed red, perhaps because he caught a glimpse of her lithe figure as she moved with feline grace before disappearing. Just then, the elder official burst in with a report. A band of volunteers had stepped forward to fight the demons. This news brought a wide beam to the prince's face. He decided he had to inspect this new militia personally, however, before he set out. The old man asked with sincere concern if he truly meant to let these simple townspeople fight monsters. As they walked out, Vion hung qua chung ta. Dot felt a sinking sensation, realizing the advisor's doubts were well-founded. These recruits didn't look like soldiers, they looked like starving drifters. On the contrary, the knight was proudly boasting that he had handpicked these men exactly as the prince had requested. But looking at these malnourished men with their brittle frames, it was obvious the knight had missed the mark entirely. The prince could only sigh and bury his face in his palms. It seemed our hero had overestimated the potential of a population that was barely surviving on scraps. Even the advisor suggested they scrap this group and look for more traditional recruits instead of these common peasants. But our hero remained stubborn, sticking to his choice as if he held a secret advantage no one else could see. He believed that a truly invincible army was built on human discipline, regardless of whether they carried iron swords or future technology. The knight proposed starting rigorous sword drills the following morning. But the prince simply shook his head and waved the idea away. Instead, he ordered the knight to line them up and led the entire ragtag group out for a long-distance run. He also requested that the hunter, Iron Axe, join them, suggesting the knight just relax and watch the spectacle. By midday, the hunters had arrived to assist. The knight, however, remained highly skeptical of this bizarre new training regime. Hailing from a lineage with a deep-rooted heritage of legendary warriors, he was baffled as to why these recruits were being gifted precious eggs just for standing around all morning, considering eggs are a luxury here. Once more, the prince urged him to remain patient and simply observe the process. It was as if he understood perfectly that a top-tier military cannot be forged in a few months using outdated medieval concepts. He wasn't looking for muscle-bound brutes who relied on raw, chaotic strength to crush their foes. His goal was to mold a unit of disciplined soldiers capable of achieving rapid, synchronized results. He was implementing the organizational structures and military drills he had studied back in his university days. He had witnessed how efficiently a group could be unified and galvanized under this specific regimen. And he was willing to bet that these commoners would respond exactly the same way. Moments later, the supply wagons rolled in, and the men eagerly queued up to claim their nutritious rewards. The onlookers still couldn't grasp the logic of using food as a primary incentive for basic drills. The knight struck a metal plate with a loud clang to command the attention of the growing crowd. He directed them to split into 4 distinct lines, decreeing that rations would be served in order and that any slackers would be sent to the back of the queue. The air was thick with a mix of nervous anticipation and newfound competitiveness, as every recruit shuffled into their designated positions. Meanwhile, the knight continued to struggle with why the prince was wasting time teaching such elementary coordination to this ragtag bunch. Suddenly, the assembly erupted into excited whispers, chanting the name Iron Axe. He was a man whose reputation as a fierce warrior was well known throughout the borderlands. The prince declared a break for lunch, announcing that they would relocate to the town's primary barracks afterward. Iron Axe was promoted to squad leader, tasked with instructing the group on the essential skill of pitching military tents. As soon as the prince finished delivering his orders, a murmur of dissent rippled through the crowd regarding a foreigner like Iron Axe leading them. To quell their doubts, he reminded the men that Iron Axe was an outsider, just as the witches were not originally part of the high society of Grey Castle. The prince made it clear that within the boundaries of Border Town, every soul is granted a fair shake. Regardless of their origins, as long as they remain law-abiding citizens, they are welcome under his protection. The prince then unfurled a massive, seemingly endless scroll of parchment. It was longer than a year's worth of grocery lists. He told the chief knight to study these regulations more closely than the roster of squad leaders. He stressed that memorizing these rules was the only way to keep the eggs on their breakfast plates. The knight scratched his head, realizing he'd have to visit Master Carl for a literacy lesson. Muttering that he didn't see how reading and writing helped in a brawl with demons, but the prince brushed it off, stating that a literate army is a superior army. According to his historical perspective, this fact has been proven across countless eras. Next, the scene shifts to the bustling administrative heart of Border Town City Hall. There, we find our hero stumbling out of his sleeping quarters, still blinking away the fog of sleep. Suddenly, Nightingale materialized out of thin air, teasing him about his newfound talent for sleeping in. It appeared she had also made herself at home by helping herself to a portion of the prince's breakfast. Naturally, the young man wasn't thrilled to find her munching on his meal and trespassing in his private chambers without an invite. He wondered aloud if she had ever been taught the concept of royal boundaries or subtle etiquette. As he took his seat, the woman shifted into a stiffly formal posture and asked with a smirk if that was polite enough for his tastes. She remarked casually that she knew the prince had little patience for hollow, overblown traditional ceremonies. The boy was caught off guard, realizing she seemed to have a frighteningly accurate read on his personal likes and dislikes. He sighed, telling her to just finish the plate so he could at least order a second helping for himself. She immediately went back to enjoying the meal while the prince began poring over his latest set of engineering blueprints. The woman asked curiously why he was stockpiling so much ice during the dead of winter. She noted that if he wanted a cold drink, he could just leave it on the porch. Seeing the ledger open, Prince Roland realized she had been monitoring his recent procurement records. He decided to offer a half-truth, claiming he was experimenting with cheese production and required a constant sub-zero environment, while the girl complimented his supposed culinary ingenuity. In reality, he was deceiving her about the cheese. He was developing a top-secret project he wasn't ready to share, as he didn't yet trust her as much as he did Anna or Nana. He needed more time to vet her loyalty before revealing his true cards. He was currently focusing his genius on the development of firearms, which were simpler to produce than steam engines, but far more dangerous if the secret leaked and sabotaged his grand design. Furthermore, the ice was actually saltpeter, a mineral the rich used for cooling, but for Roland, it was the vital ingredient for gunpowder, making his current work the most classified project in the town. The prince quickly steered the conversation away, asking if the witches trained professional killers in addition to their search for the legendary Holy Mountain. The woman explained they were simply a collective of oddballs united by the dream of discovering the Holy Mountain, noting she had only affiliated with the Witch Association about 2 years prior. Intrigued, He inquired if she had served any other masters before the association, and if there truly were any societies that welcomed their kind. Setting her plate aside, she let out a cynical laugh, calling the idea of such acceptance depressingly naive. She confessed that if her previous employer had ever suspected her magical nature, he wouldn't have even allowed her past the threshold. She added that once her utility vanished, he would have likely disposed of her without a second thought. The prince's curiosity deepened, and he pushed her to reveal more about her mysterious history. However, the woman chose to retreat into silence, promising to disclose the specifics only when the timing was perfect. She assured him he had nothing to fear, stating she had been a free agent for 5 years and had zero interest in being anyone's puppet. The boy lapsed into a thoughtful silence, a shadow of melancholy crossing his face. 5 days drifted by following that heavy exchange. The scene opens in the castle courtyard. We find our hero having finally assembled his first functioning firearm, having triumphed over a mountain of technical setbacks. He was visibly thrilled, cradling this mechanical masterpiece as if it were a royal treasure. The primary motivation behind building the steam engine was to facilitate the mass production of these guns, making the perfection of this prototype essential before scaling up. However, at the current pace, he fretted that he might only complete 4 units before the demonic winter arrived. Meanwhile, the knight remained baffled, wondering how these flintlocks could possibly fell demons. The prince simply instructed him to recruit the most elite marksmen from the village to form a specialized strike team trained in these new weapons. The prince felt a wave of unease when the knight proposed substituting the town guards for the seasoned hunters. Recalling the state of the local garrison, the hero's reluctance to put high-powered weaponry into the hands of those sickly, untrained guards was clearly justified. Deep within the lightless corridors beneath Roland's fortress, a small contingent of soldiers moved stealthily through the underground passage. Suddenly, one of the shadows lunged, leaping through the air to strike down a fellow soldier. The scarred assailant ordered the mustachioed guard to yield or suffer the same bloody end as his comrade, Raymond. As the mustachioed soldier thought of his fallen brother-in-arms, his fury boiled over, and he swore that these mercenaries would never draw breath inside the castle halls. With a surge of adrenaline, he shoved the scarred man back with immense force, sending the attacker's blade spinning across the stone floor. The guard immediately dropped into a combat stance, gripping his sword tightly. He drove his blade into the scarred man's left shoulder, shouting that the strike was for Raymond. Despite the bleeding wound, the scarred man let out a mocking laugh, stunned that a lowly border guard could actually draw blood from him. The soldier was stung by the insult. He declared that while the scarred man wasted his life gambling and drinking, he and his friends had spent every day training to defend their home. He vowed to stop Longsong's cronies from shattering their hard-won peace. Just as the soldier lunged to deliver a finishing blow, a second, arrogant figure emerged from the shadows. He entered the fray with a vicious lunge, burying a blade deep into the soldier's chest. The brave guard writhed in agony from the puncture before collapsing onto the cold floor. The group of intruders stood over his broken form, radiating cold confidence. To their surprise, the mustachioed soldier gritted his teeth and tried to wrench the knife from his own chest, despite the white-hot pain. With a desperate, fluid motion, he hurled the blade toward a flickering wall torch. The knife struck true, shattering the torch bracket. The flame died instantly, plunging the entire vault into total darkness. At the castle's primary grain reserves, the wounded soldier squeezed himself into a storage crate. He knew these saboteurs were here to burn the rations and force the town to flee to Longsong. He felt a wave of bitter disappointment. He was devastated at the thought of failing to protect the granary while the prince worked himself to exhaustion for the town's future. Suddenly, he went pale as the heavy doors behind him were kicked open. The rowdy intruders had found him. One of the thugs seized the soldier roughly. He slammed him to the ground, demanding he stop the theatrics and submit to Duke Ryan's terms, the same silver-haired duke who viewed our hero as a threat to his power. The soldier stood his ground despite the blade at his throat, fiercely declaring that his prince would undoubtedly crush Duke Ryan's petty schemes. The trespassers merely sneered at the thought, ridiculing the prince's leadership, before their commander ordered his goons to execute the guard and torch the granary. Without a second thought, a brute delivered a crushing blow to the mustachioed soldier's skull. As darkness closed in, the battered guard wondered if this miserable moment was truly his end. However, it appeared destiny had a different path when Nightingale materialized from the shadows. She mockingly asked the invaders if they were enjoying their stay on forbidden soil, but cautioned that their little gathering was about to be violently cut short. The thugs barked at her, demanding to know who she thought she was. Nightingale coolly explained she was merely a resident of border town. She asked why these buffoons were trespassing, remarking they looked like sewer rats scurrying from a drainpipe. The infiltrators clearly didn't grasp the gravity of their situation, and the leader commanded his henchmen to eliminate the mysterious woman. But she simply flashed a deadly smile and an A. Heartbeat. She flicked her wrist, and lifeless bodies instantly hit the floor. Our soldier watched through heavy, fading eyelids as this enigmatic figure dismantled the intruders with ease. Before he could fathom her identity, he drifted into deep unconsciousness. Dawn broke the next day, revealing the corpses of the saboteurs strewn across the food storage facility. The knight surveyed the carnage and scratched his head, trying to deduce who could have neutralized the group. He knew the wounded guard couldn't have managed it. It was highly probable an elite outsider had intervened solo. The execution was too precise. The enemy never stood a ghost of a chance. The scene was eerie in its cleanliness. No spilled blood, no toppled casks, not even a single scratch on the masonry. Suddenly, he mused that a master of the blade must be lurking nearby. He began to feel a surge of pride in his own martial heritage and knightly skills. A soldier entered to report that the preliminary examinations of the deceased were complete. They had identified the fallen. 8 were local turncoat guards, while 1 remained a mystery. When the knight asked about survivors, the soldier noted Captain Brian was receiving medical care while the scarred leader was rotting in the dungeon. The knight ordered the soldier to rouse the scarred prisoner immediately for a harsh interrogation. Meanwhile, the prince felt a sting of irritation. He hadn't even begun his main project and people were already plotting his demise. Nevertheless, he felt a wave of gratitude that Nightingale had intervened just in time to prevent a catastrophe. Nightingale comforted him, noting that no assassin could reach him anyway while Anna was keeping watch on his bedroom floor. That sparked an idea in the prince's mind. He formally proposed that Nightingale become his personal shadow guard. "I'll offer you a salary that puts Anna's to shame, a private estate with a lush garden, 2 days off a week, and even paid leave." Despite the tempting perks, she politely declined, explaining she couldn't abandon the association or the sisters she had sworn to protect. The prince offered to relocate the entire group to town, promising ample space and a future free from prejudice once construction was finished. Again, she demurred, saying she might consider it down the road. The rejection left the prince feeling a bit slighted and awkward. Shifting the topic, he asked if she had escorted Nana home safely after the girl had tended to the wounded. She confirmed she had, noting that Nana was shaken by the sight of mangled soldiers. After all, she was used to mending poultry, not stitching together humans covered in gore. Returning to the crisis, he asked if she had uncovered which royal sibling was responsible for the breach. The woman clarified that, for once, his siblings weren't the culprits. The mastermind had simply bribed the border town patrol. The operation was so amateurish they left 2 witnesses alive who lacked even the resolve to end their own lives before capture. She assured him the truth would surface soon, since the chief knight was currently breaking the captive. She also remarked that these men were surprisingly fragile and prone to tears compared to the elite infiltrators sent by the third princess. While the world outside the castle walls remained calm, we see our protagonist taking a stroll with the chief knight. They were on their way to check on the recovering mustachioed soldier. When the guard spotted the prince entering his room, he nearly jumped out of his skin and bolted upright in his cot. The prince began by commending Brian for his exceptional bravery and the stand he took. But Brian grew emotional, insisting his fallen comrade was the true hero who had given everything for the cause. The prince comforted the man, promising that his friend's funeral would be held with the full honors a brave soul deserves. As for the scarred traitor, justice would be swift. He was to be hanged in 3 days, and the prince hoped Brian would be strong enough to watch. The soldier then cautioned that the scarred man seemed to have noble ties, which might provoke a backlash from Longsong's stronghold. The prince dismissed the concern, explaining that while the man carried elk family blood, he held neither title nor land. More importantly, his attempt to incinerate the town's food supply was a capital offense that could not go unpunished. With the assurance that a more reliable force would now handle the patrols, the prince told the soldier to focus on healing. In the fast-approaching season of the demons, he vowed to officially recognize him as an esteemed knight in the prince's own service. The scene shifts to the city battlements, where the new recruits are readying themselves for the coming trial. They were undergoing rigorous drills under the watchful eye of the veteran hunter, Iron Axe. Iron Axe suddenly barked an order, commanding the full attention of the group. The men snapped into a formal salute as they realized the prince had arrived for a surprise inspection. However, our prince seemed a bit out of his element, appearing slightly awkward as he searched for the right words. Approaching a soldier at random, he decided to break the ice by asking about their daily life. With a warm, approachable grin, he asked how the training felt and if the food was up to par. The soldier looked like he was about to jump out of his skin. The prince, meanwhile, seemed to be mimicking a charismatic leader he had once seen in a movie. Suddenly, the soldier collapsed his knees in a fit of emotion. This left the prince bewildered and a little embarrassed, wondering if he'd accidentally offended the man. To his surprise, the soldier's eyes were brimming with tears of gratitude. It wasn't just him. The entire squad was deeply moved that a royal would bother to check on them personally. The young man reached out a steady hand to help the soldier up, telling him there was no need for such formalities. It was clear that the consistent, hearty meals provided by our hero had breathed new life into these men. The prince reminded the group that his door was always open for suggestions or complaints, promising to keep their bellies full. But then, an unexpected voice broke the silence. The previously timid boys spoke up, worried that their small numbers and basic training wouldn't be enough to repel a demonic horde. Anxious whispers rippled through the ranks. The same fear gripped them all, as they wondered if the prince planned to hide behind expensive mercenaries instead. But our hero simply raised a hand, instantly silencing the crowd. Wearing a confident smirk, he asked the brave soldier for his name. The soldier, Vainer, answered with a shaky voice. The hero commended Vainer for his keen observation. He conceded that trying to hold a massive wall with only a handful of traditional infantry was indeed a losing game. However, he explained that demons were essentially just mutated beasts, strong, but lacking human intellect, a fact Iron Axe had personally witnessed. Iron Axe nodded, confirming the beasts were predictable, though he warned that the hybrid monsters were a much more lethal threat. The prince revealed his plan to use tactical barricades, pit traps, and earthen mounds to funnel the mindless creatures into kill zones. He was sure these simple traps would do the trick. Iron Axe remained concerned about the proximity of the combat, noting that traditional bows and spears lose their edge in a chaotic melee. The hero smirked, fully agreeing because he knew that old-world weaponry was becoming obsolete. That was precisely why he had developed new tools of war more reliable than a whole battalion of knights. The men were buzzing with curiosity to see these wonders. The group relocated to the designated testing grounds. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending shockwaves through the air. The hero beamed with pride at the success of his gunpowder, while the others turned pale with shock. Iron Axe even muttered about divine lightning striking the earth. The blast left a massive crater in the dirt and completely vaporized the target dummies. The prince urged everyone to step closer to examine the carnage for data. He was thrilled that such raw power could be summoned by simply mixing ingredients in the perfect ratio. Once the smoke from the devastating blast had cleared, the hunter suggested that with such a god machine, the monsters wouldn't stand a chance. But the prince cautioned that their gunpowder supply was still limited. Even so, he was pumped because they could rely on guns and crossbows, saving the explosives for their ultimate trump card. In the following scene, Nightingale describes her world as a surreal, monochromatic void where boundaries cease to exist. She navigates through hidden dimensions beyond physical limits by shifting her perspective, where up and down, dot and left and right are mere suggestions that collide and overlap. Traveling along these shifting planes gives her a godlike vantage point, letting her bypass any obstacle. In this gray world, she sees flickers of true color. Specifically, she sees witches as beacons of pure energy, feeling the magic pulse and swirl within their veins. In this realm, only magic has a soul, and Anna's power blazes with a brilliant, vivid intensity. Suddenly, Anna's voice pulls her back to reality. Anna asks with a smile what Nightingale is doing lurking around the corner. Nightingale smoothly pivots, revealing she brought delicious fish cakes. Anna's eyes sparkle at the treat, but Nightingale stops her, insisting on washing her hands. Instead of water, Anna simply uses her clean flame to incinerate the dirt. The efficiency and control of the display left Nightingale utterly stunned. In that moment, Nightingale realized Anna was a rare prodigy with power unlike anything she had ever encountered. The thought brought her both awe and a deep, lingering sadness, knowing that such power often carries a heavy price. With the winter of demons looming, she feared Anna would face an agonizing transition into adulthood. She gently urged Anna to come to the association for help. She promised the sisters would welcome someone of her strength with open arms. But Nightingale's tone turned somber as she whispered a dark confession. She wasn't sure she would even make it through the winter herself. Anna then asked about Nightingale's life before the association. Nightingale spoke of a sprawling eastern city near the capital. Then Anna asked if she had been happy there. Nightingale's mind flashed back to the bitter past, haunted by memories of cold iron chains and the suffocating weight of a magic dampening collar. Rather than providing a direct answer, Nightingale turns the question back on Anna, asking why she's so curious about her history. Anna opens her heart, recounting her bleak past in the border town slums. Her own father traded her to the church for a mere 25 gold coins. It was our protagonist who shattered those shackles and set her free. Now, Anna is genuinely overjoyed to call this place home. Nightingale softly reminds her that stepping outside the castle walls is a death sentence, as the rest of the world harbors nothing but hatred for witches. Yet Anna remains a beacon of hope, firmly believing the prince is destined to rewrite the rules of their world. Their quiet moment is suddenly shattered when Nana bursts into the room, the door slamming against the wall. The young girl is dissolved in tears as she lunges forward to bury herself in Anna's embrace. She wails through her sobs that a terrible fate is about to befall her. Meanwhile, our hero is dead to the world, lost in a deep slumber and dreaming of legendary exploits. That is until Nightingale roughly shakes him awake, showing no regard for his royal beauty sleep. She is fuming as she breaks the news to the groggy prince. Nana's father is on his way, and he suspects his daughter of witchcraft. Realizing that Nana's cover has been blown, the prince snaps into high gear immediately. He hopes for a way to keep Nana under his protection. He wonders if the man will beg for secrecy and safety for his child. But as he steps out to meet him, the reality is a sharp contrast to his hopeful daydreams. Nana's father is a whirlwind of fury, loudly demanding the immediate return of his daughter. Once they are finally seated to talk, the father, his nerves on edge, beckons Nana to his side. The little girl looks at him with trembling eyes, asking if he plans to hand her over to the church for execution. The man puts on a hollow mask of cheer, claiming the church wouldn't want a clumsy girl like her, so she'd best just come home where she belongs. But the prince interjects, cutting through the lies to state plainly that his daughter is indeed a witch. The man stubbornly digs in his heels, refusing to accept the impossible truth. He maintains this denial even as Nana herself softly confesses her new nature. The father's anger flares toward Master Carl, assuming the teacher has filled the child's head with dangerous nonsense. At that moment, the prince gives Anna a subtle nod. She instantly manifests a vibrant flame in the palm of her hand. The old man is left breathless and paralyzed as he witnesses raw magic for the very first time. The prince urges him to remain calm, promising to explain the reality behind the myths. Slowly, the father begins to grasp that his daughter is simply honing a unique gift under royal supervision. The prince, however, winces internally at the realization that the father had likely suspected him of being a creep for inviting young girls to the castle. He pivots to the business at hand, emphasizing that Nana's healing touch is a vital asset for saving lives during the looming winter war. But the terrified father, Mr. Pine, offers a polite but firm refusal, fearing the target his daughter would have on her back if she stayed. Our hero counters that greatness is born from risk, reminding him of the legendary bravery of Nana's grandfather and the Pine lineage's knightly roots. Mr. Pine's chest swells with pride as he recalls his father slaying a monstrous demon and mounting its massive horn as a trophy, but the prince points out that the House of Pine has since fallen into obscurity. The once noble family has been reduced to common laborers, a bitter truth the father is forced to concede. The prince takes note of the thick calluses on the man's palms, a sign that the warrior's spirit still lives within him through daily sword practice. He makes a strategic offer: join the border defense force, and in exchange, he will grant him enough land to restore the Pine family to true nobility. Even with such a prize dangling before him, Mr. Pine hesitates, thinking it safer to hide Nana in Longsong's stronghold than to stay on the front lines. The prince warns him that the stronghold is a viper's nest where the church has eyes in every corner. Once discovered there, she would be beyond even a prince's reach. He pledges to keep a getaway boat ready for an instant retreat if the town falls, ensuring both girls' safety. Finally, the old man chooses to place his daughter's life and his own faith in the prince's hands. He bows his head in a gesture of profound respect and takes a solemn oath to fight with unwavering loyalty for the hero's grand vision. A wave of relief washes over the room, replaced by warm smiles. Anna, however, wears a charming pout, clearly annoyed that the prince even entertained the idea of her leaving. She makes it crystal clear that her place is by his side, and she isn't budging. The following day, the senior advisor arrives looking like he's aged a decade, worried sick that the treasury has been emptied for weapons and drills. He warns that at this rate of spending, the entire town will be facing a famine within months. The prince rubs his temples in exhaustion and authorizes the use of his personal royal inheritance to keep the wheels turning. The advisor accepts the funds, but grumbles that burning through savings is a temporary bandage, not a cure. The hero simply shrugs, stating that if their walls fail, the town is lost anyway. He then sends the old man off to execute the new budget. As the senior official departs, the young man feels a wave of despair after parting with his final silver coin, knowing that if the perimeter falls, his journey effectively ends. His spirits lift momentarily when Nightingale materializes once more. The woman immediately calls his bluff, noting that he was being dishonest with the old man regarding his plans to abandon the settlement. The prince confesses instantly, explaining that he merely wanted to prevent a total meltdown among an already terrified citizenry. Nightingale suggests he spend quality time with Anna instead of drowning in state affairs. She admits she is haunted by the fear that Anna's days are numbered. But the boy remains firm, insisting she will survive because she gave her word to conquer the demonic transition at any cost. Nightingale is puzzled, wondering how he can place such unwavering faith in a witch supposedly tainted by darkness. The boy simply gives a nonchalant shrug and reaffirms his belief in her, pointedly adding that his trust extends to Nightingale as well. The woman studies the hero's steady, unreadable gaze and realizes his words are genuine. He casually remarks that he finds no pleasure in lying unless there is a vital strategic reason for it. Suddenly, a frantic commotion erupts outside the chamber. Nightingale steals a quick look through the window panes. Her face clouds with worry as she sees the first snowflakes drifting down. The dreaded winter has finally made its debut. The boy decides to head out to assess squad leader Iron Axe and the progress of the new militia. At that moment, down on the target range, Iron Axe is putting the prototype firearms to the test. He is consistently piercing the center of the targets with remarkable precision. The prince arrives on the scene and inquires about the status of the drills. Iron Axe's face beams with childlike wonder as he eagerly reports that he has fully grasped every technique he was shown. The prince isn't shocked. He knows that as a born warrior, Iron Axe can master any instrument of death placed in his hands. The hunter marvels at this sacred iron tube, praising its devastating and terrifying impact. He grinds his teeth, muttering that if he had possessed such a weapon against the hybrid beasts of his past, they wouldn't have stood a ghost of a chance. Iron Axe drops to one knee, deeply moved that the prince would entrust a simple hunter with such world-shaking power, and he vows to never betray that confidence. The prince then turns to Chief Knight Carter to gauge the defensive readiness. The knight adopts a grim expression, emphasizing that 2 firearms are simply not enough for a full-scale siege. The hero nods, promising that 2 additional units are currently being forged and will be ready for action shortly. He admits they've had to accelerate the production of black powder now that the demonic season is officially upon them. I'm starting to get the feeling that this story is evolving into a high-stakes, animated version of a royal power struggle. Regardless, as he scales the battlements of the city wall, the garrison immediately salutes the prince, seeing them show such reverence. Makes our hero feel a bit self-conscious. He makes a mental note to teach them more modern military protocols. The hunter observes that the demon activity is usually sparse right after the initial snowfall. However, he warns the prince that they must maintain a state of high alert. Suddenly, a movement in the distance catches their collective gaze. There, emerging from the white haze, a demon lurks in the far field. The recruits begin to fidget with anxiety, and one nervously asks if it's time to sound the alarm bells. The prince leaves the decision to the soldier's own judgment. Relying on the training and discipline they have spent weeks honing. Ultimately, the soldier keeps his cool, deciding against the alarm and slowly lowering his bow. The prince is relieved to see that his investment in their discipline is finally bearing fruit. He knows that reacting to a single demon requires a measured hand rather than a panicked, impulsive outburst. The creature begins a steady, predatory prowl toward the fortifications. The tension builds as the beast suddenly accelerates its pace. The prince squints, trying to identify the looming threat. He wonders if it's some kind of twisted, mutated fox. The hunter confirms his suspicion. Noting the animal was likely only recently transformed, meaning its threat level is still manageable. The wolf-like creature tenses its muscles, preparing to vault over the stone barrier. The hunter instantly readies his weapon to intercept the strike. Chief Knight Carter lunges forward, positioning himself as a human shield for the prince. Just as the corrupted beast launches itself into a deadly, mid-air leap toward them, the hunter released a feathered shaft that whistled through the winter air. It struck home instantly, dropping the predator in its tracks. The prince bent over the ramparts to get a closer look. He watched as the life faded from the creature sprawled on the frozen earth. The knight let out a heavy breath, thankful they had neutralized the threat before it got ugly. Meanwhile, the prince stared at the oozing, obsidian-colored blood, puzzled by its unnatural hue. He found it strange that witches could resist this corruption while common beasts fell victim to it. Intrigued, The young man asked if a bite from such a monster could turn a human into a mindless husk. The hunter shook his head, insisting that living corpses were nothing more than tall tales. He exhaled in relief, grateful he wouldn't be starring in a zombie horror film, then curiously asked if the creature's meat was on the menu. The knight nearly choked on his surprise, frantically asking why on earth the prince would consider tasting cursed flesh. The hunter chimed in with a warning, recalling how he once tossed a scrap of demon meat to his dogs, only for them to drop dead on the spot. The boy gave a disappointed sigh, lamenting the loss of what could have been a massive supply of protein. Both the knight and the hunter stood there, stunned that their ruler was actually serious about eating the thing. But he quickly reminded them that their granaries were thinning, and being able to eat what they hunted would be a game-changer for the town's survival. Suddenly, a frantic soldier burst onto the scene. He shouted that someone had been hurt. Surprisingly, it wasn't a sentry from the wall, but a laborer from the northern digging site. The scene shifts to Nana, sitting in solitary reflection as the shadows of evening stretch long. Suddenly, a voice drifted through the quiet, asking the young girl if she was feeling lonely. The little girl nearly jumped out of her skin, and the woman quickly offered a soft apology for the fright. Nightingale mentioned that Anna was still buried in her work and wouldn't be back for a while. Nana asked if she was still shaping those mountains of clay, and Nightingale gave a knowing nod. Nightingale made herself at home in a chair and helped herself to Anna's tea, ignoring the lack of a formal invitation. It was clear that Nana was feeling a bit overwhelmed by her new responsibilities. The prince had officially appointed her as the chief healer for the injured garrison. It wasn't that she lacked the will to help, but the sight of broken and bloodied soldiers left a heavy mark on her young mind. She was desperate to conquer her tremors so she could use her gift effectively, wishing she possessed even a fraction of Anna's steely resolve. Suddenly, Nightingale's ears perked up at the sound of approaching footsteps. A soldier scrambled into the room, his face pale with urgency. He begged Nana to come at once, reporting a critically injured patient who was fading fast. Inside the infirmary, the air was filled with the agonizing screams of a man in torment. He clutched at the prince, pleading for a swift end to his unbearable suffering. Seeing the man's charred skin made the prince's heart sink, fearing a catastrophic boiler explosion had occurred at the northern mine. Nana stood by the bedside. Her hands shook as she looked down at the blackened, scorched flesh of the miner. Her father stepped forward, placing a steadying hand on her head to give her courage. Nana took a jagged breath, pushing her fear into a corner and stealing her gaze. She looked up and firmly announced that she was ready to begin. As the privacy curtain was pulled shut, she closed her eyes and focused inward. She reached for the warm hum of magic deep within her soul, and began the delicate process of mending the man's shattered body. Before long, the man sat up, his skin as smooth and healthy as if he'd never been touched by fire. Her father stood back, radiating pride and awe as he witnessed his daughter's miracle firsthand for the very first time. The guard, Brian, chimed in happily, noting that he only had his life because Nana had pulled him back from the grave once before. The prince tensed up, hissing at Brian to keep his voice down. He reminded him that Nana had treated him in secret, and he wasn't keen on explaining that to her overprotective father. Now that the miner was conscious and his pain had vanished, he stared at his own hands in disbelief, convinced he was dreaming. Prince Roland smiled, assuring him that he was very much in the land of the living. He then proudly declared that Nana, a witch of the realm, was the one who had snatched him from death's door. Later that night, as the prince retreated to his private study, Nightingale was waiting for him, questioning why he chose to reveal Nana's true nature so abruptly. The memory flashes back to the infirmary, where the miner's face was a mask of terror upon hearing the word witch. He began to spiral into a panic, shouting that witches were harbingers of the devil, but Nana's father quickly lost his patience with the man's insults. He set the man straight, asserting that his daughter had absolutely no connection to demonic forces. He reminded him that she was his savior. Suddenly, the miner scrambled up and threw himself at the little girl's feet. He offered a heartfelt apology for his cruel words, weeping as he thanked her for snatching him from death's grip. Back in the moment, the prince realized this was the golden opportunity to reveal her status as a witch, seeing as the situation had played out so perfectly in their favor. Besides, if he intended to rely on her supernatural gifts to repel the demons in the coming months, keeping her true nature a secret was no longer a viable strategy. He also pointed out that since the church's agents had retreated to Longsong's stronghold, there was no one left to harass his girls. Nightingale then asked if he had orchestrated this entire sequence from the beginning. The boy admitted it, noting the heavy snow had cut off the path to the fortress, and he held the docks. The church was blind to border town's affairs and powerless to strike at the witches. This bought him 3 precious months to dismantle the public myth that witches were the heralds of darkness. He observed that in the eyes of the soldiers she mended, Nana was now a guardian angel rather than a monster. They would keep using her gift to heal, lifting the spirits of the entire town. He believed that once the fog of prejudice was cleared from the commoners' hearts, everyone would find peace. Nightingale struggled to grasp his ultimate goal, asking why he risked so much for her kind. He reminded her once more that his town knows no bias. He insisted that those cast out by the world deserve a home and a life on this land, just like anyone else. The woman's eyes widened at his ambitious vision, and she realized it was time for total transparency. She confessed she hadn't been entirely truthful with him, leaving the prince stunned. She explained that her sisters had spent years as exhausted wanderers, their hope flickering out. All they craved was a sanctuary to call their own, even if it was just a single fortress. At first, the boy was puzzled by her sudden vulnerability. But then the realization hit him like a lightning bolt. She was actually prepared to lead the entire coven to border town. She quickly grounded him, warning that housing the witches within the castle would mean an inevitable war with the church. Chang Tre Tran and Ko Rang Tong Jiao Hoi Orat Xe, Na Yi Xie Kai Ho Fat Hien Dam Fu Tui Roi Koi Ti Tran Bien Tui, Ho Kung Chang Dai Gi Han Quan Toi Tan Grey Castle Chi Vmot Minon. His plan was to build enough power to challenge the church's influence and forge a world where magic and humanity thrived side by side. He dreamed of spreading this revolution to the capital and eventually the entire kingdom. The scene shifts to the heart of the Grey Castle capital. There, a troop of armored cavalry clattered through the cobblestone streets. Suddenly, the captain signaled for the column to halt. The man looked visibly thrilled, his eyes gleaming with the excitement of finally returning to the seat of power. Above the castle, the night sky erupted in a vibrant display of fireworks to welcome the returning prince. It's quite ironic to see them wasting explosive chemicals on a light show when he just struggled to invent gunpowder in the previous chapters. Regardless, the massive iron portcullis creaked open and Prince Zero rode into the city, flanked by his elite retinue. The moment he was inside, he wasted no time on pleasantries. He declared he was there to seize his birthright from his father. 3 shadowy figures emerged from the gloom. They bowed low before their master, reporting that the preliminary stage of their mission was complete. Prince Zero inquired if the king's personal guard had been fully replaced by his own men. The subordinate admitted to a minor complication. Due to unforeseen hurdles, they had only managed to secure the inner sanctum of the king's private chambers. The prince dismissed the concern, stating that as long as his inner circle had access, the rest didn't matter. His man quickly reassured him that their path into the heart of the palace was clear. The elderly advisor noted that Prince Zero's celestial sign, the Sky Star, was drifting away and would vanish in 4 months. He asked if Zero recalled the omen that movement carried. Zero's mind briefly wandered to distant memories of playing with his brothers and sisters. Snapping back to the present, he confirmed he was well aware of what the stars foretold. It signified his readiness to tear up the rules of the succession game his father had devised. Prince Zero was moving to claim the throne of Grey Castle by force. Standing outside the king's door, he caught a sharp, metallic scent. He questioned his subordinate about the heavy smell of blood. The old man explained a maid had noticed the new guards, and they were forced to silence her permanently. He found it grimly poetic, considering the king had lived a solitary life ever since their mother's passing. As he reached for the door handle, the old man remarked that the absence of patrols made their coup much smoother. The prince sneered, declaring he wasn't a thief in the night. He was there as a son to discuss the crown, though he was prepared for a more violent debate if words failed. He tightened his grip on his hilt and pushed the heavy door open. The copper stench of fresh blood became overwhelming. The moment he caught a glimpse of blood through the cracks, he kicked the door open with a thunderous bang. Standing in the center of the room, he was shocked to find his younger sibling waiting for him. King Wimbledon III of Grey Castle lay lifeless, with a blade buried deep in his chest. The murderer was none other than Timothy, the second prince. Upon seeing his older brother, Timothy claimed he took no pleasure in the act, but was left with no alternatives, just as the eldest prince was destined to end up here. In a flash, a squad of guards lunged from the shadows to surround the eldest prince, trapping him instantly. The eldest brother demanded to know how long this betrayal had been in the works. Timothy compared their father's royal decree to a complex game of chess. He confessed that he intended to play fair at first, until the third princess began resorting to underhanded tactics. He labeled Zero a fraud, certain that the eldest prince wouldn't have sprinted across the realm to the capital without a secret tip-off from his court astrologer. It became painfully clear that the trusted old advisor had sold the eldest prince out. The old man defended his integrity, stating he never spoke a lie. The sky shifting from the equinox marks a lost soul, but also serves as a harbinger of catastrophe. Infuriated, the eldest prince snarled at his younger brother. He reminded him that he was always the golden child, showered with every privilege and blessing by the king. Yet he still committed parricide. In response, Timothy let out a cold, heartless laugh. He exposed the eldest prince's double standards, noting that he had also arrived prepared to kill the king if his demands weren't met. The eldest prince shivered, his composure crumbling as his brother stripped away his righteous facade. He asked if Timothy had dangled a carrot just to lure him into this death trap. Timothy simply gave a dismissive shrug. He remarked that he couldn't very well expect to defeat their sister by standing still while his brother lived. He expressed a grim respect for their sister, who had seemingly anticipated this chaos before the decree was even dry. Timothy argued that he had to accelerate the power struggle because his city, Valencia, couldn't compete with Clearwater Port's rapid production of soldiers. He needed the crown's authority to build a massive army to crush his sister. Blinded by rage, the eldest prince charged at his younger brother. But the surrounding guards moved with lethal efficiency to stop him. One soldier delivered a heavy blow to his back, using the shaft of a spear to force him into a humiliating kneel. Timothy darkly whispered that Zero would be the scapegoat for the king's death, branded a regicide destined for the guillotine. The guards pinned the eldest prince to the cold floor. He screamed in protest, questioning Timothy's authority and vowing to shout the truth of Timothy's treachery to the entire world. But Timothy was 3 steps ahead. He produced a sinister concoction known as the silencer. A single dose would strip a man of his voice forever. Timothy planned to play the part of the grieving son after the execution. With his siblings out of the way, the throne would be his by default. He told his brother to save his final curses for their sister as his life ended, while the eldest prince's consciousness flickered back to a final, fading memory. The guards began to drag the broken Zero out of the royal chambers. The treacherous old man immediately knelt, hailing Timothy as the new king and claiming the crown was his by right. Timothy offered the man a mocking round of applause for his loyalty. But then he produced a small, lethal-looking pill. He commanded the man to swallow the poison to ensure he would never have the chance to betray his new master. Timothy then turned to his father's body, his jaw tightening with smoldering resentment as he stared at the man he had once called father. A memory surfaced. Timothy had warned the king that Zero was marching on the capital to seize power. He had asked if the king had a strategy to contain the threat. The king had responded only with a chilling, hollow grin. The sight had left the young prince utterly bewildered. In the next instant, the king had drawn a dagger and, with terrifying resolve, plunged it directly into his own heart. He perished instantly, leaving Timothy to deal with the bloody aftermath. In the middle of this web of deceit, Timothy fumed, trying to identify the hidden hand manipulating the war for the throne. He swore to find the culprit and exact a brutal revenge for messing with the royals. He suspected the mysterious women who visited the king were the key. Meanwhile, back at the border town fortress, life had been surprisingly tranquil. The steam engine prototype at the mine had been successfully overhauled. Work was proceeding without a hitch, and the monsters had kept their distance. The prince was finally relaxing, plotting new ways to stimulate trade and fatten his lean treasury. But his peace was shattered in an instant crack as the darkness brought an omen of war. A massive swarm of demonic predators was gathering at the gates. At this very moment, at the base of the town's fortifications, a frenzied legion of monsters was unleashing a terrifying, high-pitched shriek. Looking down from the battlements, the troops were visibly shaken by the overwhelming tide of enemies. Take Vaynor, for example. He was just an average laborer from the mines, who only enlisted in the militia for the sake of those promised eggs. Suddenly, a beast launched itself, and crashed into the stone fortification with bone-shattering force. The impact sent a violent tremor through the entire structure. Chunks of masonry crumbled as the wall suffered noticeable structural damage. The creature slumped to the earth, but a pack of wolf-like mutants immediately began their frantic climb. Iron Axe, the veteran hunter, barked an order for everyone to level their spears. Just as the feral predators lunged within striking distance. Though his hands were shaking, Vaynor summoned every ounce of his resolve. And thrust his weapon into the monsters as the captain commanded. One of the wolves scrambled toward the top of the ledge. But the captain reacted instantly, drawing his sidearm. And splattered the beast's brains across the ramparts. Once the immediate threat was neutralized, Iron Axe urged the men to maintain their focus on the approaching horde. A sudden, blood-curdling scream erupted as a soldier fell under a surprise attack. The man's midsection had been gored open by a savage claw. The sight of his comrade's internal organs spilling out chilled Vaynor to the very marrow of his bones. The prince and the chief knight arrived just in time. The knight grabbed Vaynor, telling him to breathe and trust his drills. As the soldier finally regained his mental grip, he snapped back to reality, directing the medics to carry the wounded away while ordering the rest to hold the line against the demons below. The prince beamed with pride at Vaynor's display of poise. He was satisfied that the investment in high-quality rations had forged a disciplined civilian force. Suddenly, a new shadow loomed over the battlefield, drawing every eye to the ground. An abomination so grotesque appeared that even the prince felt a wave of icy dread. The hunter's face went pale with alarm. Checking his weapon, he muttered that their streak of luck had officially run dry today. He stood there, reeling with shock. At the sight of this colossal titan, a revolting entity that defied every known law of nature. He never imagined he would duel such a nightmare in person. The archers unleashed a literal storm of arrows upon the gargantuan foe. But the projectiles were as useless as throwing toothpicks at an armored tank. The shafts simply shattered against its mountain-like hide. The men turned to their commander with desperate eyes, wondering what move was left to make. The titan continued its steady march. Each heavy footfall sent shockwaves through the soil. Realizing they were outmatched in raw power, he commanded his elite squad to prime their flintlock rifles. The moment the behemoth entered the kill zone, they unleashed a synchronized volley of lead. Yet it was like trying to halt a charging T-Rex with a child's water pistol. Panic began to spread like wildfire when the men saw that even their newest weapons were ineffective. The prince's voice cut through the chaos, commanding them to stay steady. He ordered Vice Captain Vaynor to take a detachment and fetch the heavy explosives from the armory immediately. After issuing the commands, he tried to coordinate the defensive line to buy them time. But the monstrous titan showed no mercy. And plunged into a terrifying, berserk frenzy. With one massive heave, it demolished the very wall they had spent months building. At that moment, the prince was certain that their end had finally arrived. He hadn't anticipated such supernatural resilience and called for an immediate tactical withdrawal before the slaughter began. As the fortifications gave way in a cloud of dust, Nightingale dove into the fray. And caught him just before he could be crushed by the falling debris. Once they reached a pocket of safety, the boy asked breathlessly why she had put herself in such danger. She explained her arrival was born of pure anxiety, and seeing the carnage, it was clear her intuition was spot on. She inquired about his strategy for toppling the massive abomination. He assured her he still had a trump card to play, just as Vaynor rushed back with a bundle of explosives clutched to his chest. He barked an order for Vaynor to ignite the cord and hurl the charge directly beneath the titan's feet. Meanwhile, poor Vaynor was nearly paralyzed by the sheer terror of this life-or-death gamble. Finally, with trembling hands, he managed to spark the fuse into life. The satchel. He frantically dropped the explosive payload into position. He sprinted away as fast as his legs could carry him while the fuse hissed and crackled behind him. As the spark reached the core, the demolition charge erupted in a thunderous blast that ripped into the monster's soft underbelly, sending a wave of cheers through the ranks. The soldiers erupted in joy as they watched the gargantuan nightmare collapse, stone dead, into the mud. The prince beamed with pride, looking like a student who had just cleared a difficult exam with honors. But their moment of triumph was abruptly snuffed out. A fresh wave of beasts emerged from the tree line, roaring with primal hunger. Even though these were merely standard demonic creatures, their sheer volume was staggering and threatened to overrun them. The infantrymen scrambled to lock their shields and form a defensive line. He stood in the center of the chaos, his mind racing as panic threatened to take hold. A massive, mutated boar suddenly let out a screech and charged at them, lunging with tusks bared directly toward the royal command group. A wounded soldier propped up on the ground. Could hardly believe his eyes as he watched. This young woman fearlessly step into the heat of the fray. But she was no helpless girl. It was Anna, and she was a force of nature, a fact everyone was about to have burned into their memory. Anna stared down the charging beast without a single flicker of hesitation in her eyes. She tapped into her inner furnace and unleashed a searing jet of fire at the monster spore. The intense heat found its mark, incinerating the creature instantly as it screeched in agony. The prince stood with his jaw ajar, utterly mesmerized by the raw power he was witnessing. He felt like a fool for only seeing Anna as a builder or a town planner, neglecting her potential on the front lines. He had tried so hard to keep her tucked away in the infirmary for her own safety, and he had no idea how she'd managed to slip past the guards. That was when Sir Brian, one of the knights, dropped to a knee in apology. He informed the prince that Miss Anna was so terrified for his life that she demanded to be brought to the wall, and no one could restrain her. His original plan was a slow PR campaign using Nana's healing to win hearts before revealing Anna, but the secret was officially out in the most spectacular way possible. The prince snapped out of his daze, ordering Brian to shield Anna at all costs. He turned to Nightingale and gave her the same urgent directive. Meanwhile, Anna stepped into the breach with total confidence, as the local guards rallied around her to form a protective ring. With a look of icy determination, Anna raised her palms, and brilliant plumes of flame erupted from her fingertips. She conjured a towering wall of inferno across the broken ramparts, creating a fiery barrier that no monster dared to cross. The prince was completely captivated by Anna's lethal and breathtaking display of pyrotechnics. However, a few frenzied monsters still managed to leap through the wall of flames. In that split second, the prince's gaze locked onto Anna's. And in that silent exchange, the prince knew exactly what his next move had to be. He reached over and snatched the flintlock from Nightingale's hands. He began picking off the stragglers, putting a lead ball through the skull of every beast that breached the fire. The sight of their prince leading from the front ignited a spark of awe in every soldier present. He hoisted his weapon high, shouting for the men to lower their lances and prepare for a countercharge. His command thundered across the battlefield, calling on them to defend their homes and border town. The men were electrified, driven by a newfound courage to protect their sanctuary. Every man stood ready to strike down the remaining abominations. A few breaths later, the final wolf left standing was silenced by a punishing volley of arrows. And they slumped to the earth, finally out of breath. At last, providing the weary soldiers a moment to savor their hard-won victory. Nightingale was utterly speechless that they had successfully held the territory, but the prince's mind suddenly snapped back to Anna. He felt a surge of panic, realizing he'd been so swept up in commanding the line that he'd nearly forgotten her. He agonized over how he could possibly justify her magical nature to his volunteer army. But as he scanned the crowd frantically for any sign of her, he witnessed something breathtaking. Instead of fear or vitriol, the men were looking at her with profound reverence. The prince struggled to process this sudden shift in the commoner's perspective. While her fiery display had been intimidating, it seemed to have kindled a sense of hope and gratitude in the hearts of his people. When Anna finally approached the prince, she was visibly drained from the immense strain of her magic. Her strength gave out in an instant, and she collapsed directly into his arms. The scene shifts to the bustling Clearwater port, within Princess Garcia's private estate. There, the third princess is formally notified that her father has passed away. The dispatch claims Prince Zero has been charged with regicide and is in custody. It suggests he didn't take his own life, but was effectively silenced by those in power. This revelation left Nightingale's contacts suspicious, sensing a deep conspiracy behind the official story. After a moment of cold calculation, she remarked that while her brother was slow-witted, he wasn't suicidal. She recognized Timothy's attempt to frame Zero to pacify the public, though she knew conquering all of Grig Castle would take more than a single lie. Consequently, she began pivoting her strategy. Her associate still couldn't fathom Timothy's ruthlessness, given he was the king's favorite, but the princess revealed the truth. Timothy is terrified of her. He quakes at the sight of her black banners. She explained that while he's busy framing Zero for their father's death, such a deception has an expiration date. To truly consolidate power over the entire kingdom, he would need a far more intricate and enduring strategy. Deciding she could wait no longer, she ordered her fleet to prepare to sail for the capital at dawn. Her chief knight asked if she intended to challenge Timothy in open conflict. She replied that if Timothy refused to wait 5 years for the natural conclusion of the decree, then she would play by the same rules. The knight looked uneasy, noting that the entire realm would be in a state of mourning for the late king. She asked with a smirk if he expected her to squeeze out a few fake tears for the occasion. The knight quickly retracted his concern and dropped to one knee in submission. Awaiting his next directive, she commanded him to summon the admiral of the Black Fleet immediately. They were to weigh anchor at the earliest possible moment. Back in Border Town, the dust settled after the terrifying monster siege. The attacks ceased entirely, and the wounded were mended by the miracle of healing. The soldiers were back on their feet and at their posts in record time. The chief knight was tasked with using the discarded shells of the hybrid monsters to reinforce the breached wall, fusing them into the defense. There was no doubt in anyone's mind, Anna was the soul of their victory against the Horde. However, several agonizing weeks have slipped by since she lost consciousness, and she remains locked in a deep, unbreakable slumber. Nightingale noted that today was the day she would transition into full womanhood. But she spoke with a heavy heart, certain that Anna would perish in her sleep. She explained that the brutal agony of a witch's adulthood can only be survived through conscious effort. She somberly shared memories of countless sisters she'd lost, hunted like beasts, burned at the stake, or broken by the cruelty of bored nobles. The fortunate ones lived as ghosts on the fringes of society, chasing the holy mountain, a beautiful lie they could never find. But she realized Anna was different. She wasn't just another casualty of the association. She was truly loved in this town, cherished by the prince and treated with the dignity she earned. Nightingale mused that this was the true holy mountain, a life of acceptance. For Anna, that dream was already real. As the prince recalled his journey with Anna, the sheer magnitude of her power, and her unwavering resolve from the moment they met until, she vowed to never leave his side. He squeezed her hand with all his might, refusing to let death take her. Just as the clock struck midnight, Nightingale felt the onset of Anna's adulthood. The magic within her began to churn and surge with violent intensity. A nearby flame suddenly flared with an eerie, sapphire glow, startling him and making him fear a malevolent spirit was at work. There were no immediate changes to Anna, but then the candle's flame began to shudder and fade. A wave of anxiety washed over the room, especially for little Nana. Suddenly, the wick erupted with a fierce, brilliant blue energy. The sight left everyone breathless once again. In that instant, Anna's eyes snapped open. The room fell into a stunned, disbelieving silence. Prince Roland rushed to her side, his voice thick with concern as he asked how she felt. Remarkably, Anna appeared to be in perfect health. She reached out toward the dazed hero, who braced himself for the unknown. Instead of a touch, a mesmerizing blue fire blossomed in the center of her palm. This display of evolution sent another shockwave through the onlookers. Summoning his resolve, Prince Roland tentatively extended a finger toward the ethereal flame. As his skin met the glow, the scene transitioned abruptly to the prince's study. The hero wore a look of utter bewilderment. He had just been told that Nightingale was planning to depart from Border Town. She explained that Anna hadn't merely regained consciousness, she had conquered the demonic bite of her transition. It was a feat that defied all known logic and precedent. She was convinced that Anna's new sapphire flames were now an extension of her own will. Anna could now command the intensity of the heat with surgical precision, shaping it and projecting it up to 5 meters away with a mere thought. Nightingale remained baffled as to how Anna avoided the typical agony, especially given her immense reservoir of magic. The young man speculated that because Anna had depleted her mana at the wall, her magic tank was empty, which likely dulled the pain of the transformation. Witches are essentially conduits of magic. When they suppress it for the public, that power builds up like steam in a pressure cooker until adulthood triggers a violent, painful explosion. Nightingale saw the brilliance in his logic and felt an urgent need to return to her sisters. With winter looming, many would face this transition, and she vowed to lead any survivors back to Roland's sanctuary, trusting him to protect them as he did Anna. However, the prince urged her to stay, suggesting she wait until the demonic threats subsided and the blizzards cleared. Nightingale gave a knowing smirk, remarking that reaching the association a single day earlier could be the difference between life and death. She assured him she could easily evade any monsters and was ready for the trek. When the prince asked about her own upcoming transition, she casually brushed it off, noting that the pain was a familiar old friend. He let out a sigh and told her to keep her wits about her on the long road ahead. Before fading away, Nightingale offered Roland a deep, sincere bow of respect. And, in her signature style, she vanished into thin air. Her abrupt exit left the prince feeling a bit unsettled, as he still hadn't grown accustomed to her ghostly coming and going. Sinking into his chair, he began to ruminate on his theory. If he was right about the magic depletion, it could change the fate of every witch in the world. He glanced at his daunting list of chores, feeling the weight of a kingdom on his shoulders, but before he could even pick up a quill, his advisor burst through the doors, looking frantic. A courier from Longsong's stronghold had just arrived with a priority dispatch. The messenger's face was a mask of sheer dread. The prince felt a pit in his stomach, wondering if the stronghold was falling into chaos. His breath caught as he read the heavy words on the parchment. The king was dead. The red-haired messenger explained breathlessly that he was there on Duke Ryan's behalf. The 5-year trial had been declared over, and Timothy Wimbledon had ascended as the new king of Grey Castle. The messenger delivered a final shock. Timothy intended to reward Prince Roland with a new title and a distant territory. Moments later, the advisor lamented the tragedy of the king's death, supposedly at the hands of the eldest prince, and asked for their next move. The prince noted that the story smelled like a fabrication and decided to stay put while he observed how his 2 sisters reacted. He admitted that the 5th princess was a total wild card to him. But knowing her calculated nature, he preferred to wait and see which way she leaned. He predicted the capital would become a viper's nest during this power shift and insisted their priority must be the safety of their own. With that in mind, he commanded the advisor to have the knight and castle staff write to their kin immediately. The prince was determined to bring everyone's families to border town before the storm of war reached them. The advisor vowed deeply, moved by the prince's genuine concern for the lives of his servants. The prince further instructed his advisor to halt all metal exports, opting to sell only precious gems and minerals to Willowtown. His goal was to hoard the raw iron for his own machinery. Moreover, he planned to draft more commoners into the militia for professional training. He felt a sense of quiet triumph, viewing the messenger's grim news as an accidental blessing. Roland was certain that by holding his ground in Border Town, he would inevitably draw out his enemies. Specifically, he anticipated Duke Ryan of Longsong's stronghold would attempt to seize the western territories under the cover of the new administration once winter faded. This was precisely the opening Roland needed. He prioritized industrialization, yet he was starving for manpower. With only 2,000 souls, major projects were stalling, and conventional growth was too slow. However, capturing Longsong's stronghold would provide a surge of free citizens and vast coffers of gold. Conquest was the most efficient shortcut to wealth and a larger workforce, even if absorbing the stronghold would be a massive headache. For now, he had to wait for Nightingale's return with the witches. This strategic bottleneck was the only reason the prince was so desperate to modernize his army and build more engines. The scene shifts to the northern peaks, where Nightingale descends into the mouth of a hidden cavern. Her path was quickly blocked by thick, living roots that wove themselves into a solid barricade across the tunnel. Nightingale called out her name, and a witch named Leaf immediately recognized her voice. Leaf withdrew the flora and beamed with joy at the sight of her long-lost friend's return. After sharing a warm, brief greeting, Leaf somberly shared that between the two young witches, Erin and Atli, one had tragically succumbed to the agony of her adulthood. Refusing to let grief paralyze them, they pushed deeper into the sanctuary. Nightingale's heart raced as she looked for her close confidant, Wendy. As soon as Wendy heard her name called, she spun around and embraced Nightingale, playfully teasing her by using the name Veronica. Wendy squeezed Nightingale's hand, causing her to blush. Nightingale insisted she was no longer that fragile girl and had retired the name Veronica forever. Wendy replied gently that one shouldn't cast aside the past, as those struggles helped shape who she is today. Regardless of the name, Nightingale was overjoyed to be reunited with her sister-in-arms. They held each other in a long, heartfelt embrace. Wendy then grew serious, asking about Anna's condition and if Nightingale had managed to pull her through the transition. With a triumphant smile, Nightingale revealed that Anna didn't need rescuing. In fact, their discovery was about to rewrite the history of all witches. Within moments, Nightingale was regaling the sisters with tales of the prince, a man who offered them a home in Border Town free from fear and bigotry. Wendy was skeptical of such a fairy tale, but Nightingale staked her very life on the claim. Insisting the prince hadn't just made hollow promises, but had personally protected both Anna and Nana. More importantly, the prince dismissed the church's lies about demonic possession, proving instead that a witch's power is a natural part of her own soul. Nightingale reminded them that her lie detection gift was foolproof. She swore the prince was sincere in his vow to shield them, even if it meant a direct war with the church. She then unrolled the steam engine blueprints, illustrating a future that could rival the legendary Holy Mountain, but as she was describing this new paradise, a blue-haired woman stormed into the room, demanding silence with a piercing glare. Recognizing her as their superior, Nightingale instinctively offered a respectful bow. The teacher hissed at Nightingale, asking if she truly intended to mock the Holy Mountain they had spent decades searching for as a mere fantasy. The scene cuts to the newly crowned king, Timothy. A knight approaches him, presenting a cold, gray stone known as the God's Stone of Retribution. It is touted as the ultimate nullifier of all magical and demonic energies. The knight boasted that the church had verified its effectiveness, claiming it had been the downfall of witches for centuries. Timothy, still seething with rage, blamed the existence of witches for his father's tragic suicide. He commanded the knight to double their efforts, hunting down every last witch hiding within the capital's walls. Back at the hidden cavern, Nightingale regained consciousness only to find her situation had turned dire. Bound tightly to a stone pillar with a magic-suppressing locket around her neck, she struggled to piece together how her homecoming had turned into a kidnapping. The memory flashed back to the blue-haired woman, losing her mind at the thought of a prince protecting witches. The superior screamed about the centuries of blood and fire their kind had endured at the hands of common men. She claimed Nightingale was a pawn of the prince, arguing that the agony of adulthood was a sacred rite of passage, a trial by fire that purified a witch's spirit for the eternal peace of the Holy Mountain. Nightingale was horrified to hear their suffering dismissed as a test. She felt a surge of fury for the sisters who died in pain, only to be branded as failures by their own teacher. The teacher offered Nightingale one final chance to recant her delusions and beg for mercy. She promised a light punishment, but Nightingale stood her ground, declaring she would leave and take any sister who wished for a better life with her. A spectral snake instantly lashed out, coiling around her leg, and before she could blink, the petrifying venom surged through her veins, plunging her into darkness, which led to her current predicament, bound and helpless. As their eyes met in the dim cavern light, Nightingale demanded to know why a leader of the association was using a stone of retribution, a tool of their greatest enemies. The serpent mistress sneered, claiming the stone was merely a leash for disobedient runaways. She reminded Nightingale that Wendy was the one who snatched her from the clutches of the highborn. Instead of settling that score, Nightingale was now trying to pimp them out to those same wretched nobles just to play diplomat. Nightingale shot down the accusation, insisting her only goal was to see the sisters live as they pleased, free from the hollow ache of hunger and the brutal agony of the transition. She stood firm in her conviction that every woman among them deserved the agency to map out her own future. She highlighted the transformation of Border Town, arguing that the technical drawings in her pack were proof of the miracles being forged there. The Snake Woman laughed, admitting she couldn't make heads or tails of the sketches before tossing them into the flames, barking that a pile of cold iron couldn't mimic life and she wasn't some gullible child. She then brandished a white-hot blade, her eyes gleaming with malice. Holding the glowing metal a hair's breadth from Nightingale's throat, she snarled that this was her final warning to beg for mercy for trying to swindle the sisterhood. If Nightingale refused to submit, she vowed to run her through and leave her corpse as a grim reminder to any other potential traitors, even with the shadow of the grave looming over her. Nightingale's resolve didn't flicker. She would rather take the cold steel to her heart than bend her knee to a lie. That was when Wendy stepped into the light, reminding the group of the many sisters already lost and pleading that they couldn't afford another death. The Snake Woman shrieked, demanding to know if Wendy had also been poisoned by Nightingale's fantasies. Wendy shook her head, clarifying that while she had no plans to move to Border Town, she agreed with Nightingale that no one should be forced to stay against their will. Wendy then called out to the crowd, asking if any of them wished to follow Nightingale, but silence was the only reply. Observing the lack of volunteers, Wendy proposed that they simply let Nightingale depart in peace, since she hadn't actually harmed anyone. The rest of the witches murmured in agreement, calling for the teacher to unbind Nightingale and let her go. But the teacher went into a paranoid frenzy, screaming that she couldn't risk a security breach. If Nightingale left, she might lead the church's inquisitors straight to their doorstep. She lunged with the knife, intent on murder, but before the blade could strike, Wendy threw herself into the path to block the blow. With a flick of her wrist, Wendy hurled a heavy coin with pinpoint accuracy at Nightingale. It struck the magic nullifying stone, shattering the restriction instantly. The teacher's face twisted in a mask of pure rage. She unleashed a viper, sending it darting toward Wendy. The serpent's fangs sank deep into Wendy's hand. But the moment her powers returned, Nightingale moved like a shadow. Before the teacher could even process the shift, a blade was buried in her chest, and a scream of agony tore from her throat. The mistress of snakes collapsed in a heap, the life draining out of her before the others could even blink. Seizing the window of chaos, Nightingale and her companions vanished into the darkness of the tunnels. Wendy was fading fast, the dark venom from the snake bite working its way through her system. The poison was racing up her arm, realizing there was only one way to save her friend's life. Nightingale gritted her teeth and unsheathed her hunting knife. With one swift, agonizing stroke, she severed Wendy's hand at the wrist. She carefully stowed the hand away, holding on to the desperate hope that Nana's healing touch could reattach it. They pushed forward for 3 days without rest, but Wendy's massive blood loss made every mile a struggle. Nightingale feared her friend wouldn't survive the 3 days remaining on their journey. However, that grim outlook shifted when a mysterious figure appeared on the horizon, offering a helping hand. At first glance, the newcomer looked like a scruffy young boy, but she was actually a spirited girl. She told Nightingale to keep her cool, radiating a calm confidence. She introduced herself as Lightning, a fresh face who had only recently found her way to the association. Nightingale stayed on guard, eyeing the tomboy suspiciously and asking if she was an assassin sent by Kara. Lightning just gave a casual shrug, noting it was no surprise they hadn't met, given she spent most of her time scouting the skies. She made it clear she was there by choice. Nightingale's speech about living on one's own terms had resonated with her, so she decided to tag along. It was as simple as that. She was buzzing with excitement over the mention of engines and black powder, possessing the soul of a natural-born explorer. Nightingale couldn't help but wonder why a thrill-seeker like her would ever join a stagnant group like the Association. Lightning explained that the hunt for the Holy Mountain sounded like a grand quest, but in reality, the Association was just a dusty library where Kara spent all day buried in old scrolls. Nightingale asked if the girl was a fighter. She nodded proudly, boasting that she possessed the gift of flight. Or, at least, that was the theory she was working with. She struggled to gain any altitude, the sheer weight of her companions pressing down hard on her small frame. Finally, with a grunt of effort, she channeled her power and began to hover shakily above the ground. The tomboy then asked if Nightingale and Wendy shared a long history. Mentioning how Wendy had used the name Veronica back at the camp, Nightingale confirmed their deep bond, sharing that before the sisterhood, she had been a mere puppet for the powerful until Wendy showed her. She shared that she once had a home in Silver City at age 13, but her parents vanished in the chaos of a violent uprising. Nightingale's uncle took her and her brother, Hein, under his wing. That same year, her magic surfaced. Her uncle immediately weaponized the secret, locking her away from Hein and forcing her to train. He threatened to kill her brother unless she became his personal tool for his dark schemes. Thus, she was forged into a professional assassin. She mastered everything from slow poison to lethal ambushes. As the Julin family's coffers grew, her hands were stained deeper with blood, for her powers were the perfect instruments of death. When she finally reunited with Hein, he rejected her with cold disgust, wishing he didn't have a witch for a sister. Shattered and alone, she endured the agony of her adulthood transition, which only served to make her powers more formidable. Iron bars were no longer a match for her. She shattered her cage, executed her uncle, and wandered away without a purpose or a destination. That was when she encountered Wendy, whose kindness felt like a flicker of warmth in her frozen world. Wendy guided her to the Association, introducing her to the other sisters and their mentor. In those days, Kara provided a sense of security and solace to all of them. However, Lightning noted that Kara has now completely lost her grip on reality. The woman simply couldn't fathom the existence of a prince who truly championed the cause of witches. The scene shifts to the moment they finally cross the threshold into Border Town. We find our protagonist and Anna in their familiar little home. The prince is sneezing uncontrollably, joking that someone must be gossiping about him. Suddenly, a frantic sound cuts through the air, causing them both to spin around in surprise. They watched as Nightingale and two strangers came crashing through the doorway, collapsing onto the floor right at their feet in a heap of exhaustion. Anna instinctively dropped into a defensive stance to handle the unannounced visitors. But Nightingale gasped out an urgent plea for the prince to fetch Nana as fast as possible. As Nana began the delicate task of tending to Wendy's gruesome wound, the prince was baffled by what had transpired at the Association to leave Nightingale with only 3 survivors. He wondered if they had been ambushed by demons, feeling immensely grateful that Nana could reattach Wendy's severed limb. Suddenly, Lightning poked her head out of the medical wing. The prince immediately checked to see if she was hurt. Lightning waved off his concern and remarked that the prince really was the compassionate soul Nightingale had described him to be. She confessed she was a skeptic at first, just like the rest of her sisters. Then she teased that since the world is crawling with weirdos, having a prince like him isn't so far-fetched. Being labeled a weirdo made the prince wince. He could only roll his eyes and steer the conversation back to the crisis at hand. The prince quickly realized that the Association hadn't been raided by monsters at all. That was when Lightning began to unravel the true, twisted story of their departure. She clarified there was no outside attack. Wendy had been maimed by their own leader, Kara, and she detailed the harrowing journey they took to reach safety. As night draped the town, Prince Roland retreated to his private quarters. He was jolted awake from his thoughts when he found Nightingale there, relaxing softly on his bed, dressed in her nightwear. Prince Roland turned bright red with embarrassment, his mind racing with awkward possibilities about why Nightingale wanted to be so close to him. Nightingale suddenly sprang up and marched toward him, pinning him against the closed door. He stammered that she was welcome to stay as long as she needed. But instead of a romantic gesture, Nightingale dropped to one knee before him. In a moment of profound gravity, she, Veronica Julin, solemnly pledged her life and loyalty to him. She vowed to execute his commands and stand as his shield in battle against demons or men, until her very last breath. The fact that Nightingale sought him out after being cast out by her own kind didn't shock him. He knew she was placing the entire future of her people on his shoulders. Without a second thought, he took the blade from her hands and officially ordained her as his primary confidant and right hand. The prince asked if Veronica was indeed her birth name, and she gave a quiet nod, saying there was no longer a need for secrets or shadows between them. Later, we see Wendy, who is being presented with a formal employment contract. He invited her to stay and work in Border Town, promising that if she signed, she would receive a fair and honest wage. He then shared his breakthrough theory on how witches could survive adulthood without enduring the traditional torture. This revelation left the newly arrived witches in a state of utter shock and confusion. Stepping out, he admitted it was currently a working hypothesis, explaining that witches act as vessels for magical energy, and as they age, that power builds up until it reaches a breaking point, causing the body to undergo massive trauma. He pointed to Anna as the living proof of his theory's success. He laughed off the idea of demonic possession as superstitious nonsense. Instead, he suggested that by constantly using their magic, they could maintain a healthy internal balance. He pledged that Border Town would be a sanctuary where they could wield their gifts without fear or shame. No one would hunt them, and no one would look down on them. He believed that if his plan worked, they could build the legendary Holy Mountain right here on the border, not as a myth, but as a reality. Wendy embraced the strategy and inquired about where she should begin her duties. He simply instructed her to practice her magic relentlessly until she achieved flawless command over it. While the prince was occupied coordinating the new witches and overseeing their arcane drills, Nana and Anna shared a quiet conversation about the whirlwind of recent events. Nana was visibly awestruck by Wendy's mastery of the wind and lightning's aerial grace, which had been vital in saving Wendy's life. The young girl seemed genuinely thrilled to have more magical sisters joining their ranks. However, Nana pointed out the subtle, affectionate way Nightingale looked at their leader. A nuance that she insisted should definitely not be ignored. Anna seemed puzzled, not quite grasping the romantic implication Nana was hinting at. Little Nana teased her friend, warning her not to be upset later if she didn't move fast enough. If Anna stayed passive, Nightingale might just steal their hero's heart first. Suddenly, a piercing siren wailed through the air, an unmistakable alarm of danger. Reports flooded in that a demonic entity had breached the perimeter. The prince sprinted to the fortifications to regroup with his frontline troops. He squinted into the distance, scanning the horizon for any sign of the threat. Seeing nothing but empty space, the prince wondered if they had been spooked by a false alarm. He turned to the hunter who had sounded the alert, seeking clarification. The hunter urged him to sharpen his gaze, and as he focused, he noticed a grotesque mass of obsidian bone beginning to take shape. As he peered even closer, he was horrified to find a massive hybrid abomination standing directly before him. The hunter revealed with a grim face that this was the very hybrid that had nearly ended his life years ago. Hearing this, the prince pieced the puzzle together. This beast possessed a level of cunning far beyond the mindless monsters that usually charge to their deaths. This survivor had evaded hunters for years by retreating whenever the odds turned against it. As the creature neared the wall, it abruptly halted. The sudden stop left the entire garrison in a state of confused suspense. Without warning, the beast propelled itself high into the air. The prince barked an order for the men to strike it down before it could complete its leap. But the monstrosity was already soaring through the sky, plunging with lethal intent toward the battlements above. He watched in disbelief as it strategically aimed for the wall's structural weak point. This clever maneuver confirmed his darkest fears about its intellect. The demon vaulted over the barrier, landing on the inner side. Scouts reported it was now sprinting toward the residential district. The hero mobilized the 2nd Civilian Division to follow him, leaving the reserves to guard the temporary barricades. He raced toward the town with his squad, cursing himself for underestimating the sheer craftiness of these predators. When they finally closed in on the monster's last known location, they were met with the sickening news that a townsperson had already been devoured alive. The sight of the fresh bloodstain sent a shiver down his spine, but he kept his composure, commanding his men to stay on high alert. The predator emerged from the shadows once more, snatching up another helpless citizen in its claws. Prince Roland shouted a warning to his men as the soldiers looked on in horror. They were paralyzed. They couldn't risk firing their weapons for fear of hitting the innocent victims in the frantic scramble. Furthermore, the soldiers struggled to even get close to the towering, agile beast. Iron Axe commanded the sharpshooters to scale the nearby houses to gain a better vantage point for a clean shot. The troops scrambled onto the rooftops immediately to secure a tactical edge. Despite the chaotic circumstances, the soldiers managed to pepper the top of the monster's swollen skull, though the shots missed the vital centers. The beast snarled with irritation, but before it could launch a counterattack, Iron Axe lunged forward and kaboom! He obliterated the monster's head in an instant, finally taking vengeance for the innocent lives it had snuffed out. Meanwhile, in a region 2 miles north of the capital, Grey Castle, a colossal mutated entity was dragging its massive frame toward the towering city walls. The knights on guard shook with dread as they witnessed the sheer, mountain-like scale of the approaching terror. When the creature finally reached the summit of the structure, it began to salivate with hunger and immediately hoisted its craning its neck at the sight of the huddled humans nearby. Without a second's pause, the beast unhinged its massive jaws, and a literal legion of smaller monsters began marching out from its gut. The soldiers realized they were cornered, and every escape route was blocked. Desperate, they scrambled in the opposite direction while a winged predator swooped down to stalk their every move. Finally, upon reaching the inner city's northern rampart, they stood breathless, waiting for the heavy gates to budge. The girl reported the grim reality. The entire outer district had been reduced to rubble by the shifting tide of monsters. Their mission was to safeguard the church, but with their numbers dwindling and the beasts snapping at their heels, it was clear that the upcoming clash would be a brutal uphill battle. Suddenly, the girl produced a vial of crimson pills, commanding the troops to swallow them if they hoped to crush the enemy. Driven by desperation, the soldiers obeyed her order without a single question. The moment the medicine went down, a terrifying surge of raw energy ignited within their veins. This unnatural power allowed the once feeble soldiers to charge back against the monsters before they could be butchered. The heavy portcullis finally ground upward. A towering figure stepped out with absolute confidence. He identified himself as a member of the Army of Judgment and barked at everyone to get out of his way. These warriors were encased in heavy plate armor from head to toe, radiating the aura of legendary knights. The woman was baffled by the arrival of this Army of Judgment. Having never heard of such a force, she harbored deep doubts that any human could actually stand toe-to-toe with the hybrid abominations. It seemed the moment of truth was at hand. We were about to see if these knights were merely arrogant or truly unstoppable as they collided with the monster horde. A monster shrieked and dove from the heavens. One of the knights on the ground stood his ground, catching the creature's massive, jagged limb with his bare hands. Simultaneously, a second knight dropped into a throwing stance and hurled a spear that tore through the air with supernatural velocity. The projectile hammered home, piercing straight through the monster's skull. The woman watched, utterly awestruck by the knight's impossible speed and sheer physical dominance. This wasn't just human strength, they were matching the raw power of the hybrids themselves. As these grim warriors began systematically dismantling the monsters, the view shifted upward to the high balcony of a cathedral tower. There stood 3 archbishops, looking down upon the carnage. They peered through binoculars, surveying the Army of Judgment as they stood over piles of monster carcasses. The trio appeared satisfied, watching their elite forces easily overwhelm the demonic threat. Archbishop Taefun sighed and shook his head, noting that the most bitter part of this victory was the total slaughter of the reinforcements sent by the 4 great kingdoms. Archbishop Heather let out a sharp laugh, mockingly noting that those kings had sent thousands of men just to serve as a distraction. She was clearly delighted, seeing it as undeniable proof that the defenses of the secular world were a joke compared to the Church's Army of Judgment. A third voice broke in, highlighting the staggering cost. The heavy reliance on the drug was burning through their men, and they were losing a significant portion of the Justice Army, the very heart of the Church's power. Taefun clenched his teeth, insisting they had no choice, because the arrival of these beasts of the wilderness perfectly matched the prophecies. He warned that the clock was ticking, and unless the 6 continents united under one banner, everyone would face total extinction. The arrogant woman laughed once more, suggesting that humans were just as monstrous as the demons anyway, so perhaps a total wipeout wasn't such a tragedy. This sent the old man into a rage. He snapped at her to end her blasphemy and stop defying the will of the heavens. The girl simply brushed him off with a biting remark, pointing out that God never promised humanity a happy ending. She challenged him, asking if he was so sure God preferred humans over the demons. The old man looked ready to explode with irritation. Yet, he remained silent, perhaps because a dark part of him realized her cynical logic wasn't entirely wrong. Even Archbishop Ben found himself silently agreeing with her grim perspective. But he held on to one certainty. In the eyes of the heavens, favor only belongs to the victors. Back in Border Town, the community gathered to lay a fallen comrade to rest. The prince commanded everyone's attention, announcing they were there to honor Mr. Aggie from the 2nd Civilian Division. The prince delivered a moving eulogy, detailing the man's bravery and how he gave everything to ensure the town's safety. He led the crowd in a final, respectful salute. As the first shovelfuls of earth began to cover the casket, Chief Knight Carter watched, deeply touched by the prince's genuine compassion. He remarked that he had never seen a highborn noble show such sincere deference to a commoner whose name would usually be forgotten. The prince insisted that a dignified farewell was the absolute least they could do for their defenders. He noted that Border Town had historically never honored those who fell to the monsters with a proper ceremony. He believed these men deserved far more than being tossed into a shallow, unmarked hole. Furthermore, the prince felt that these public tributes fostered a sense of community and greatly improved troop morale. He explained that when soldiers truly understand what, and who, they are protecting, it ignites a fire in their hearts that transforms an army. He intended to use this shared resolve to fuel the spirit of everyone and get Border Town back on its feet. The widow of the fallen soldier emerged, clutching their 2 children close. The youngest of the pair was barely more than a toddler. Soldiers standing nearby fretted over how she would survive, but a stout, bald veteran chimed in to explain that the crown would provide her husband's full wage, a pension, and all the essentials for a stable life. While they were quietly conversing, Vice Captain Vayner's instincts flared, sensing a pair of eyes watching from the shadows. The bald soldier asked if he was okay. Vayner mentioned he felt a lingering presence, but brushed it off as a trick of his mind. Returning to the workshop, you find Anna focused on her work. You ask for an update on the blunderbuss barrels. She softly notes that the introduction of steam-powered boring drills has relieved the blacksmiths of the most grueling manual labor. Meanwhile, Lightning was perched on the wall as per her habit, buzzing with excitement. She had flooded the poor smiths with such a barrage of questions they were left dazed. The prince had noted her recent absence. Now the mystery was solved. It appeared you had a fresh blueprint ready for her masterful touch. He presented her with a schematic for a 12-pounder field gun, essentially a massive, iron-wrought toy for our dear Nana. The prince dived into the physics of ballistics and recoil, though the technical jargon flew right over Anna's head. He then directed her toward the .2 specialized pits in the earth to cast the molds for the heavy cannonballs. Anna pivoted to the task, pouring shimmering molten iron into the molds while the prince cautioned her to shield her eyes from the blinding glare. She squeezed her eyes shut immediately, causing a faint blush to creep across his face. He reached out tentatively to dab the perspiration from her brow. The moment was actually quite endearing. Despite the freezing winter air biting at the workshop, the heat of the forge had them both glowing with sweat. The observant knight nearby could tell this wasn't merely a prince performing a simple act of hygiene. The deep crimson of the prince's cheeks told a far more romantic story, and Anna's face was painted with a matching shade of shy red. Nearby, a hidden figure was spiraling into a panic at the sight of the 4th prince openly consorting with witches. He was on the verge of sprinting away to deliver this scandalous report to the capital. Vayner's intuition had been spot on. This man was indeed a mole dispatched by the new King Timothy, and he was utterly floored by what he saw. The most baffling part was how the common folk lived in perfect harmony with these daughters of the devil. Not to mention the other impossible sights, a massive wall rising like a titan from the mud, thunderous iron rods that spit lead at monsters, and a prince who treated witches as equals. He was convinced the town was gripped by a dark hex, feeling as though he were trapped in the middle of a sinister sorcerer's ritual. Had he not been promised a small fortune in gold, he never would have stepped foot in this eerie place. Unfortunately, his career as a spy was about to hit a dead end, as Vayner loomed right behind him. The vice captain called out the trespasser, ordering him to freeze where he stood. Word ripped through the town that a traitor had been fleshed out. The poor infiltrator was paralyzed with dread. As an indignant mob gathered, his last desperate thought was that the 4th prince must surely be wielding the power of the abyss. The scene transitions to the inner sanctum of the castle. The chief steward is nearly at his wit's end over the prince's bizarre demand to purchase 2 vessels, but explicitly refused to hire a single sailor. How does one sail a ship without a crew? The old man was worn thin by these peculiar whims that, somehow, always seemed to result in a victory for the prince. A sharp rap sounded against the door. A guard reported they had snared a rat, a man named Coon, nicknamed Groundhog, a confirmed operative for Prince Timothy. It came to light that the man had been operating under a stolen identity for months, blending in as a simple town resident. They seized a coded letter and a bag of bribes, but he was still undergoing a rigorous interview for deeper secrets. The steward ordered his men to wring every secret from the man's throat before sending him to the gallows. The old man didn't even blink. This was the 4th infiltrator they had neutralized in a week. He marveled at how their sharp-witted prince Dot had foreseen this influx of spies, instructing the steward to circulate a specific rumor. That an arsonist was targeting the food stores. He had turned the entire populace into a volunteer watch, offering a bounty that turned every neighbor into a keen-eyed guard. The steward was perpetually floored by such tactical brilliance. To him, the prince was like a force of nature that cared nothing for the church's holy judgment. Far away, in the capital city of Grey Castle, Timothy inquired about the responses to the royal summons he had sent to his siblings. A heavy silence was his only answer. An aide finally spoke up, reporting that the fourth prince replied he would only return once the demonic winter had passed and his subjects were safe. The messenger nervously noted that Roland still addressed Timothy as prince, pointedly ignoring his new title of king. Timothy scoffed, labeling him a dead man walking for his defiance, especially after he had offered him a life of idle luxury. He dismissed Roland as a mere crackpot and pressed his subordinate for any updates regarding the third and fifth princesses. The aide reported that the fifth princess had vanished from the capital alongside her advisor and 2 attendants, leaving no trail for anyone to follow. The prince rubbed his temples in frustration. Despite their rivalry, he never wished for his sister to fall into the hands of common thugs. He then turned his focus to Garcia Wimbledon, that defiant pirate queen of the South. Before the council member could offer an explanation, Timothy commanded that her waters be seized and that she be dragged back to the capital in chains. At that moment, a messenger burst in with news that Garcia had crushed Duke Joseph's forces at the southern frontier and seized total control of Black City. Timothy's face went pale with pure terror. He was even more horrified to learn she had crowned herself Queen of Clearwater with the backing of local lords, effectively severing the southern half of Grey Castle. The scene shifts to the riverbanks south of Border Town, where top-tier officers were laboring to disassemble the newly installed artillery piece. 2 muscular soldiers were gasping for air, grumbling to their commander that the weapon was back-breakingly heavy. The chief knight questioned the point of guarding this beast when it was so immobile that no thief could possibly lug it away. The prince just sighed, explaining that this was no mere object, but a symphony of blood, sweat, and iron. He lamented that others couldn't see its industrial beauty. Lightning was itching to scrub the barrel, so he gave the energetic young explorer the green light. Watching the spirited girl work, the knight asked in confusion why Lightning hadn't signed an official employment contract yet. The prince explained she refused pay, wanting only to witness his new inventions. With just food and clothes as her salary, he couldn't pass up such a fantastic deal. Once Lightning finished her task and confirmed the barrel was clear, she stood by excitedly for the next phase. Before the demonstration, the hero reminded his troops to never forget the vital first step. Always verify that the barrel is completely free of obstructions. Next, they had to pack the propellant and seat the cannonball, stressing that they must ram it home to remove any air pockets. Then, they set the fuse to ignite the upcoming spectacle. With everything in place, the prince ordered everyone to stand back, retreat to a safe distance, and spark the fuse. The cord began to hiss violently, prompting everyone to clap their hands over their ears. A thunderous boom echoed across the landscape. The iron ball tore through the air, colliding with the target dummy and ripping a massive hole straight through its midsection. The hunter stared in awe at this raw destruction, and even Vaynor was speechless, after obliterating the target. The projectile skipped and rolled another 100 meters. It was a resounding success. While a 12-pounder could technically hit targets miles away, this initial trial was a triumph. The knight admired the firepower but remained skeptical about its cumbersome weight. The constant cleaning, loading, and lugging of heavy ammo and powder seemed like a logistical nightmare. The prince nodded, noting that the trouble was worth it if it meant vaporizing demonic hybrids with ease. He planned to utilize the river to bypass the weight issue and had asked his steward to procure sailboats from Willow Town. By using Wendy's wind magic to propel them, they could move troops and heavy guns rapidly, setting up a perfect pincer movement against the Duke of Longsong. However, his maritime dreams were dashed when the steward threw cold water on the plan, citing a lack of funds for such vessels. A single 2-masted merchant ship would cost at least 120 gold royals. That didn't even include the crew, which added another 200 royals. Even if they drained all 315 royals from the treasury, they would buy a boat but be unable to pay the soldiers' wages next month. Back in the study, the hero argued with the stubborn steward that he didn't need sailors, but the old man insisted that Willow Town only sold complete packages, boat and crew together. The prince then suggested sourcing vessels from a different port entirely. The steward shot that down too, noting the distance and the astronomical cost of towing ships all the way to Border Town. Then a daring idea struck the prince. Why not just build their own fleet? He argued they didn't need luxury, just buoyancy, since Wendy would provide the engine. A basic flat-bottomed barge would do, but the steward immediately questioned where they would get the seasoned timber. The hero first thought of lightwood, but quickly realized a standard wooden hull might be too flimsy for heavy artillery. He briefly considered having Anna weld a steel ship, but he had already used up his metal reserves on rifles. Then it hit him. They had a mountain of leftover cement from the city wall construction. He proposed a hybrid design, a wooden base reinforced with steel ribs, with the rest of the hull cast in solid concrete. We don't need to dwell on the technicalities of the construction. Let's just wait for him to polish the blueprints and start the build. In no time at all, we gathered at a makeshift shipyard along the muddy riverbank. The laborers had just finished assembling the primary skeleton of the vessel. Lightning took one look at the massive, blocky hull and teased that it resembled a gargantuan bathtub fit for a king's royal soak. The prince chuckled, gently correcting her that they were constructing a pioneer barge, not a bathroom fixture. Still, Lightning remained dubious. To her untrained eyes, the heavy structure lacked the graceful lines of a proper ship. As they bantered, Wendy smiled, heartened to see Lightning and the prince bonding so well. Nightingale noted that Lightning's social spark was legendary. She'd been a ball of energy since her early days in the association. The mention of their old home cast a shadow over Wendy's face as she fretted for the safety of the sisters left behind. High in the frozen peaks, we find the remaining witches descending through the treacherous terrain. As they trudged through the snow, one of the sisters cried out a frantic warning about a pack of demons closing in. The injured mentor immediately commanded Lady Leaf to set her aside and focus on defending the group. Lady Leaf carefully lowered the wounded teacher to the frosty ground. As the shadowy abominations lunged forward, the witches stood their ground, ready to unleash their inner fire. Meanwhile, the teacher spat curses at Nightingale for their dire straits, vowing to settle the score once she reached the holy mountain and rebuilt her coven. She glared at the memory of Wendy and Lightning, feeling their departure was a stab in the back. Lady Leaf channeled her connection to nature, summoning massive, gnarled roots from the earth to entwine and crush the beasts. Simultaneously, Jeffy, another powerful witch, manipulated the atmosphere, vacuuming every trace of oxygen from the monster's lungs. Watching the girls dismantle the threat brought a grim, satisfied smirk to the teacher's lips. She was convinced that this united sorcery would be enough to topple the church once they claimed their promised sanctuary. The teacher paused to catch her breath, but a sudden, impossible sight ahead left her completely speechless. She whispered in awe, wondering if they had finally stumbled upon the holy mountain of legend. Towering before them were monoliths so colossal and alien that no human hand could have ever forged them. A wide, manic grin spread across the teacher's face, believing her long pilgrimage had finally reached its glorious end. However, the younger witches remained unconvinced. The ancient scrolls described the holy mountain as a lush paradise teeming with life, quite the opposite of this desolate, metallic landscape. While Leaf hesitated, filled with a growing sense of dread, the teacher was becoming obsessed with the towering ruins, fully convinced of their divinity. Leaf found it difficult to voice her skepticism. She remembered the harsh punishment the teacher had dealt Nightingale for showing even a hint of defiance. Feeling trapped by her loyalty and fear, Leaf took a reluctant, heavy step forward into the unknown. She knew that if they turned back now, the teacher's spirit would finally break. As the group pushed further into the wasteland, one of the witches suddenly collapsed, the life snuffed out of her in an instant. Lady Leaf tried to stop to offer a final prayer for her fallen companion, but the teacher barked at her to keep moving, warning that any delay would ensure none of them survived the night. Leaf began to weep, her heart torn between the grief for her sister and the cold, urgent demands of her leader. The teacher hissed that lingering would only serve as an invitation for more demons to swarm them. They continued their grim march through the biting wind. But then another witch gasped as she realized. The colossal structures they were pursuing had vanished into thin air. The teacher stood paralyzed. In truth, her leadership had devolved from guidance into a desperate, cruel tyranny. She plummeted into despair, haunted by tales of a phantom city, a cruel mirage in the sky that dissolved as soon as the light faded. The snake woman realized with horror it was all an illusion, a trick of the light often reported by sailors at sea, but unheard of in these mountains. Suddenly, another witch detected an approach, confirming 3 more demonic entities were closing in fast. But as the figures emerged, it was terrifyingly clear that these were no common monsters. A mysterious silhouette struck one of the witches with a strange projectile, leaving Leaf horrified as her sister was cut down in mid-sentence. A jagged spear had impaled her chest in a heartbeat. Leaf stared toward the source of the attack, her mind reeling in total disbelief. Before them loomed hybrid knights mounted on demonic steeds. Seeing their grotesque, mangled forms, it was no shock they could fell a girl with a single strike. One of the sisters instantly channeled her magic, transforming the solid earth beneath them into a treacherous quagmire. Yet those abominations defied the trap easily, vaulting from their saddles with predatory grace and landing squarely in front of the petrified group. One brute lashed out with its massive limb, hammering a witch with sickening power. Crimson sprayed across the snow, leaving the remaining sisters paralyzed by the gore. The predator then shifted its gaze toward the others, who stood rooted to the spot, shivering in a wave of sudden dread. The beast fixed its cold eyes on a red-haired girl trembling in the pack. Her color drained away as the creature stalked closer. A foul, tentacle-like appendage slithered from its maw, bearing no resemblance to any human tongue. Just before the monster could seize her, a burst of flames struck its hide. The fireball seemed more of an annoyance than a wound. The red-haired girl grabbed her panicking, orange-haired companion and begged her to flee. But the orange-haired witch was so gripped by hysteria that her legs refused to move. Another brave soul stepped forward to resist, drawing a tiny bow that, in truth, looked like a child's plaything. The monster responded by ruthlessly kicking her squarely in the chest. She was launched backward, hitting the earth with a heavy thud. It would be a miracle if she survived such a crushing blow. Even as she watched her friends fall like broken dolls, Leaf continued to weave her root magic, desperately trying to entangle one of the giants, wrapping it in a cocoon of gnarled wood. The serpent mistress commanded her vipers to swarm over the beast. Under their combined weight and constriction, they finally forced the creature to its knees. Leaf screamed for the survivors to run while she strained to keep the monster pinned. Meanwhile, the second monster reached behind its back to draw a heavy spear. As it prepared to hurl the weapon, its feet sank into the sludge. Nonetheless, the beast launched the projectile with terrifying, supernatural speed. It left a vibrant pink trail as it whistled toward its mark, leaving nothing but a wisp of smoke where it hit. Incredibly, Leaf managed to twist away, evading the lethal strike by a hair's breadth. Suddenly, the other abomination discharged a pulse of electricity, shocking everyone within the vicinity. As the girls collapsed, only Leaf and the arrogant serpent mistress remained standing. Leaf couldn't bring herself to accept this nightmare, that their entire world had collapsed in the blink of an eye. The monster loomed over the snake woman. In a flash of movement, the creature extended its colossal hand, snatching her up and hoisting her into the air like a trophy. She desperately unleashed her venomous serpents. One bit deep into the fleshy appendage protruding from the monster's mouth. The moment the fangs sank in, a strange red mist began hissing out. The irritated beast grabbed the snakes with its bare talons and crushed them into pulp. Agonized tears filled the teacher's eyes as she felt her connection to her pets severed. Leaf could only watch the scene play out in pure horror. Suddenly, the monster dropped the woman, clutching its own throat as it began to gasp and wheeze. Quite frankly, that woman earned every bit of this terror after her behavior so far. Regardless, the beast's legs gave way, and it hit the ground with a heavy thud. The crimson vapor drained completely from the pressurized tank on its back. The massive hunter slumped over, its life extinguished. Leaf began to understand the secret to defeating these new nightmares. She glanced at the other monster still howling and thrashing in the swamp. She spotted that same odd appendage and realized it was their fatal weak point. Summoning every ounce of her remaining willpower, she sprinted toward the spot where her fallen sister's weapon lay. She scooped up the discarded crossbow. With eyes burning with fierce resolve, she took aim directly at the breathing tube. She let out a piercing cry as she released the bolt, pouring all her grief and fury into the shot to avenge her fallen sisters. The projectile struck home, and the sudden hiss of escaping red mist signaled her victory. She cast the crossbow aside, her strength spent. Leaf sank to the ground, her spirit crushed by the weight of the tragedy. The fallen abomination continued to bleed that strange crimson vapor into the air. She sat there, a lone survivor amidst the silent, frozen forms of her companions. Hot tears carved paths through the grime on her cheeks. In the heavy silence of the wasteland, only her jagged sobs could be heard. Meanwhile, at the makeshift infirmary in Bordertown, the critical moment of Nana's transition into adulthood had finally arrived. A heavy blanket of concern fell over the room as she lay in bed, her small voice asking if this was the end. The prince and the others beamed with encouraging smiles, assuring her she'd be fine. They explained that her daily healing practice had kept her magic in balance, preventing it from boiling over. Wendy rested a gentle hand on her shoulder, echoing the prince's comfort with a reassuring nod. Nana's father leaned in close, his voice trembling as he told her to grip his hand as tight as she needed if the pain grew sharp. The sisters gathered around to lift her spirits, performing coin tricks and spinning whimsical yarns to keep her mind occupied. The lively, warm energy in the room slowly began to melt Nana's fear. Then Anna stepped forward to the bedside. She whispered softly to Nana, reminding her that she was surrounded by a family that loved her. She pressed a tender kiss to the girl's forehead, acting every bit the protective elder sister. As the clock ticked closer to the midnight hour, the group remained vigilant around her bed, waiting with bated breath for the transformation to take hold. Only Lightning, with her boundless reservoir of spirit, seemed completely unaffected by the long wait. The prince, however, was fighting a losing battle with sleep, his jaw aching from constant yawning. Just watching Lightning's antics was exhausting enough. He whispered to Nightingale, checking for any surges in Nana's aura. Nightingale shook her head, noting the stillness. The prince gave himself a light tap on the cheek to snap back to alertness. He made a mental note to prioritize a clock tower once winter ended. This guessing game with time was becoming a nuisance. Suddenly, the distant crow of a rooster cut through the quiet. The prince swept the heavy curtains aside. The first golden rays of dawn spilled in, momentarily blinding him. Anna stirred from her light doze. Startled by the morning glow, she realized with a surge of joy that the new day had officially begun. Everyone watched in wonder as Nana blinked her eyes open with the sunrise. Lightning let out a triumphant cheer while Nana's father wept with relief. The girl had crossed into adulthood without a single flicker of agony. A moment later, the prince leaned toward Nightingale, seeking confirmation that the transition had actually occurred. Nightingale nodded firmly, explaining that while the shift was quiet, the change in her magical essence was undeniable. She marveled at the hero's insight. By treating magic like a muscle to be exercised, they had turned a death sentence into a peaceful graduation. Wendy remarked that since Roland was the only ruler brave enough to harbor them, they could transform Border Town into a true sanctuary for their kind. She pledged her absolute devotion to the cause, and the prince's eyes lit up with ambition. He admitted he had been dreaming of this, but since an open invitation might spark a crusade, he planned to plant rumors of a witch's haven instead. He knew that once he held the crown, no one would dare question his decrees. Wendy dropped to one knee, her voice steady as she vowed to help him claim the throne. She swore a sacred oath of fealty, declaring that her life and her magic were now his to command. By the following afternoon, the prince's experimental concrete vessel finally pulled into the dock. A pair of soldiers walked along the pier to inspect the strange craft and started scoffing at the bizarre design, noting it broke every traditional rule of shipbuilding they knew. Once they finished their skeptical review, they headed back to the shooting range for artillery drills. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers followed Vice Captain Vaynor in a daze, daydreaming about matching the legendary strength of Iron Axe, until one of them turned serious. He complained that they were just moving through the motions without ever pulling a trigger, wondering when the prince would actually unleash them. Another noted the flintlock teams had been drilling wall defense for weeks on end. Vaynor himself was skeptical, doubting the prince would deploy such heavy, clumsy cannons on the narrow city walls where they would be nearly useless. Then the realization hit him like a lightning bolt. The prince wasn't putting the cannons on the walls, he was mounting them on the ships to create a mobile, floating battery. Over at the western bank of the Redwater River, the artillery squad was sweating under Iron Axe's stern gaze. They were currently preoccupied with the grueling task of calibrating the heavy iron barrels toward a precise coordinate. The chief knight looked on, impressed by the relentless discipline and focus of the new cannon crews. The prince nodded, observing that both teams were fiercely competing for the 5 silver coin bonus. This rivalry clearly fueled their drive to excel. Roland planned to transition his naval operations to the newly christened vessel, Little Town. Once the troops had completed their rigorous land drills, the knight asked with a hint of doubt if the prince truly meant to use that concrete hull they had just cast. The prince confirmed the name, noting the workers had finished the job despite the light dusting of snow. They hadn't just added a protective anti-rust layer, but had also built a secure ammunition bay and a stable deck for Wendy to channel her wind magic. The chief knight finally grasped why the prince had been so relentless in pushing Wendy to perfect her atmospheric control. Then, Roland caught the knight off guard by naming him captain. The poor man nearly tripped, protesting that he hadn't the slightest clue how to command a ship. The prince simply shrugged, assuring him it was a non-issue since the witch would be the one providing the actual power and precision. When the crews finally let out a test shot, the thunderous roar left the prince looking quite pleased with his handiwork. He stood ready to embark on a pioneering voyage aboard his unorthodox craft. As a celebratory glass bottle shattered against the bow, Lightning Officially launched their nautical mission, beaming with pride as the designated navigator of Little Town. Meanwhile, Tiger Pine, the ever-watchful father, took charge of the signal flags, while the knight, clearly out of his element as captain, looked deeply concerned. Lightning gave the knight a reassuring pat, claiming that charting a course was in her blood. She boasted that her father, the legendary Thunderbolt, was a master of the high seas. As she poked around the deck, Lightning was floored by the strange, stony texture of the boat, a material unlike any wood or metal she had ever touched. The chief knight felt a small relief that the weather was cooperating for the prince's grand experiment as Little Town finally tasted the water. Initial progress seemed effortless and steady. With a man named Brian gripping the tiller, Lightning shouted for him to throw the rudder hard to starboard, a command the knight immediately echoed. The spirited girl asked why the knight felt the need to repeat her every word, to which he replied he was simply adhering to the prince's chain of command. Unfortunately, Brian looked completely lost at the controls, prompting Lightning to bury her face in her hands for a second before deciding to take matters into her own hands. She yanked the rudder sharply to the left, nearly tossing the two men behind her off their feet. After her brief stint at the helm, Lightning was impressed that the prince had accounted for nuances that even a seasoned sea traveler like herself might have overlooked in the design. Lightning then called out to Wendy to pick up the pace, as she was the one responsible for the boat's invisible engine. Prior to this, the prince had stayed late many nights coaching Wendy on how to refine her magical output. It was a skill she hadn't truly focused on until she found herself safe within the borders of this town. Her first attempts were so weak they could barely dry strips of jerky, but through constant practice, her power had grown significantly more robust. Wendy drew deep from her inner reservoir of magic. She unleashed a sustained, powerful gust that acted like an invisible hand pushing the boat. The vessel began to cut through the river currents with surprising speed. Both Lightning and the knight were visibly thrilled to feel the massive concrete structure come alive. Tiger Pine grew reflective, marveling at how the prince had made literal stones float. He began to suspect there was no obstacle the young lord couldn't overcome. As the barge continued its smooth, steady glide down the river, the crew praised Brian, joking that he had become a professional mariner in under 30 minutes. Brian gave a modest smile, insisting the success was all thanks to Lightning's guidance. He credited her sharp instructions for making the complex task feel simple. High on her platform, however, Wendy's face grew pale. The constant magical exertion was beginning to take a heavy toll on her stamina. She gritted her teeth, treating the fatigue as a personal test and vowing to keep the pressure up until they hit the far bank. Or at least, that was the plan. Wendy's vision blurred as she slipped toward unconsciousness, prompting Lightning to immediately order an emergency landing, realizing the wind which had pushed herself far past her limit. As the tomboy helped lower Wendy to a safer position, they found her drenched in a cold, clammy sweat, a dangerous sign that she could succumb to hypothermia in the biting wind. The men chided her gently, wishing she had signaled her exhaustion before it became a crisis. To make matters worse, their distraction caused the boat to grind against some submerged rocks, damaging the hull. The captain's training kicked in as he started shouting orders to the crew. "Lady Lightning, fly Lady Wendy back to the fortress immediately. The rest of you, stay put and secure the rigging." As Lightning soared away with Wendy in her arms, the captain stood on his limping vessel, looking utterly defeated. He noted that while the Little Town trial hadn't been a total disaster, it was far from a triumph. They now had to solve the issues of keeping Wendy warm and reinforcing the hull against impacts. Meanwhile, back in the town, a lone carriage rumbled quietly down a desolate, snow-dusted road. The man holding the reins of the carriage was a grizzled veteran with a wooden leg. Inside the cramped vehicle, a cold-hearted priest was harshly disciplining a young girl. It was clear from the muffled sobs that she wasn't the only child trapped in that moving prison. The driver felt a pang of pity for the little one shivering in the back. Yet, he kept his mouth shut, knowing the man inside was their only hope for survival. Without him, they'd likely be frozen corpses on the street. As the man climbed out during a rest stop, the driver tentatively asked if the girls were orphans from the Kingdom of Hope. The priest gave a stiff nod, explaining that the church takes in the nameless when they have no food to eat or clothes to wear. He boasted that the church was now sheltering 10 times more children than in previous years, adding that he was lucky to have a reliable driver for the trek. The driver was just happy for the steady pay, pocketing 20 silver pieces to ferry the orphans across the border. With only one good leg left, sitting on a carriage bench was the only way he could still earn an honest living. He had no inkling that these girls weren't typical orphans at all, but young witches in hiding. That secret alone was the reason the priest was willing to pay such an exorbitant fee for the trip. But the clergyman kept his cards close to his chest, revealing nothing. He simply barked at the driver to keep moving, promising the rest of the coin upon their arrival. When they pulled up at a roadside tavern to rest, the priest approached a woman inside, whispering that he had delivered a fresh batch of obedient children for her to manage. That wretched man paraded the terrified girls around as if they were nothing more than livestock at a market. The driver's stomach turned, watching his employer exploit the innocent just to line his own pockets. He yanked the carriage curtains shut, unable to witness the girls' humiliation for a second longer. The scene shifts to Archbishop Maine, who is once again venturing into the depths of a massive subterranean vault. He gazed up in wonder, confessing that no matter how often he walked these halls, the sheer majesty of the soaring dome never failed to steal his breath away. The archbishop marveled at the architecture, claiming such a divine structure could only be a masterpiece crafted by the hand of God. He reflected that while the Hermes Church on the surface was a beacon of faith for the world, the ironclad, secret depths of the Hermes dungeon were the true, pulsing heart of their power. As he stepped into the high-security research facility, a silent night escorted the high priest even deeper into the bowels of the mountain. Passing through the corridors, we learn that these guards are the church's most devoted hounds, living in tunnels as a reward for their undying loyalty. The rules were absolute. Any slip-up meant being tossed into the very cells they guarded. They passed libraries filled with ancient scrolls and, more ominously, the lightless pits where the church's enemies are left to wither. They pushed through a final, heavy door, entering a block where the air was thick with the desperate pleas of men begging for a glimpse of the sun. Prisoners screamed that they would trade their very souls just to walk out of those stone walls alive. The priest came to a halt before a high-security cell secured by a massive, rusted padlock. He dismissed the knight to the end of the hall, and once he was sure no one was listening, he spoke to the shadow inside, urging the prisoner to keep up his strength and eat. The priest noted that the meals provided were of the highest quality, though he apologized that spirits were strictly forbidden. The man rotting in the darkness was revealed to be none other than King Wimbledon himself. The king rasped, asking if there was any flavor left in the world, grieving that he had been buried alive for 6 months, with no word of his children. The priest hesitated, looking almost pained to speak. Under the king's frantic demands, he finally broke the silence with the grim truth: 0 Wimbledon. The king's firstborn had been executed by Timothy on charges of regicide. Garcia had seized the south, naming herself Queen of Clearwater, while Roland and the youngest daughter were still clinging to life, though they remained insignificant. The old sovereign collapsed at the news of his eldest son's death. Through his tears, he demanded to know why the priest hadn't simply killed him instead of locking him away. King Wimbledon then accused the priest of using a witch's trickery to create a double, all to frame and destroy his heir. He realized the church was swallowing his kingdom whole, but he cried out in agony, asking why they forced his own flesh and blood to butcher each other for a throne. He sobbed that he would have never allowed such poisonous hatred to take root between his children. The priest replied coldly that his children were no longer toddlers, and the choices they made were their own. He reminded the king that Garcia had been a wolf in the Clearwater port for 5 years, and was never going to play nice while her brothers fought for scraps. Moreover, he stated that the church had run out of patience and had to remove the king to ensure a unified front for the coming war. The priest declared that the age of 4 separate kingdoms, Dawn, Woolheart, Everwinter, and Grey Castle, was over. Soon, all 6 continents would be forged into a single empire under the church's holy rule. The broken king could only fall to his knees, his spirit finally shattered by the weight of his family's ruin. Crimson trickled from his lips, yet he gathered his remaining strength to spit out a final curse, vowing to wait for the priest in the depths of hell. The clergyman remained unmoved, brushing off the threat of damnation by claiming their actions were merely essential cogs in the church's grand design. The king gasped his final breath right then and there, perhaps a victim of venom, though the truth remains a mystery. The priest viewed this death as his ultimate passport to supreme authority, steeling himself for the true war against the demons to save mankind. Meanwhile, at the mountain sanctuary of the Witch Cooperation Association, the remaining sisters were deep in mourning for those who had perished, unable to endure the agonizing physical transformation of their adulthood. One girl spoke up, her voice trembling with anxiety about their uncertain future. They had narrowly cheated death, yet the search party that left for the fabled Holy Mountain had been missing for a fortnight. With their food caches dwindling to nothing, a suffocating sense of dread began to take hold. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the pass. It was none other than Lady Leaf, returning at last. She stumbled into the cavern and collapsed from sheer exhaustion, her face hitting the cold stone floor. Rewinding the clock, we find Lady Leaf trudging alone down a desolate, wind-swept path. Her skin was deathly pale, ravaged by the brutal winter chill and the hollow ache of starvation. Without warning, the violent surge of her adulthood transition struck her like a physical blow during her lonely trek. While she was locked in a desperate struggle for her very life, a grotesque, towering silhouette loomed directly behind her. Startled and weak, she spun around and cried out for mercy. Then she jolted awake, realizing the horror was just a fevered dream. As she sat up, Hummingbird informed her that she had been trapped in unconsciousness for 2 full days. The other sisters clustered around her bed, their expressions etched with deep concern. One sister apologized for burdening her with grim news the moment she opened her eyes. However, the elders explained they had reached a consensus. If Kara failed to return, Leaf must take the mantle of leadership to prevent the association from crumbling. With quiet resolve, Lady Leaf announced her plan to seek out Nightingale. The room fell silent in shock. Many were still skeptical of Nightingale's tales about Border Town, doubting if such a paradise for witches truly existed. Lady Leaf calmed their fears, promising to scout Border Town alone while the rest of the sisters moved to a safer, temporary hiding spot. She turned to the purple-haired witch, charging her to lead the group should she fail to return from her mission. Drawing upon her years of loyalty and experience within their sisterhood, she placed her ultimate trust in them, noting that if Nightingale's report proved to be the truth, Border Town would become their living holy mountain, and the old association would finally be a thing of the past. Meanwhile, back at the town's perimeter, our defenders are engaged in a fierce skirmish with several beasts. The moment one of the creatures cleared the defensive wall, Vaynor lunged forward, burying his spear deep into its soft underbelly. But as he strained to hoist the thrashing monster upward, the wooden shaft snapped like a twig, sending the beast tumbling back. It crashed heavily onto the frozen earth. The vice-captain wasted no time, shouting for the flintlock teams to level their weapons. The soldiers responded with practiced precision. They unleashed a volley of lead, cutting down the monsters without a shred of doubt. A young soldier quickly hurried over to hand a fresh spear to the vice-captain. Vaynor was surprised to see young Cielo standing there in the heat of the fray. Cielo simply explained that he would show up wherever he was needed to support the cause. As the threat lay neutralized and still on the ground, the captain remarked that while these scouts weren't a major threat, they couldn't afford a moment of complacency. He marveled at how, since the prince's arrival, they had successfully held the line against these nightmares. In the past, they were entirely dependent on the Longsong stronghold, but now the common folk of Border Town could stand tall thanks to the hero's guidance. He noted with pride that the hero never hid in his castle. He was always on the front lines, standing shoulder to shoulder with his men. Suddenly, a far more dangerous hybrid monster lunged into view. A scout immediately identified the new threat as a fearsome winged lion hybrid. Lightning was eager to take flight and duel the beast, but the hero signaled her to wait for the perfect opening. They executed the strategy. Lightning would serve as the decoy to hook the beast's gaze while maintaining a safe cruising altitude. The predator touched down atop the ramparts, and Lightning, brimming with self-assurance, prepared to dive in. She assured the squad that she would uphold her end of the bargain flawlessly. The prince gave the signal to officially commence the hunt. However, Lightning's bravado faltered for just a heartbeat. She quipped that the hero's supposedly fierce war cry sounded more like a puppy's yelp. After dropping that cheeky comment, Lightning zipped away, leaving the hero blinking in stunned silence. He actually turned to the other girls to ask if his voice really sounded that odd, and they gave him a pitying, reluctant nod. The prince urged the team to stick to the tactics and keep their wits about them, and they responded with determined, confident smiles. The prince scanned the horizon, gratified to see every piece of his tactical puzzle falling into place. Meanwhile, the beast was becoming visibly agitated by our elusive aerialist. The mischievous girl kept pelting it with rocks. She goaded the monster until it let out a frustrated, earth-shaking roar. She danced through the air around it, teasing and inciting its primal rage. It looked as though she were playing a high-stakes game of tag with a mountain-sized tabby. The monster finally snapped, slamming its massive paws into the earth in a fit of pique. Yet, Lightning was still having the time of her life with the chase. As the creature lumbered after her with single-minded focus, Nightingale glided through her shadow realm, realizing Lightning had successfully baited the beast right into the heart of the town square. She whispered to Anna that even within her hidden dimension, the monster's predatory instincts might still sniff them out. She cautioned Anna to move with absolute stealth. Since her pyromancy had a limited 5-meter reach, they had exactly one shot at this kill and zero room for error. In the meantime, Lightning continued her frantic game of cat and mouse with the lion beast, driving it into a blind frenzy by staying just an inch out of its lethal reach. The moment the girls spotted the perfect opening, Anna sprang into action without a moment's hesitation. As the lion lunged into the kill zone, they phased back into reality with startling speed. Anna instantly unleashed the full fury of her cobalt flames, engulfing the beast in a fire so blindingly intense that even Nightingale Dot felt the scorching waves from several paces away. Lightning boasted afterward that those flames were hot enough to liquefy solid steel. To her, roasting a monster to a crisp was a walk in the park. As the monstrosity crumbled into a pile of smoldering ash, the prince felt a surge of pride, noting that Anna had become a self-sufficient force of nature on the battlefield. Suddenly, the remaining horde of monsters began a frantic retreat. The sudden withdrawal left the soldiers scratching their heads in confusion. But then, the prince noticed a change in the atmosphere. He tilted his head back, a look of pure wonder washing over his features. He watched the suffocating gray clouds part as the sun burst through with radiant warmth, signaling that the dreaded demonic winter had finally broken. The news surged through the streets like a tidal wave. The demonic months were over, and the entire town surrendered to the joy of survival. He called for a general assembly of his people. And as he stepped up to address the crowd, the gathered villagers and weary soldiers erupted in a chorus of cheers. They shouted in triumph, celebrating the fact that not a single soul had starved under the prince's protection this year. The prince declared that the dark months were behind them and Border Town had triumphed with minimal loss, thanks to the grit of the civilian militia. He reminded them how the Longsong elites expected them to perish in the cold. But today's victory proved they could stand tall on their own. The roar of the crowd was deafening as they realized they were no longer beholden to the winds of outsiders. With a triumphant grin, the leader decreed a magnificent festival to honor their hard-won endurance. He announced a victory march, promising that every citizen who joined the celebration in the square would be treated to succulent, honey-glazed beef. When the festivities kicked off, the chief knight himself supervised the delivery of massive cuts of meat to the banquet tables. And Iron Axe took it upon himself to light the ceremonial bonfires to start the feast. Before long, the townspeople began their victory jig as the orange flames danced in the center of the camp. The night air grew thick with the mouth-watering scent of sizzling steaks. Iron Axe announced to the crowd that every dancer would be rewarded with a generous portion of meat. He added that the more enthusiasm they showed on the dance floor, the more food they would pile onto their plates. Everyone scrambled to volunteer, convinced that a simple dance was a small price to pay for such a treat. Neighbors urged their friends to join the circle, knowing that sitting out meant missing out on the feast, while the commoners were lost in their boisterous celebration. The chief knight voiced his concerns about giving away the entire remaining meat reserve. He worried the prince might face a shortage before the next supply truck arrived, leaving the young lord feeling a bit conflicted. Nonetheless, he shoved his appetite aside to let his subjects enjoy their well-earned moment of bliss. Thus, the lively evening pressed on with the rhythm of singing and communal joy echoing around the roaring bonfires. For the residents of Border Town, surviving the demonic winter without a single tragedy was a milestone truly worth honoring. Moments like these would surely be etched into their hearts as legendary tales for years to come. Meanwhile, our prince slipped away to the castle to host a more intimate gathering, where the coven of witches had been waiting with bated breath and empty stomachs. The moment the prince crossed the threshold, lightning signaled the official start of their private festivities. Anna used her precision pyromancy to rotate the succulent chickens over the heat, expertly searing them until the skin was perfectly crisp and golden. The delicious aroma was so intense that Nana couldn't help but wipe the drool from her chin. Nightingale showcased her finesse, using her blades to carve the roast into elegant, bite-sized strips. The young tomboy and Nana were absolutely beaming, as an open-air barbecue was the pinnacle of their dreams. He shared in their delight, his heart warming at the sight of such genuine happiness. He felt these girls deserved nothing less than the finest luxuries, believing that those with such rare gifts should be cherished, not neglected. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the young lord felt the soft press of a kiss from lightning right on his cheek. Both Nightingale and Anna froze, completely blindsided by the girl's sudden burst of affection. The prince himself stood there, utterly paralyzed by the unexpected gesture. When questioned, the tomboy playfully explained that it was local tradition for women to kiss the lord during the victory feast. Nightingale bristled with a wave of possessive jealousy, a tension that Wendy picked up on immediately. As the prince and Lightning continued their light-hearted bickering, Anna's gaze drifted downward, looking a bit forlorn as she wished she had the courage to do the same. As the bells tolled for midnight, he felt a slight sway in his step from the evening's many toasts. His foggy mind snapped into focus when he spotted Anna standing alone in the moonlight. She walked right up into his personal space, causing the prince to turn a bright shade of crimson. He awkwardly stammered that Lightning's kiss was just a spontaneous mishap, which Anna accepted with a soft nod. The prince hurried to add that he only viewed Lightning as a younger sister. Anna smiled and agreed once more. Then, swallowing her shyness, Anna confessed that she had been waiting for the crowd to vanish because she lacked Lightning's impulsive bravery. As the space between them vanished, until they were breathing the same air, Anna leaned in and placed a delicate, lingering kiss on his face. While this was happening, Wendy was tucked away in her private quarters. She was deep in research, scratching her head over church records that scrubbed all mention of gods, leaving only a hierarchy of popes. The lack of spiritual context made the historical texts incredibly frustrating to decipher. Just as she was pondering this mystery, Nightingale phased into the room, catching Wendy in the middle of her intense study session. Wendy quickly shut the volume, her face lighting up at the sight of her dearest friend. Wendy mentioned that Lightning had already drifted off to sleep, muttering for her father like a tired toddler. Nightingale chuckled softly and reached out to take the ancient book from Wendy's hands, reminding her that straining her eyes by candlelight would only lead to a splitting headache. Suddenly, Wendy caught Nightingale off guard by asking if Lightning's playful kiss had actually bothered her. Nightingale's face turned scarlet as she tried to brush it off, but Wendy saw right through her, urging her to be honest with herself. Finally, Nightingale gritted her teeth and confessed that seeing the kiss had left a bitter taste in her mouth. Wendy gently reminded her that Roland Wimbledon wasn't just a man, but the fourth prince of the realm, and their destiny was to ensure he claimed the throne as the rightful king of Grey Castle. She felt certain he would be the witch's greatest champion, but noted that a king must eventually marry. Likely a princess or a high-ranking noblewoman to secure his royal bloodline. Wendy softly explained the cold reality. Witches cannot bear children. It was the steep price for their magic. She hoped Nightingale could accept this truth. Meanwhile, outside, as the festivities wound down, the townspeople began the long task of clearing the square. A strange sense of nostalgia for the long winter had already begun to set in. They realized the prince had transformed their darkest months into a time of incredible inventions and triumph. Gossip turned toward the future of the cannon crews now that the demonic threat had retreated. Vayner told the curious crowd they'd have their answers by sunrise. The following morning was heralded by the sharp, clear blast of war horns. The soldiers assembled to hear a major proclamation from their lord. Iron Axe announced that since they had held the line and saved Border Town from the abyss, every member of the civilian militia was being officially promoted to Prince Roland's personal guard. However, he offered an honorable discharge to any man who felt he couldn't handle the new path. A knight piped up, asking if being part of a private army meant they'd all be knighted. Iron Axe set them straight. A private army is a professional, full-time force dedicated solely to the defense of the prince and his lands. This meant grueling year-round training, ironclad discipline, and significantly better pay. When the men still looked hesitant, Iron Axe dangled the real carrot, a clear path for promotion. True merit on the battlefield would lead to higher ranks, better wages, and even their own plots of land. That revelation set the soldiers' hearts racing. The promise of land and legacy was a dream come true. But Iron Axe's voice turned to ice as he warned the 5th Squad that this new life demanded absolute obedience. He made it clear that any cowardice or lawbreaking would be met with hard labor or a trip to the executioner's block. The soldiers of the 5th Squad instantly sobered up under the weight of that grim warning. Iron Axe looked them in the eye, telling anyone with cold feet to walk away now while they still could. Despite the daunting expectations, Vayner stood tall, his loyalty to Prince Roland unshaken by the promise of hardship or danger. Seeing that not a single man moved to quit, Iron Axe roared with the authority of a true commander, welcoming them into the prince's elite guard. He declared that their transformation began today, instantly tightening the leash of discipline. Back within the castle walls, Lightning updated the prince on the progress of his new military initiative. She noted that since the spring thaw was still a ways off and the snow was deep, the soldiers were spending more time belly-crawling through the slush than running during their 4-mile drills. While Lightning peered curiously at the fresh blueprints the prince was sketching, the prince was lost in thought, grappling with the complexities of his grand design. Building a modern military code from scratch, rules, honors, and justice, was a massive undertaking that left his head throbbing. He tried to recall old strategies from his youth, determined to build a fighting force the likes of which this world had never seen. As they pored over the designs, the sleek shape of a bayonet piqued their interest. But before they could discuss its tactical advantages, a sudden knock at the study door cut their conversation short. The witches vanished into the shadows in a heartbeat, and the prince signaled for his visitor to enter. The steward appeared, looking stressed as he reported that a nobleman named Chris was demanding an audience. Chris had fled the town during the winter and had only just returned to survey his property. He was fuming because his lavish home had been razed to make room for the new fortifications. The moment he saw the prince, Chris exploded, demanding to know what right the crown had to tear down his family estate. He complained loudly that he had sunk 150 gold royals into building that grand manor. The prince asked calmly if he was referring to the large house that sat on the western edge of the town. Chris barked a confirmation, his face red with indignation. The prince offered a cold apology, explaining that the mansion was a strategic obstacle that hindered the movement of his troops. However, he assured the disgruntled noble that the treasury would reimburse him fairly for the demolition. The avaricious aristocrat instantly brightened, eagerly inquiring about the size of his payout. Our protagonist dryly stated the figure, 20 gold royals. The covetous man recoiled at the measly sum, but seeing no other choice, he grumbled his acceptance and asked where to collect the coin. The prince then coolly informed him that the funds had already been delivered to the property's rightful, legal guardian. The nobleman's face reddened as he slammed a fist onto the desk, barking that he alone held the deed to that land. Our hero smirked, posing a clever question. If the estate was truly his, why had he not set foot in it once during the entire demonic winter? The noble stammered that he had taken refuge in Longsong's stronghold, unwilling to risk his life in a backwater like border town. The prince seized the opening, asking in a chilling tone if this pampered lord was admitting to deserting his sovereign out of pure cowardice. The chief knight took a heavy step forward, closing the distance. He dropped a heavy hand on the noble's shoulder with a predatory grin, suggesting that admitting a mistake regarding the house would turn this treason into a simple misunderstanding. He whispered a final warning. He could walk away now and keep his head, or stay and be executed for high treason on the spot. Cold sweat began to pour down the noble's face. Finally, he cracked, stammering a confession that he had misremembered and the house was never his to begin with. Our hero leaned back casually, telling him it was quite all right and that he was free to scurry away. Before the disgraced noble could flee back toward Longsong, the prince sent him off with a parting message. If any other lords wished to avoid a traitor's death, they should think long and hard before crawling back to his town. The noble was nearly vibrating with fury, lashing out at a passing tree to vent his rage. He comforted himself with the thought that once the duke reclaimed the territory, the prince would be humiliated, and he would be there to laugh at the ruins of Roland's ambition. As he stomped down the dusty road, his burning resentment momentarily cooled when he caught sight of a woman cloaked from head to toe. Even with her face obscured, her grace was breathtaking. He had never seen such poise, even among the high-born princesses of the capital. Watching her march toward the fortress, he wondered if she was the prince's secret bride. Once she crossed the city threshold, she pulled her hood tighter, weaving through the crowded, lively streets. The sheer level of activity left her dazed and utterly bewildered. It was impossible to believe the demonic months had only just concluded, given how prosperous everyone looked. When she finally stood before the massive castle gates, she questioned if Nightingale's glowing praise of this prince was truth or merely a desperate fantasy. She lingered at the entrance, a flicker of doubt holding her back. Steeling her resolve, she figured she could easily overpower 2 guards if things turned sour. The sentries at the gate snapped to attention, blocking the path of the hooded stranger and warning her that the castle was off-limits to common wanderers. Without a word of protest, Lady Leaf reached up and lowered her hood, revealing her striking features and proudly declaring her identity as a witch. The soldiers stood frozen, exchanging glances of pure confusion rather than hostility. Lady Leaf pushed past her fear, and with a voice full of iron, demanded an audience with Nightingale, Nana, or Anna. The guards looked at one another until one finally turned to run inside and relay the unusual request. Watching him go, Leaf's heart hammered against her ribs. She feared he was fetching manacles, or that Nightingale had spun a web of lies about the safety of Nana and Anna. She stood with her head down, lost in a spiral of dark thoughts. Suddenly, she was swept into a fierce, warm embrace by Nightingale and Wendy. Realizing she was safe among her sisters, Leaf was overwhelmed to see them clutching her so tightly, their faces wet with tears of pure relief. Wendy leaned in, whispering a shaky, heartfelt welcome home into her ear. The wall of Leaf's composure finally broke, and she dissolved into tears of joy. Later that day, our hero was in his study, letting out a massive yawn. Wendy entered quietly, setting a steaming cup of tea before him. As he sipped the brew, he asked after Nightingale's whereabouts. Wendy beamed, revealing that she was busy greeting a newly arrived sister. The prince nearly choked on his tea, while Wendy gushed with excitement that the sisters from the association had finally reached their gates. Stunned, and energized, the hero asked if they hadn't been dead set on finding the mythical holy mountain. Her expression dimmed as she explained that only 7 remained. The rest had been butchered by nightmares during their trek through the peaks. She apologized for the intrusion, noting they arrived while he was resting, and hoped he wasn't cross that she had already brought them inside. Our hero, however, radiated joy. He didn't care about their numbers or their specific powers. He was just thrilled to welcome more sisters to the sanctuary. Wendy shared a note from Lady Leaf explaining that these newcomers weren't exactly frontline fighters, meaning their combat utility might be low. She noted that under the dampening effects of a god's punishment stone, their martial potential was severely restricted. But the prince was unfazed. To him, a witch who can spark electricity means an end to the Dark Ages, and one who can reshape matter eliminates the need for tedious casting or industrial molding. This sparked a vivid daydream for our hero, as he envisioned dragging this medieval world into a new era of technological brilliance fueled by magic. Nightingale suddenly snapped him out of his trance, grounding him with the reminder that the entire group was still waiting for his lead. A short while later, they all sat down to a grand welcoming dinner. Our hero warmly greeted the sisters to Border Town, insisting they indulge in the feast and speak up if they lacked any comforts. Lightning jumped in with her usual spark, enthusiastically vouching for the prince's kindness and reminding them that his doors were always open to those in need. One of the older witches gently chided Lightning for being so informal with royalty, but the prince waved off the concern, stating that he had little use for stiff titles or courtly pretenses. He encouraged everyone to dig in before the savory dishes lost their heat. Meanwhile, the new arrivals watched in fascination as Nana and Anna deftly manipulated 2 slender wooden sticks to eat. The newcomers had never encountered such peculiar utensils before. They simply stared at the chopsticks in silent bewilderment. Regardless, the hunger won out, and everyone began to savor the delicious spread. The atmosphere was one of pure contentment, and once the plates were cleared, our hero retreated to his study to meticulously analyze the reports on each witch's unique gift. Upon closer inspection, the prince realized he hadn't found a direct human battery or a master of industrial shaping just yet. This meant his dreams of an immediate industrial revolution would have to wait. However, he saw plenty of untapped potential to satisfy their immediate goals. The first to catch his eye was Lady Leaf. Her ability to skyrocket crop yields and manipulate flora made her the cornerstone of his new agricultural strategy. Then there was Scroll, a witch with a photographic memory that never sleeps. Since her transition, she could flawlessly transcribe any volume she'd ever glanced at, making her his most vital asset for education. Next was Hummingbird, a charming girl with the power to negate or alter the mass of objects. She was the perfect solution for heavy lifting and logistical engineering. The fourth was Soraya, a merchant's daughter from the capital. She could manifest breathtaking, photorealistic images with her magical brush, acting as a living, breathing camera. The fifth sister hailed from the distant southern fjords and could perfectly mimic any sound, making her a virtuoso of acoustic illusions. Finally, there was Lily, a 16-year-old with the peculiar gift of halting organic decay, which offered a revolutionary way to preserve their winter rations. The hero wondered if her magic could actually eradicate microscopic bacteria. However, after Lady Leaf, the seventh witch, Moon, proved to be the most fascinating. She was a quiet girl, but a literal treasure because she could magnetize iron. Post-adulthood, her power had evolved to magnetize almost any substance. Nightingale mentioned that Moon was once ridiculed as useless and tormented by their former leader, Kara, but to the prince, magnetism was the golden key to generating power, the most fundamental secret of modern engineering. He gave a silent thanks to Faraday. With magnetism and motion, they would finally have light. He sensed it wouldn't be long before another technological marvel shook his lands. He decided against labeling the witches simply as warriors or civilians. Instead, he categorized them into 3 distinct functional branches. The first was self-enhancement, passive traits that remain active even when suppressed by a god's punishment stone. The second was summoning, magic manifested outside the body within a 5-meter range. These were the most vulnerable to the church's dampening stones. The third was strength imbuement, the process of permanently etching magic into an object. Though it was a slow, draining process, the resulting transformation became a permanent physical property that even a god's punishment stone couldn't undo. With his plans laid out, he ended the night, sensing the pace of life was about to accelerate, while Roland slept. The witches huddled together, peppering Nightingale with questions about how to dodge the agony of their coming-of-age awakening. Nightingale pointed to Anna and Nana as living proof. She explained that her magic-sensing mist had detected a profound shift in their physical compositions. By exhausting their magic daily, they strengthened their magical pathways and softened the blow of the backlash, the transition to adulthood. She noted that draining their reserves just before the moment of awakening allowed for a painless transition. Wendy agreed, noting that in the past, they were too busy running from the Inquisition to ever truly master or deplete their powers. Lady Leaf finally connected the dots regarding her own painless awakening. She realized she had survived comfortably because her energy had been spent fighting for her life against the monsters. As the truth dawned on her, Leaf realized with a heavy heart that the holy mountain they had chased for so long was merely a myth. Wendy quickly comforted her, suggesting that the holy mountain was never meant to be a physical peak or a hidden valley. Instead, this town, where they were seen as people rather than monsters, was the true sanctuary they had been seeking. One which wondered aloud if any other covets had discovered the secret to surviving the backlash. Wendy sighed, mentioning she had reached out to sisterhoods in Woolheart and Dawn, but her letters had vanished into the void. Nightingale revealed that Roland was actively planting Holy Mountain rumors across the kingdoms, hoping to lure every hidden witch to the safety of Border Town. Still, one newcomer was skeptical of the prince's true intentions, questioning why a royal would ever lift a finger for them. She worried he might just want them as exotic entertainment, much like the cruel nobles of the capital. Nightingale's eyes flashed with anger at the insult to Roland's character, promising them that time spent in this town would prove him to be a different kind of man entirely. Wendy stood as his guardian, assuring the girls that the prince's word was a bond they could finally trust. She suggested they prepare to review their employment agreements with the prince. Thus, a new day dawned. The entire group assembled in the grand dining hall. Prince Roland established the guidelines, instructing everyone to study the contract clauses before signing. He prompted them to begin refining their powers as outlined in the work plan. Lady Moon spoke up with a tremor of doubt, terrified she might cause another disaster during training, recalling the time she nearly leveled Lady Lily with a flying iron skillet. Roland offered immediate comfort, promising to personally oversee her developmental drills. Following the assembly, he requested a private consultation with Scroll, Leaf, and Soraya. Moments later, in the hero's private study, the intensive debriefing began. He opened the dialogue by inquiring about the massacre where they met those ghastly beings, noting that only 7 sisters survived and their mentor perished in the barren lands. He pressed for details on whether these entities were mere hybrids. A heavy silence fell, especially over Lady Leaf, who had looked the demons in the eye. She shivered visibly before finally whispering that they weren't mere beasts, but true devils spawned from the abyss. She described them as towering figures who commanded the demons and wielded supernatural powers, just like witches. The young lord turned to Lady Soraya, asking if she had witnessed these nightmares firsthand. She nodded, her hands trembling. Our hero slid a blank parchment toward her, encouraging her to illustrate the monster's form. To clarify, while Leaf was the primary survivor of the duel, Soraya had glimpsed the horror as Leaf held the line to allow the others to retreat. Regardless, Lady Soraya summoned her enchanted quill, leaving Roland mesmerized by her artistic precision. She began to sketch with feverish intensity and with a few masterful strokes. A haunting image manifested on the paper. The sight left both our hero and Nightingale chilled to the bone. Soraya collapsed into her chair, drained by the effort. Lady Leaf instantly pointed at the sketch, confirming that these were the very devils that had hunted them. She detailed how one could hurl spears with the speed of a bolt while another manipulated lightning, all backed by monstrous strength. However, Leaf noted their flaw. They couldn't sustain their barrage indefinitely, a gap she used to strike them down. Roland was stunned that Lady Leaf had dueled them alone. She then explained she found a weak point beneath the devil's mask, a vital breathing apparatus. Kara's serpent had latched onto that conduit, rupturing it. The monster died instantly, though the effort cost Kara her life. Using that knowledge, Lady Leaf employed the same strategy to eliminate the second one. She discovered the tubes contained red mist, a lethal gas that, once leaked, caused the creatures to perish. Prince Roland realized this functioned like a life support system, but looking at the drawing, he doubted they were extraterrestrials. Their primitive weapons didn't align with advanced alien life. Leaf then mentioned a sprawling city they saw hovering in the clouds. No matter how they chased it, it remained unreachable. She suspected the floating fortress was a complex mirage. Our hero asked for a rendering of it, theorizing that if it were a mirage, the real devils must be hidden deep in the barren lands, breathing the crimson fog the city emitted. Soraya began her second illustration. Roland pondered the vast, uncharted plains west of the peaks, realizing it wasn't impossible for a hidden civilization to thrive there. He then queried Lady Scroll about the cryptic ancient text Kara had obsessed over during their pilgrimage. The girl explained that Kara kept the book under lock and key, though she had managed a fleeting look at its pages. She described the writing as erratic and chaotic, filled with imagery that defied the imagination. Prince Roland urged Sister Scroll to use her memory to recreate the ancient tome for him. She hesitated, calling it a collection of maddening gibberish that was better left forgotten. Despite her misgivings, she manifested a replica of the book as requested. She snapped it shut immediately, insisting it was meant for his eyes alone. She feared that the dark secrets within might drive others to the same madness that consumed Kara. The prince gave a solemn nod and... Shortly after, we see Nightingale distracted by a snack. While Roland was lost in the pages of Scroll's recreation, he asked Nightingale if she wanted a look, but she simply turned away. She had zero interest in delving into anything that could fracture a person's sanity. Roland countered that simple ink and paper couldn't possibly break a sound mind. Still, he struggled with the text. The grammar was archaic and the dialect nearly dead. He noted there was no mention of a holy mountain, only references to a blood-red moon and a titanic stone portal. Suddenly, his breath hitched as he deciphered a terrifying passage in the margins. The script he translated delivered a grim warning. That common men stood no chance against these devils. Roland turned the page. Reading that even the gods' punishment stones crumbled under the devil's relentless siege. These colossal foes were unstoppable. Through sheer, overwhelming force, they had razed the holy city of Tequila to the ground. The survivors had scattered like dust, fleeing across the world to escape the literal jaws of hell. The author confessed she was fading, her life force eroded by the devil's corruption beyond any medicinal cure. With her final strength, she penned a plea to her friend Natalia for one last favor. She detailed how Alice's God's Punishment Army project was nearing its end, successfully forging warriors capable of standing toe-to-toe with the devils. Yet she feared that even a victory over the devils wouldn't bring peace. Instead, it would only be the prelude to a far greater catastrophe. She implored Natalia to dismantle Alice's elite God's punishment force, convinced that only Natalia possessed the authority and wisdom to stop it. By the time he turned the final page, Roland was sinking into a sea of confusion. He theorized that Kara might have misidentified the devils as witches. Her obsession with witch supremacy had likely fueled her desire to crush the church's military might. Still, he couldn't wrap his head around how Kara planned to bypass the gods' punishment stones, relics that stripped witches of their power, but left the devils completely unfazed. At the very least, this revelation confirmed that the devils were an entirely separate race, distinct from the persecuted witches. Baffled, Roland searched his mind for when the church had ever engaged such foes, or where the city of Tequila lay. He cursed the original Roland for being a lazy hedonist whose empty head held no useful history. He turned to Nightingale, inquiring if she knew the origin of the book that had unraveled Kara's sanity. Nightingale noted that Kara had possessed the tome since the association's inception, but added that Wendy recalled the group starting as a chance meeting of witches in a coastal town called Cyprus. She explained that the founding trio, Kara, Wendy, and Scroll, had stumbled upon ancient subterranean ruins in the eastern wilds. Only Kara had the nerve to venture into the depths, emerging with the mysterious book. Following that find, the association grew until the Inquisition caught their scent. Kara then led a desperate flight to the mountains in search of the Holy Mountain, marking the end of their known history. She asked if he wished to investigate the ruins himself, but Roland declined. The eastern woods were too remote, and he preferred fortifying his borders over chasing ghosts. Instead, a new vision took shape. The birth of a legitimate, structured organization. He vowed it wouldn't be a cult chasing myths like the Holy Mountain, it would be the Witch Union. A dedicated guild to govern their powers with integrity, ensuring no one turned to crime or used magic to skirt the laws of the land. His goal was simple, a life of liberty and genuine joy for every sister. The scene shifts to the fortified heights of Longsong's stronghold, where the high nobility has gathered for a lavish, high-stakes gala. Among the crowd was Berov, the prince's envoy, who was struck by how the event perfectly mimicked the decadence of the royal capital. He recognized the Elk family's massive influence in pulling together such an elite guest list. In the shadows, a blonde nobleman prodded his sister to charm the envoy. However, the girl was paralyzed by her own timidity. Losing patience, the blonde brother stepped forward himself, greeting the envoy with an unearned air of friendship. Berov bristled at the overfamiliar tone, but the newcomer laughed it off, telling the ambassador to relax his stiff posture. He smugly asked if Berov hadn't been sent there as a puppet of Longsong's ruling council. He then began to pry into the border town mines, snidely suggesting the prince was lining his pockets by bleeding the locals dry. Berov deftly sidestepped the bait, but the man pivoted to a story about his failed journey to the holy city, which had been cut short by a blizzard, a stroke of luck, as it turned out. Intrigued, Berov asked for the full story. The blonde noble leaned in, whispering that the new holy city had nearly fallen. Demons had breached the inner sanctum. Had the church's judgment warriors not intervened, the great cathedral would be a ruin. He added that the joint armies of the four kingdoms were decimated at Frost Valley. Countless women were left as widows, now so desperate they could be bought for a mere 2 silver coins. You might recall these brutal church crusaders from earlier chapters. The blonde man was convinced this chaos played perfectly into the church's hands. With the four kingdoms stripped of their best generals in the war against the demons and Hermes, the power balance had shifted. Suddenly, he changed the subject, asking if the envoy had noticed the silk handkerchief tucked into his invitation. Berov irritably asked if this was some juvenile prank. The noble chuckled, joking that if he wanted to insult him, he'd have sent a dirty sock instead. He revealed the handkerchiefs were hand-stitched by his sister, who had officially come of age during the night's festivities. It was obvious the brother was shamelessly trying to marry his sister off to the envoy, despite the massive gap in their years. A sudden, piercing scream cut through the music and chatter. The room went quiet as a disgruntled noble began loudly hurling insults at Prince Roland, calling him every vile name in the book. Berov pushed through the crowd, demanding to know the cause of the uproar. A bystander explained they were venting about the Lord of Border Town, who had reportedly begun seizing noble estates. A noble with tight curls stepped forward to confront the ambassador directly. He explained that he held land in Border Town but summered in the stronghold. He had just learned that Roland had demolished his manor for wall construction without paying a single copper in damages. Worse still, the prince had declared all absentee nobles to be traitors for abandoning their posts during the winter. To return to Border Town now was to invite an immediate execution for treason. The ambassador realized the gravity of the situation instantly. Prince Roland was burning his bridges with Longsong's stronghold, moving to establish his territory as a fully sovereign state. The furious noble continued his tirade, pleading with a man named Maine to petition the Duke of Longsong for a military intervention. Maine stepped into the light, commanding silence and assuring the room that Duke Ryan had already set a plan in motion. He boasted that the Duke had raised a formidable host, and the Elk family was fully committed to the upcoming campaign. The displaced nobles let out a collective sigh of relief, certain that if Duke Ryan led the charge, the prince's rebellion would be crushed. But Berov watched the cheering crowd with a sinking heart, knowing an attack on the prince would only lead to a bloodbath. He guided Berov away from the crowd for a private word. He sternly cautioned the envoy to remember they were plotting against a member of the royal bloodline. The blonde noble dismissed the threat with a wave, sneering that Roland was merely a prince of a mud-soaked hamlet who would surely buckle the moment their blades caught the sun. Despite those boastful assurances, Berov felt a persistent knot of anxiety tightening in his chest. The noble continued to brag that once a massive host marched into Border Town, the lowly peasants and miners would scatter like startled insects, ending the revolt before a single drop of blood was spilled. Yet, Berov's true fear was that Longsong's stronghold was blindly walking into a trap, while Prince Roland was far more prepared than they imagined. He couldn't quite wrap his head around how the prince would use common laborers to repel a nightly charge, but a dark intuition told him that Roland would somehow come out on top. Later, Berov returned to the honeysuckle estate within the stronghold. His father immediately tasked him with auditing trade ledgers and labor pools, explaining they had to mobilize for the Duke's spring campaign. The ambassador was horrified to see the war machine actually grinding to life. His father confirmed that Duke Ryan had ordered a total draft as soon as the winter thaw began. Every one of the 5 founding families was required to pledge knights and infantry to the cause. Berov tentatively asked his father about the size of their specific contribution. The patriarch glanced up, slightly surprised by his son's sudden curiosity regarding military matters. He tallied the forces, a mix of armored knights and conscripted commoners, totaling over 100 combatants. Berov's heart sank. He grabbed his father's arm and begged him to withdraw the family from this doomed expedition. His father demanded a reason, to which Berov could only flatly reply that he feared for his father's life. At this, the balding man erupted into boisterous laughter. He viewed Longsong's stronghold as a mighty elephant poised to crush a tiny ant, feeling no threat whatsoever. He reminded Barav that the prince commanded nothing more than a handful of knights and maybe 50 ragtag guards. But the red-haired envoy wouldn't back down. He pointed out that every critic had mocked Roland's mud wall, predicting its collapse after the first rain, yet it remained an immovable fortress. Skeptics also claimed the town would perish in the frost, but Roland had defied the demonic months and kept his people alive, earning a terrifying level of devotion. The father's face turned a deep shade of purple as he barked at his son to hold his tongue. He gestured fiercely toward the ancestral portraits on the wall, men of iron and stone who never flinched in battle, declaring that as their blood, he would never retreat. The son could only sigh, realizing his father had no idea how dangerously unpredictable Prince Roland had become. He was certain that the honeysuckle legacy was about to be sucked into a violent political whirlpool, one that would likely see them swallowed whole by the prince's ambition. Back within the walls of Border Town, our protagonist, formally honored his pledge by granting Nana's father, Tiger Pine, a title and land, elevating him to Viscount. The estate lies in the untamed jungle south of the river. While currently wild, Roland guaranteed it would be the centerpiece of the town's urban expansion. The Pine family would hold a monopoly on all business ventures within those borders. Surprisingly, the burly man accepted with a grin, relishing the idea of having his own private forest for hunting until the builders arrived. In a separate decree, Roland officially dubbed Brian a knight, promising him additional land grants for every future victory achieved on the battlefield. The prince had finally figured out how to turn his vast, empty wilderness into a powerful political tool. He partitioned the map. The strip between the river and the peaks would serve as a high-tech training ground, while the far bank would host future factories and industrial farms. He also planned to tap into the western woods for its timber, medicinal herbs, and abundant game. At that moment, a soft knock echoed at the door. It was Soraya, answering the prince's urgent summons. The prince greeted her with a warm smile, beckoning her to take a comfortable seat near his desk. He checked in on her recent progress over at the administrative offices of City Hall. It turned out he had commissioned her to draw small, precise portraits of every citizen in town to build a comprehensive civil registry. Every resident was paid 10 copper pieces just for the few minutes it took to sit and have their likeness captured by her magic. Though she found the request peculiar, Soraya had been diligently sketching every face that passed through the doors. However, the prince had a more creative project in mind. When a curious Soraya asked what he was planning, the prince leaned forward with an excited grin, suggesting they design some unique illustrations just for recreation. Soraya was baffled by the shift in tone but agreed to help. She asked if she should let her artistic imagination run wild. Roland described a specific scene, a disciplined soldier bracing a heavy, mechanical crossbow. As Soraya readied her magical quill, Roland provided vivid details, describing the glint of the armor and the gritty atmosphere of the surrounding landscape. It was as if he were using her as a human interface for a sophisticated art generator. She began to draw with focused nerves while the prince watched every stroke like a hawk. When the ink dried, he studied the result, marveling at how lifelike and detailed the character appeared. He then directed her to place a small, decorative symbol at the top center of the parchment card. Soraya followed his lead, meticulously adding each detail as the prince dictated the design. Once the prototype was finished, he told her to prepare a complete deck, promising he would soon teach her the rules of the game. With the deck complete, they spent the remainder of the evening locked in their first practice match. In the end, the prince secured the win. By slamming down his most powerful trump card with a triumphant flourish. Soraya sat there in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the strategic power of the final play. She immediately demanded a rematch to reclaim her honor. But he laughed and declined, noting the candles were burning low and it was time for them both to rest. Soraya felt a twinge of regret but gave a small nod of agreement. As the golden rays of sunrise painted the sky, a soft, melodic tune drifted through the air and sister. Soraya instantly identified the beautiful voice as Echo's. She remarked that it sounded like Echo had mastered the poem Soraya had shared with her once before. The focus shifts back to Anna, whom we haven't seen in quite a while. She appeared completely lost in the tranquility of that sweet melody. Lady Scroll stepped in and mentioned to Anna that Sister Soraya was gathering everyone. Anna admitted she wanted to keep reading and was captivated by Echo's singing. The purple-haired woman. Then shared that even Echo looked up to Anna, considering her the most talented among all the sisters. Curious, Anna asked for the reason. Lady Scroll explained that Echo wasn't a local, but a traveler from the distant southern fjords. She had been dragged to Grey Castle by ruthless traffickers from Clearwater Port, where she was forced to learn how to charm men just to increase her market value. though her life is stable now. The scars of her past remain a dark, silent mystery. She was torn away from her kin and stranded far from the land of her birth. A wave of sympathy washed over Anna as she listened. Lady Scroll noted that for someone like Echo, having a productive power like Anna's would be a dream come true, since her voice wasn't much use for a career. The elder sister gave Anna a gentle pat on the shoulder, telling her not to dwell on the dark times because life here was no longer a struggle for survival. As the very first witch our hero rescued, Anna was given all the credit by Scroll for paving the way for the others' happiness. The purple-haired woman noticed something that made Anna flinch slightly. She pointed out that Anna's hair had grown quite long and asked if anyone was taking care of it. Anna turned pink, confessing that she usually just hacked at it herself. Lady Scroll smiled and promised to give her a proper style, and boasted that during her time with the association, she was the unofficial stylist for all the girls. Moments later, she returned with her cutting kit. She carefully tied back Anna's hair with a soft cloth. As she began to snip, she reminisced about her days working as a professional barber. Anna then asked a timid question. She mentioned that in all the storybooks she read, the prince always ends up marrying a princess to be his queen. She wondered why a prince was restricted to marrying high-born ladies. Scroll explained that was tradition, but Anna pushed back, asking what happened if he simply didn't love them. Sister Scroll replied that personal feelings rarely mattered. A prince must marry for power because he might one day wear the crown, and royal weddings are purely political. Plus, carrying on a pure bloodline was paramount. This news was a heavy blow to Anna, as she clearly harbored secret hopes of a future with Prince Roland. She felt the sting of reality, knowing witches are unable to bear children. Even Scroll could see the heartbreak in her eyes and tried to offer silent comfort. Once the haircut was finished, Anna looked absolutely radiant and charming. Lady Scroll made a mental note to start picking different kinds of stories to tell the girl from now on. She told Anna she was heading back to her quarters and invited her to come over if she hit any confusing parts in her books. But before she could leave, Anna spoke up, arguing that their prince was different from the ones in books because he followed his own heart, no matter the cost. The purple-haired woman asked for her reasoning. Anna pointed out the obvious. If he were just a typical royal, he never would have risked his life to save her from the gallows. Later on, we see the prince holding a parchment covered in the Pythagorean theorem. He was giving Sister Scroll a crash course in algebra. He told her he would prepare a few more complex formulas for her to commit to memory. The prince checked to see if she was following the logic. She gave him a firm, confident nod. Taking a long, steady breath, she activated her power to perfectly record the equation in her mind forever. It was clear our hero was racing to document all his scientific knowledge before his own memory began to blur. Having been an engineer in his past life, he was a master of math and physics, with a solid grasp of various sciences, so he used Scroll as a living archive to store all this vital information. He hoped this database would one day be the foundation for a modern school system. Meanwhile, he was still puzzled by the nature of magic. It was everywhere here, allowing witches to shatter the laws of physics in ways that put electricity and steam to shame. He realized that to truly grasp where magic came from, he'd have to understand the very fabric of the cosmos. He found himself pondering Einstein and the great minds of his old world, wondering if scientists there had ever caught a glimpse of this power. But they never could have proved it, simply because his old world lacked the witches to channel it. Suddenly, Lady Scroll's voice broke his deep train of thought. And so the hours slipped away into the night. Our hero decided to call it a day and wrap up his work. The girl rose from her seat, but before making her exit, she mentioned she had one final question lingering in her mind. The young lord gave her the floor, and she asked why he took the risk of harboring witches, and if the church's looming shadow didn't terrify him. Roland half expected such a query. However, he nearly choked on his tea when she bluntly asked if he would ever consider taking a witch as his bride. While dabbing his face dry, he asked why on earth she would bring up such a peculiar topic. Yet, despite himself, he began to envision what a marriage to a witch might actually entail. Vivid images of Anna's face began to drift through his thoughts. The warmth of those memories brought a smile to his lips, and after a moment of reflection, he cheerfully declared he would absolutely marry a witch. As the darkness of night settled over the lands outside, we find Nightingale adjusting her gear before turning in. She possesses quite a striking figure, a detail hard to miss for any observant viewer. Nearby, Wendy, whose eyes always seem peacefully closed, asked Nightingale what was on her mind and wondered if something wonderful had happened, as it was a rarity to see Nightingale beaming with such a genuine smile. The scene then rewinds to just before Sister Scroll posed that daring question about the hero's romantic interests. It turns out Nightingale had been secretly eavesdropping on their private conversation. Upon hearing the prince's affirmative answer, her heart swelled with a newfound sense of hope. Back in the present, Wendy kept playfully prodding for the source of her joy, even teasingly asking if she had finally won a game of cards. The dawn of a new day arrived, and we find the soldiers deep in grueling, high-intensity drills led by their commander, Iron Axe. He is relentlessly pushing them to their physical limits. Even the chief knight stood back, impressed by the raw vitality radiating from the ranks. He remembered that before the frost, they were just unrefined miners and lazy hunters, but now they had evolved into a disciplined unit. He knew, however, that only the fire of real combat would forge them into true soldiers. Prince Roland arrived at the training grounds and checked in with Sir Carter. The knight reported that the progress was exceptional. But he couldn't help but ask about the mysterious woman accompanying the prince, wondering if she was another witch. The prince confirmed it with pride and told him to assemble the men, as he had an important announcement to make. The knight immediately barked orders for the soldiers to fall into formation. Once the entire company had gathered, our hero stepped forward and greeted his men with a warm, steady voice. Suddenly, Iron Axe lunged forward with the ferocity of a demon seeking a soul. Sir Carter's instincts kicked in, and he immediately shifted into a defensive stance. He sprang forward to shield the prince from any potential harm. But to everyone's amazement, the man dropped to his knees in a profound bow before the witch. He addressed her with deep reverence as his clan chief. The crowd was left in stunned silence at this shocking revelation. The vision suddenly shifts to a memory of a land consumed by dancing flames. We see a brutal young man wielding a massive axe, slaughtering everyone in his path. And there stands the witch, screaming out. In absolute despair as the villain's blade cut down her most devoted protector. The brute then turned to her with a sneer, asking if she was the sole survivor of the Osha bloodline. He demanded a sacred duel, telling her to abandon all hope since her clan was ash and her father and brother had already perished by his hand. He reminded her that, by tribal law, her entire people were now his property and slaves. It appeared her loyal guard, Iron Axe, was still clinging to life when that monster began his taunts. The villain stepped closer and laid a disrespectful hand upon her. Her servant struggled to his feet, growling at the man to stay away. But a sudden, heavy blow from an accomplice struck him from behind. He collapsed instantly, hitting the ground like a heavy sack of grain. The tyrant continued his humiliation, literally stepping over her as he ordered his men to drag her to Clearwater Port, boasting that they had captured a prize of immense value. Meanwhile, her guardian lay in the dirt, his breath shallow and ragged. He slowly let his eyes close as the world went dark, while the raiders began packing their spoils to flee. Returning to the present, Iron Axe confessed that after losing her, he could never bring himself to serve another master. His life's mission became the rescue of Lady Echo. He told of how he had scoured countless slave markets as far as the southern fjords, but every lead had turned into a dead end. He dropped to his knees and made a sacred vow before the three gods, pledging his lifelong loyalty to Prince Roland. He admitted that the sudden sight of her made him lose his composure, and he humbly accepted whatever penalty was necessary. The prince moved closer, urging him to remain calm and rise, hinting that helping him reclaim his clan's honor was a challenge he was willing to accept. Iron Axe's eyes widened with hope as he asked if such a glorious feat were truly possible. The prince gave his word, clarifying that while it wasn't the priority today, it was a debt that would certainly be settled. Overflowing with joy, Iron Axe assured Lady Echo that her return home was now a certainty. She softly replied that her title as chief was in the past, finally realizing why she admired Anna so much. It was the power to shield one's people that she had lacked during the invasion. Meanwhile, our protagonist was deep in thought. The details Iron Axe shared about the Blackwater Spring had piqued his engineering curiosity. Essentially, in the distant south, a dark resin bubbles from the earth and burns relentlessly for days. As he processed the data, his expression lit up with the realization that he had discovered a massive oil reserve, not just a hidden pocket, but a flowing surface spring. Visions of jet engines and high-speed machinery danced in his head, knowing that oil was the literal fuel needed to bring the internal combustion era to life. With a casual confidence, the prince promised that once he took the throne, he would mobilize the kingdom to reclaim the Blackwater lands for the Osha people. Iron Axe was nearly jumping with gratitude, thanking the hero and swearing to follow him to the ends of the earth. The prince's tone then turned stern, reminding Iron Axe that his emotional outburst had still breached the military protocol of the First Army. As a result, he was sentenced to 2 days in the stockades. The captain took it on the chin, nodding in silent, respectful agreement. Later, the scene shifts to the edge of the forest. A soldier turned to his comrade, wondering what had become of their leader, Iron Axe. His friend corrected him instantly, insisting on the title of captain, as the prince demanded strict adherence to the new military hierarchy. After explaining the captain's situation, they expressed hope that the prince wouldn't be too hard on him. While the soldier was reflecting, the prince arrived at a relaxed pace, accompanied by his inner circle. Sir Carter immediately barked an order for the men to snap to attention. The ranks buzzed with whispers regarding the captain's absence until the prince stepped forward to address the assembly. He announced that while their drills had been briefly delayed, they would resume their practice the moment he finished his briefing. He introduced the woman at his side as Echo, the witch and long-lost kinswoman of Iron Axe. He made it clear that because their captain had allowed his emotions to override his duty, he was currently serving a 2-day detention. He reminded them that they were the elite of the First Army, and the cornerstone of an elite force is absolute, unwavering obedience. To drive the point home, the prince demanded to know if his message was clear. The soldiers roared back in unison, a deafening yes, Your Highness. Echo then gracefully lowered her hood, revealing her striking face to the men. The prince explained that she could mimic any sound, from delicate instruments to the thunder of marching drums. He declared her voice would be their rhythmic guide, keeping their movements perfectly synchronized. The men looked puzzled by the idea of marching tunes. Echo let her cloak fall away with a flourish. The prince added that on the battlefield, she would be their living standard, the heart of their spirit, like a star performer leading a war-themed concert. He commanded them to protect her as if she were the most precious instrument in their arsenal. With the introduction over, Echo began to weave her vocal magic. A powerful melody filled the air, not just a simple song, but a stirring anthem designed to forge the soldiers' resolve in the dead of night. The scene shifts to a different camp, where weary soldiers were standing watch. Suddenly, a whistling arrow found its mark, piercing a guard's chest with lethal precision. Before the alarm could be raised, a rain of arrows descended, striking down the sentries where they stood. The survivors were left reeling, their screams of agony echoing through the trees. The ambitious Timothy stood amidst the chaos, encased in gleaming golden plate armor from head to heel. He stood at the head of a massive host of knights. His advisors praised his cunning for striking his sister while she was most vulnerable. Timothy scoffed, explaining that he had lured her into a false sense of security with a decoy on the main road, while he led his elites through the east for a flanking ambush. He noted that, even if she sensed the trap, a mass movement in this darkness was impossible. His knight nodded, remarking that a nighttime retreat is a recipe for disaster. If she tried to move her camp now, the entire unit would shatter in a blind panic. The cruel brother admitted he knew his sister's heart. He was certain she would choose her own life over her soldiers, leaving them to be butchered. He was confident that he had finally cornered her, believing that there was no corner of the world where she could hide from him. Even if she managed to flee toward the distant Clearwater port, the lead knight outlined the final strike. He would crush Eagle City, while Timothy personally hunted down Garcia. With the trap sprung, Timothy urged his men forward, ordering them to raise the high banners of the Grey Castle Kingdom. The knights charged, plunging into the ranks of the terrified, disorganized defenders, cutting them down ruthlessly before the thought of retreat could even cross their minds. The knight wore a grim smirk as he surveyed the unfolding mayhem, vowing to the king that they would sweep away the opposition like mere dust in the wind. Timothy scanned the ranks for Sir Francis, who was tasked with leading the diversion. Since Francis was nowhere to be found, the king assumed that greedy scoundrel was busy plundering Garcia's riches. Suddenly, the lead knight's face drained of color as he pointed a trembling finger toward the horizon. Squinting into the distance, they were met by the imposing silhouette of a massive, disciplined legion. That formidable force was commanded by none other than Garcia Wimbledon herself. She stood tall, waving her standard high as the sovereign queen of Clearwater. With a voice full of steel, she urged her troops to stand firm, and they leveled their spears in a lethal, shimmering line. A cold, confident smile played across her lips. The elder brother was consumed by a white-hot rage seeing her materialize with a full army at her back. But no matter how bold she appeared, he was certain this would be her final display of defiance. He relished the thought of dismantling her entire existence and crushing her forces into the dirt. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the main gates of Garcia's stronghold, Eagle City. There, Francis led his men through the archway, only to find the streets filled with petrified citizens. Windows were slammed shut and doors were bolted tight the moment his soldiers marched into view. Francis felt a prickle of suspicion at the back of his neck. He knew the third princess was far too cunning to leave her city walls completely abandoned without a fight. Suddenly, a sharp, chemical odor hit him, and he barked an order to his men, "Something is wrong here." To the city hall, double time. It was as if something foul and volatile was seeping through the very guts of the city. When they finally stormed the steps of City Hall, the knight and his personal guard burst into the great hall with swords drawn. A tense silence followed for a few brief moments. A scout rushed in to inform the Duke that they had swept the cellars, but found nothing but empty crates. The Duke exploded in a violent tantrum, kicking over chairs and shattering tables in his path. The realization finally hit him. This was a calculated trap. If she had fled in panic, she wouldn't have had the time to strip the castle of every last coin and heirloom. It was clear she had orchestrated the city's evacuation long before they arrived. Before he could process the theft, a frantic messenger arrived. The north gate was engulfed in an inferno. He sprinted out into the courtyard to witness the disaster firsthand. Vivid orange flames were erupting everywhere, sending thick plumes of black smoke into the sky. The knight ordered his men to stay calm and find water, but a soldier shrieked that the fire was moving like a living thing and water only made it angrier. Hearing this, Duke Francis felt a cold wave of horror wash over him. The soldier explained that the liquid was like liquid sunlight. Water didn't extinguish it, it only carried the flames further. Another panicked soldier arrived, gasping out the news that the blaze had jumped the fire breaks and was consuming the entire district. The destruction was spreading with unnatural, terrifying speed. The knight stood frozen, his initial shock turning into a paralyzing dread. As he stared at the unquenchable, roaring sea of fire, he became convinced this was the work of black magic, certain that Garcia had consorted with witches to burn them alive. Desperate to maintain order, he roared at his men that this was a devilish illusion conjured by Garcia's pet witches. He vaulted onto his horse and commanded his cavalry to follow his lead. He believed their only hope was to charge through the heart of the blaze. They galloped into the wall of heat, screaming as the knight yelled. For no one to falter, trusting that their god's punishment stones would shield them from the magic. They plunged headlong into the firestorm, the air thick with embers. Stone buildings were buckling and collapsing like sandcastles on either side of the road. Yet the Duke rode like a man possessed, leaping over burning debris with heroic desperation. When they finally burst through the last curtain of smoke and heat, he reined in his horse to tell his men they had survived the gauntlet. But when he turned around, he found only a wall of fire. His army had been incinerated in the streets. He stared down at the anti-magic stone hanging from his neck, his hands shaking. He couldn't understand why the god's punishment stone had failed to stop a single spark. He watched in horror as the city buckled and disintegrated around him. A wave of despair hit as he realized he might be buried alive by the falling masonry. Seen from the clouds, all of Eagle City appeared to be a blackened, smoldering ruin. Miraculously, the Duke stumbled through the city gates. His legs shook uncontrollably, and his vision was blurred by ash and heat. Battered and burnt, he came to the grim realization that the god's punishment stone was useless here. This wasn't magic, it was something else. As he collapsed onto the parched earth, a towering silhouette wielding a massive battle-axe loomed over him. The Duke's heart sank as he recognized the fierce Sand People, trembling as he faced his inevitable end. The warrior before him hoisted the heavy axe high, and with a single, brutal swing, he claimed the Duke's head. Meanwhile, back at the front lines, Timothy and his legions braced for a collision with the opposing army. As the forces of Gr Castle surged forward, Garcia's battalions locked into a tight, lethal formation. The battlefield instantly transformed into a gruesome slaughterhouse for those caught in the middle. Men from both factions were locked in a desperate struggle of slashing blades and piercing spears. Amidst the pandemonium, a lone soldier tried to charge toward the queen. She sat regally upon her makeshift throne, flanked by her formidable Sand Nation bodyguards. She didn't reach for a weapon, she simply lifted a hand. Without uttering a single command, she gave a sharp snap of her fingers. And the pack of Sand People exploded forward like hungry predators. They sheared through horse legs with terrifying ease in one fluid motion. The unfortunate rider hit the dirt hard, and before he could even gasp, a sand warrior brought his axe down, ending the man's life with a sickening thud. Panic began to ripple through Timothy's ranks like a wildfire. They found themselves staring down a second, even more terrifying army. These were the warriors from the Great Desert, the same kin as Lady Echo and Captain Ironaxe. Given that their homeland is rich with black water, it's clear the city's inferno was fueled by oil, explaining why Duke Francis stood no chance of putting it out. These desert dwellers raised their axes and tore through Timothy's lines, hacking, and skewering their enemies with cold, mechanical precision. They moved through the infantry as easily as a knife through soft fruit. This had ceased to be a fair fight. It was a systematic execution led by the Sand People. They dominated the field through sheer, unbridled physical power. The lady watched the carnage with a cold, satisfied grin. In stark contrast, Timothy's face was a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. He gnawed at his nails, his mind racing, but unable to find a way out of the trap. He barked at his knight to sound the horn and pull the men together. The knight replied grimly that the formation was already lost. Timothy continued to bite his fingers in a nervous frenzy. Finally, he shrieked the order for his remaining troops to flee for their lives. He spurred his horse and bolted in the opposite direction. Despite the humiliating defeat, his ego remained intact, convinced he'd eventually crush his sister in this petty royal feud over land and power. We shift our focus back to the tranquility of Border Town. It appears Prince Roland is making final preparations for the inevitable clash with Longsong's stronghold. He predicted the stronghold would strike now, assuming Border Town was drained after the winter, but he was several steps ahead. The supply of gunpowder in the stores was relatively low. However, he calculated it would be more than enough to break any siege. He weighed the pros and cons of occupying Longsong's stronghold after his victory. He decided against it. Managing that nest of corrupt and entitled aristocrats would be a logistical nightmare. He preferred to stay in his comfortable border town, simply draining Longsong's wealth and resources to fuel his own growth. The thought of the massive influx of laborers and artisans he'd gain after the war brought a smile to his face. He relished the prospect of outmaneuvering Duke Ryan and stripping his treasury bare to the last copper. The mere anticipation of his plan coming together makes his mouth water. Suddenly, he sensed a blur of motion darting straight toward him. Lightning burst through the window and tackled him, sending them both tumbling to the floor. She landed a wind-knocking impact right on his chest. After catching his breath, the prince eagerly asked for a status update. Lightning beamed as she reported that the Longsong stronghold host was finally on the move. The massive battalion was currently making its way across the plains. Every knight in the vanguard was draped in polished, gleaming plate armor. Duke Ryan himself was at the head of the formation, leading the charge. One of his weary-looking advisors suggested they should set up camp for the night and launch a fresh assault on Border Town at dawn. The Duke laughed mockingly, declaring he'd be sleeping in the castle's finest bed tonight after a swift victory. He sneered that a backwater like Border Town would fall in an afternoon. However, the balding man beside him interjected, noting that their men had marched without rest and were flagging, making a tactical delay the smarter play. Furthermore, he cautioned that if the prince had survived the demonic winter, he likely had a hidden ace up his sleeve. Ignoring the warning, an orange-haired noble snorted that the demonic beasts were likely a weak pack that couldn't even scale Roland's pathetic mud wall. Ludger chimed in, reminding them that even the mighty holy city of Hermes had been swarmed by horrific hybrids this season. He reasoned that Border Town had only dealt with a few lost strays and survived by pure luck. The Duke believed that since Timothy and Garcia had crippled each other at Eagle City, leaving their domains in ashes, this was his golden hour to dominate the West. He commanded his subordinate to send a herald to Roland, offering a safe path back to the capital if he gave up now. The knight pointed out that Roland's men were already in a rigid combat stance, clearly signaling that they weren't interested in a peaceful surrender. The Duke raised his binoculars, only to scoff at the sight of a measly handful of soldiers waiting for them. Even Barov looked on in confusion at the prince's scattered formation and their strange, unimpressive-looking gear. A smug grin crept across the Duke's face as he surveyed the tiny opposition. With a casual flick of his wrist, the entire Longsong army began its heavy march toward the small defensive line. As the distance closed, Vaynor felt his heart sink at the sheer scale of the enemy's numbers. He delivered a sharp slap to his own cheeks to drive back the creeping dread. He shouted to his comrades to keep their heads. He reminded them they had killed demons, so these mere men were nothing to fear. As the enemy host thundered closer, Vaynor rallied his fellow soldiers with a roar of encouragement, stoking their courage until they were ready to meet the Iron Tide head-on. Meanwhile, atop the ridge, our prince felt supreme confidence in his magic-fused military units. He knew that winning this single engagement was the cornerstone for rebuilding the entire world. Lightning snapped him out of his vision, pointing out that the enemy was entering the kill zone. She signaled the entire line of the immediate threat. Prince Roland instantly shed his casual demeanor and barked the command to open fire. At that exact moment, the artillerymen touched their matches to the cannon fuses. The cannons roared as heavy iron balls were hurled into the air. They plowed directly into the front ranks of the infantry the moment they skipped off the turf. The formation shattered as soldiers dove for cover, having no idea what kind of sorcery had just struck them. Terrified, the men began to scream that the prince had mastered the power of thunder itself. Duke Ryan roared at them to stay in line, dismissing the explosions as nothing more than a flashy parlor trick. He dismissed it as all noise and no bite, ordering his soldiers to ignore the bangs and finish the charge. But the Duke's bravado evaporated instantly when he saw another volley of iron screaming toward his position. This time, the shot landed squarely in the densest part of the marching column, mowing down rows of men like heavyweights through pins. Despite the carnage, the soldiers pushed forward blindly while cannonballs rained down like a meteor shower from the abyss. Duke Ryan was still completely oblivious to the catastrophe unfolding around him. He clung to the delusion that if they just reached the line, they would crush the prince and seize the day. As the heavy knights galloped into range, Vaynor ordered the crews to drop the elevation and switch to lethal grapeshot. The soldiers adjusted the barrels with precision, and as the knights thundered forward, the artillery unleashed a devastating blast right into their path, shredding right through a knight's midsection, dropping him lifeless onto the muddy earth. At last, the remaining crowd was paralyzed by sheer dread. As Sister Echo's anthem swelled, the prince's soldiers felt a surge of unbreakable resolve. They leveled their rifles and unleashed a disciplined volley, piercing through helmets and breastplates with clinical precision. The survivors bolted in the opposite direction, desperate to flee this unknown terror. Truth be told, it's hard not to pity them. They were being butchered simply because their leader was a stubborn, ego-driven old man. While the Duke ground his teeth in a silent rage, his orange-haired strategist noted they were facing a magic they didn't understand and advised a tactical withdrawal. Barov nodded in agreement, remarking that as long as they lived, they'd find another day to fight, so retreating was the only sane option. In the meantime, the rank-and-file soldiers were scrambling to vanish into the woods. Duke Ryan roared for them to halt, even striking down one of his own men for daring to turn his back on the enemy. Ignoring his frantic commands to hold the line, the men cared only for their lives, sprinting to avoid being incinerated by that horrific, unseen heat. Back on the ridge, Prince Roland was quietly celebrating the efficiency of his victory. However, his chief knight looked deeply troubled by this lopsided way of fighting. He lamented the lack of traditional honor, but the prince told him to stow his doubts. They still had to hunt down Duke Ryan before he could regroup. It was clear Sir Carter would have to adapt to this cold, mechanical era of combat. The sun was setting on the age of chivalry, replaced by a much more efficient kind of slaughter. As the prince stood on the deck of his vessel, he felt a sense of triumph. The battle's outcome had far exceeded his most optimistic projections. If the night march went as planned, Iron Axe and the riflemen would be in position to spring a deadly trap on the Duke by sunrise. He felt the thrill of commanding the world's first modern army, a force where magic and technology worked in perfect, lethal harmony. Suddenly, Anna stepped beside him and asked why he was wearing such a sinister-looking grin. He quickly smoothed his expression, insisting he was just lost in thought. She leaned in close, reaching out to dab away a stray bit of drool from his cheek. Embarrassed, the prince reflexively grabbed her hand and took the handkerchief. He insisted on cleaning his own face to save some dignity. The girl gently reminded the clumsy prince that he needed rest, as the hour was growing very late. He followed her lead, but when they entered the designated sleeping quarters on the ship, he stopped dead in his tracks, completely bewildered. He found the entire group of witches relaxing in the same cabin. He stood there stunned, wondering if he was really expected to share a room with all of them. Even for him, this was a bit overwhelming. As their custom-built boat cut through the shimmering, moonlit waters, most of the girls appeared to have drifted off into a deep slumber, surrounded by the sleeping witches. The prince found his eyes wandering toward some rather distracting sights. No matter where he turned, the girls were uncomfortably close, leaving him feeling restless and slightly out of place. Suddenly, he noticed Anna's eyes were still wide open. She was watching him with the wide-eyed innocence of a curious kitten. He gave her a soft, reassuring smile and reached over to playfully tweak her nose. He decided to share a little secret to help her find sleep. He told her to visualize sheep leaping over a wooden fence, 1 sheep, 2 sheep, and to keep the count going until her mind drifted off. The girl nodded obediently and began the mental exercise. But as her soft whispering count filled the quiet room, the prince found himself becoming more alert. Now, sleep seemed more elusive for him than ever before. Even Nightingale was wide awake in the shadows, quietly observing him from the corner of her eye. Eventually, the first light of a new day broke over the horizon, and Prince Roland began preparing himself for the day's confrontation. Lady Leaf wandered in, looking drowsy, and asked if everyone had managed to get some rest. It seemed Anna had endured a sleepless night. She was still counting under her breath, nearing her 100,000th sheep. The scene Then shifts to the frantic camp of Duke Ryan, where he violently shattered a wine glass against the floor. Bellowing in frustration, demanding to know where a provincial prince could have possibly acquired such devastating weaponry. He grilled his men about those strange catapults that fired far beyond any known weapon. The trembling knight confessed he was clueless. He only heard the roar of thunder before his comrades were slammed by an invisible force that shredded them instantly. The orange-haired advisor speculated this was likely the handiwork of witches. Duke Ryan barked that such a theory was idiotic, reminding them that every soldier carried a god's punishment stone for protection. He insisted it was impossible for any witch's hex to touch them. Opting for a strategic retreat to avoid total defeat, the Duke planned to regroup at the stronghold. Once fortified, he intended to blockade the Redwater River, certain that border town would starve within weeks without trade. He commanded a full withdrawal to Longsong's stronghold by morning. However, their escape was cut short when Echo's haunting melody began to make the very air in their tents vibrate. Before a word could be spoken, a colossal explosion rocked the entire encampment. Duke Ryan charged outside, screaming in a fury about how the enemy had managed to sneak up on them under the cover of night. His squire scrambled to bring forward a fresh mount. The Duke didn't hesitate for a second, vaulting into the saddle. He spurred the horse into a gallop, desperate to flee the unfolding disaster. But his flight was abruptly halted when he found himself staring down the dark hollow of a rifle held by Captain Iron Axe, whose unit stood like a stone wall in his path. Without a moment's delay, the veteran soldier squeezed the trigger. The lead projectile struck Duke Ryan squarely in the chest. He was thrown violently from the saddle, impacted the dirt face first with a sickening thud. He looked utterly broken, through a hazy, flickering vision. He glimpsed the prince leading a disciplined squad toward him. Darkness claimed him before he could make sense of his conquerors. A short while later, our hero made a triumphant entry into Longsong's stronghold. The local garrison stood paralyzed as the prince's men stormed their high society gala. They looked less concerned about the soldiers than the witches walking calmly at the prince's side. Sir Carter reported that the Duke's relatives had tried to slip out the servants' entrance, but were intercepted by the first platoon. The prince issued a stern decree. Every rebel and prisoner of war was to be hauled off to the dungeons immediately. Then, with a strange glint in his eye, he blurted out, "First order of business, let's loot the bodies." Anna and Nightingale recoiled in disgust, asking what kind of morbid obsession he was developing. The prince quickly clarified that he meant searching for resources, not anything unseemly. With the misunderstanding cleared, the hunt began. Everyone dove into the mountain of confiscated treasures. The initial haul yielded 300 gleaming gold crowns. Following that, they found a rare pearl necklace from Clearwater and premium pelts sourced from Woolhart and the Gothic districts of Hermes. Then they uncovered the ultimate prize, a concealed vault. Like a scene from a game, they entered the room to find a treasury overflowing with gold artifacts. The prince was practically drooling at the sight of such immense capital. Staring at the piles of silver and gold, he mused that the lives of the elite were perhaps a bit too comfortable. Not that he was complaining, he'd much rather deal with the stress of wealth than the anxiety of bankruptcy. Suddenly, Carter rushed in to announce that Petrov Hull, the envoy of the Honeysuckle family, had arrived. The prince was taken aback by his promptness. The knight and the girls scrambled to hide the mountain of loot before the guest was shown in. At the gates, Petrov Hull stepped into the castle with a heavy heart. He was incredibly anxious, picturing the prince making impossible demands for his father's release. But when the doors finally opened, Petrov was met with a surprisingly amiable smile from Prince Roland. The prince calmly assured him that his father was safe, having had the sense to surrender early. Relieved, the envoy offered a blank check for ransom, but Roland shocked him by waving away the gold. "I don't want your coin, I want your livestock and your laborers." Petrov readily offered herds of cattle and horses, but admitted the Honeysuckle estate was short on skilled hands. Roland stood firm, demanding a workforce of builders, masons, smiths, and farmers. He laid out a detailed ledger of requirements with specific trade-offs for each category. He smugly informed a stunned Petrov that 1,000 sheep and 300 master craftsmen was a fair price for the life of a family patriarch. Petrov was left spinning, trying to calculate the logistics of such a massive transfer, knowing he had a mere 24 hours to produce a miracle. The prince drove the point home. The clock was ticking, and the terms were non-negotiable. Prince Roland casually mentioned that Petrov had a very narrow window to determine which tribute items he could actually deliver. He made it clear he had no intention of lingering in Longsong for more than a week before heading back to his true home in Border Town. Petrov was floored by this revelation. If the prince vanished, Longsong would fall into chaos, as even the Duke's own heir lacked the backbone to rule. He tentatively inquired if the prince required a loyal steward to oversee the affairs of Longsong's stronghold in his absence. To Petrov's amazement, the prince turned the question back on him, asking if he had the ambition to govern the stronghold himself. Roland clarified that he needed a capable soul, or perhaps a trusted family, to act as his regional administrators. If the Honeysuckle family stepped up, they would be subject to a 30 revenue tax plus a monthly tribute of 1,000 gold pieces in raw materials. It was a steep price, yet a breathtaking opportunity for power. Petrov's mind raced while the prince placed a steady, calculating hand on his shoulder, whispering about the sheer prestige and untapped potential the Honeysuckle name could achieve under this new regime. Roland pointed out that this was Petrov's golden ticket to becoming a man of genuine substance. However, there were hurdles to clear. Roland demanded to know how Petrov planned to silence any lingering noble opposition. Anxious about the math, Petrov pivoted the conversation to ask for the prince's own estimates on the city's projected wealth and tax brackets. The prince shrugged it off, stating that the logistics weren't his concern. He only cared about how Petrov would secure the monthly materials and hit his financial targets. Roland tossed the written ransom contract onto the table in front of the redhead. He signaled Knight Carter to show the envoy out, offering a playful wave and a warning. He'd wait for a yes only if Petrov was prepared for the burden of leadership and his father's hefty release fee. Once they were alone, Nightingale startled him by materializing out of thin air, noting that the young ambassador actually seemed surprisingly earnest. Prince Roland felt a sudden rush of heat to his cheeks, looking noticeably flustered. He quickly averted his gaze as she moved into his personal space. He admitted he had been wrong to think all nobles were just lazy, self-indulgent parasites. He confessed he was genuinely impressed by the Honeysuckle family's sharp business instincts, all while Nightingale drifted even closer. She leaned in, almost as if she were drawing him into an embrace. Her voice was a soft murmur against his ear, asking if he truly felt no desire to stay in a grand city like Longsong. But before he could blink, she vanished and reappeared directly in his line of sight, prodding him to think about the vast riches and bustling markets of the stronghold compared to the muddy streets of Border Town. Roland firmly shook his head, explaining that Longsong was a political quagmire where real change goes to die. He'd much rather build his own empire from scratch in Border Town. Furthermore, the church's roots ran deep here, meaning the hatred and fear toward witches would be nearly impossible to uproot. He stayed true to his vision of a world where witches could walk the streets with heads held high, a dream that could only take root in his own territory. The girl looked at him with profound respect, moved by his unwavering principles. Her heart began to race as she struggled to keep her growing feelings in check. In a sudden lapse of restraint, she pulled him toward her, and in a moment of shared heat, they exchanged a tender kiss. Just as quickly as the kiss happened, she pulled back, breathless, leaving the prince standing there, completely stunned and utterly red-faced. She dissolved into the shadows just as Knight Carter marched into the room. The knight reported that Priest Talo of the local parish was demanding an immediate audience. Roland, still trying to cool his blushing face, gave the order to let the clergyman in. Inquisitor Talo entered with a practiced air of piety, offering greetings on behalf of the holy city. Once they were both seated, Prince Roland noted with surprise that the church seemed remarkably unfazed by the violent death of Duke Ryan. They seemed equally indifferent to Roland's sudden takeover. The priest simply shrugged, claiming the church stayed out of petty politics as long as the ruler maintained order and looked after the flock. He added with a sharp, knowing glint in his eye that they weren't particularly picky about a king's lineage either. Maintaining a polite facade, Roland asked if Talo had come merely to offer a religious blessing. The priest smirked, revealing that he had a proposition that might pique the prince's interest. The church was willing to fund Roland's territorial expansion. Roland reminded him of their supposed neutrality in secular wars. Talo clarified that while they preferred distance, the brutal civil war between Timothy and Garcia was tearing the South apart, and they couldn't just watch. The church wanted to back a man of character who could restore peace quickly. He claimed Roland's reputation in the West was sterling, and they were ready to put their weight behind him. To avoid the appearance of political meddling, the priest offered logistical aid instead. He reached into his robes and produced a small, ornate box. He explained these were highly specialized pills synthesized in the heart of the holy city. He urged the prince to accept them as a token of the church's newfound friendship. The young lord picked up one of the capsules, examining the strange medicine with a skeptical eye. The clergyman detailed their effects. The red pill granted a temporary burst of superhuman strength, while the black one deadened pain and built resistance to harsh environments. After the priest made his exit, Roland pondered the church's sudden, aggressive attempt to win his favor. He turned to the shadows, asking Nightingale if she could sense any deception in the man's words. She emerged, explaining that her truth-seeing was blocked by a void, a black zone created by the god's punishment stone the priest wore. However, when she used her mist-walking powers to inspect the pills, she observed that they appeared to be encased in a dark void. It was strikingly similar to the aura of a god's punishment stone. However, she noted that these pills didn't seem to dampen her magic the way the raw stone did. She suggested they should probably test the medicine on a death row inmate to witness the side effects firsthand. At that moment, Roland was baffled by why the church was pushing him to fight his kin, especially with Garcia's recent triumph at Eagle City. He was convinced that a bloody civil war for the crown would only leave Grey Castle in ruins. He suspected the church was trying to sow chaos among the masses to tighten its own grip on power. Shaking off the political headache, he focused on purging Longsong's stronghold. He planned to use the seized riches to upgrade Border Town with modern machinery. 3 days later, our group finally made it back to the frontier. Sir Carter expressed his doubts, questioning if leaving Longsong in the hands of the Honeysuckle family was truly a safe bet. Prince Roland confidently stated they wouldn't dare betray the pact. If they did, he'd just crush them again. Besides, he wanted to see if their mercantile expertise could yield profitable results. Suddenly, the young girl pointed out several moving figures on the horizon. Roland confirmed those were the first laborers sent from Longsong. He sighed, noting how they were bound to the soil by birth, living under the constant threat of the master's lash. The sheer cruelty of their existence brought a look of sadness to her face. But Roland comforted her, promising they would meet their basic needs and work steadily toward their freedom. He made a vow to wipe out slavery entirely within the next few years, offering a glimmer of hope to the downtrodden. As their vessel drew closer to the docks, a very specific and foul odor drifted toward the prince from the coastline. His face turned pale as he recognized the unmistakable stench of open sewage. He immediately doubled over and lost his lunch. With trembling hands, he told Carter that he was about to make the most monumental decree in the town's history. He declared with total conviction, "We are installing public toilets on every single street corner of this town right now." The guards were baffled as the prince explained the first units would be built near the new worker housing. He insisted on new laws requiring everyone to use these facilities, planning to turn the riverbank into a clean industrial hub free of such organic smells. The knight, baffled by the concept, asked why they needed a special room for nature's call. He argued that the woods were perfectly fine for that, plus, the peasants were used to the smell. The prince saw his point, recalling a time when he too didn't give a second thought to basic sanitation. But he was now dead set on modernizing the town's hygiene to prevent deadly outbreaks of disease. The advisor interjected, asking what would become of all that waste. The prince explained it would be processed into agricultural fertilizer. The old man and Sir Carter looked horrified at the mental image of spreading sewage over the crops they intended to eat. The thought of consuming food grown from such a source made them physically ill to the point of retching. As they gagged, the prince continued to explain the science of using waste to enrich the soil. He noted it would pair perfectly with Lady Leaf's magical wheat, significantly boosting the harvest speed and volume. While he continued his enthusiastic lecture, Lady Leaf, annoyed by the commotion, told the group of idiots to take their nausea outside the room. That evening, the prince eventually drifted off to sleep, and while Nightingale quietly appeared to pull the covers over him, every glance she stole at him made her heart feel a little fuller. She vanished in a flash, slipping back into her own quarters. Wendy was waiting, teasingly pointing out that Nightingale had just come from the prince's bedside. Caught in the act, the girl turned beet red and asked her friend why she was still awake. Wendy gently reminded her that Roland was a grown man, and that creeping into his room at midnight was a bit risky for her reputation. The smitten girl mentioned that rumors of the association's end were spreading, and she feared rogue witches might target the prince. Wendy assured her that the castle was like a fortress. Besides, the prince slept with a god's punishment stone for protection. As Nightingale began to change out of her gear, her friend softly reminded her that as witches, they were unable to bear an heir. Nightingale nodded, her face still flushed with embarrassment. But she couldn't forget the day the prince said he would be honored to marry a witch. And in her heart, she was certain he wasn't just being polite. A few moments later, she finished washing up for the night. Nightingale sank onto her mattress, with a long sigh of exhaustion. She then nudged Wendy, asking if she could shed some light on the inner workings of the church. Her companion looked puzzled, wondering why she was suddenly so curious about that holy institution. Nightingale then described the high-ranking priest who had recently requested an audience with the prince. She mentioned he offered to back Roland's claim to the throne, and despite the prince's skepticism, the man left behind 2 mysterious pills supposedly blessed in the holy city's inner sanctum. Nightingale asked her friend if she had ever encountered such strange medicine during her childhood at the convent. Wendy shook her head, explaining that life in the cloister was shielded by towering stone walls where the sky was her only view. She lived there among many foundlings who knew nothing of their origins. The halls were filled with orphans and discarded children the church had taken in, some even sold by desperate parents. There, she was schooled in high society manners, music, and literacy. However, once she reached maturity, her life within those sanctuary walls came to a sudden, jarring end. As she delved into those memories, a visible shiver of dread traveled down Wendy's spine. Nightingale reached out, pulling her into a warm, supportive embrace. Wendy held onto her friend tightly before continuing her harrowing tale. She recalled being 15 when her instructor dragged her toward the dungeons and shoved her violently into a windowless cell. The cold-hearted woman hissed a warning, telling Wendy to remain silent and simply submit to whatever followed. With that chilling command, the heavy iron door slammed shut, leaving Wendy paralyzed in the dark. As her eyes adjusted, a wave of pure, primal terror washed over her. She saw figures in clerical robes wielding heavy, blood-stained whips. They were ruthlessly lashing another young girl who was slumped on the floor. When their predatory gazes shifted to Wendy, she felt the blood turn to ice in her veins. Those corrupt and wretched men looked absolutely thrilled to have a fresh soul to break. As the other girl finally drifted into unconsciousness from the agony, the tormentors began to close in on Wendy. They stalked toward her like creatures from a nightmare, their eyes burning with depraved intent. To them, she was merely a graceful choir girl whose budding beauty was a target for their cruelty. One lunged forward, twisting his fingers into her long hair as her tears began to fall in a silent torrent. The brute shoved her roughly against the cold iron bars of the gate. Pinning her jaw shut with a calloused hand, he growled at her to stay quiet, promising the ordeal would be over quickly if she didn't fight. As the monster began to violate her personal space, Wendy felt her very soul splinter, the light vanished from her eyes. But while the man was lost in his own vile pleasure, a sudden, explosive fist collided with the side of his skull. The force snapped his neck instantly, sending him crashing to the stones in a pool of blood. The person who delivered that lethal strike was the very girl who had been suffering under their whips just moments before. She stood tall, having somehow shattered the heavy shackles that bound her. Another priest rushed forward to strike her down in a panic. But with a single, supernatural thrust, she punched a hole straight through his torso, then with her bare hands, she began to systematically dismantle the remaining men. The survivors were frozen in place, their minds failing to process the gore and madness before them. One man fumbled for a god's punishment stone, screaming in confusion about whether she had just awakened her latent powers. The girl lashed out with an unnaturally elongated, flexible leg. She brought it down like a hammer on his skull, ending his life in a single, messy instant. Once the chamber was silent and the clergyman lay dead, Wendy remained huddled in the corner, shaking with uncontrollable sobs. Meanwhile, the mysterious girl walked calmly toward the exit. She stood her ground defiantly, shouting for Wendy to follow and hide just as the castle guards burst into the room. The sight of the carnage left the arriving matron absolutely paralyzed with shock. The woman collapsed into the blood-stained hay, wailing in a fit of hysterics. A knight drew his blade and swung with killing intent, but the girl moved like a shadow, weaving through every strike with effortless grace. The warrior continued his desperate assault, trying to corner her. But she caught his sword arm in a vice-like grip and gave it a violent twist. With a sickening sound of tearing flesh, she ripped the limb clean away from his shoulder. The remaining guard at the entrance stood paralyzed, his mind unable to process the carnage. Without hesitation, she coiled and sprang, tearing through him in a heartbeat. Soon, terrifying whispers began to spread. That a literal demon had been unchained in the dungeons, as the girl cut through seasoned knights like they were mere shadows. Wendy could do nothing but watch the bloodbath in frozen, silent terror. The sheer ruthlessness of the girl was undeniable. She impaled a knight from behind with a scavenged spear, her expression remaining as cold as winter stone. A wave of reinforcements swarmed the hall, desperately trying to hem her in. But as they closed the distance, the girl's focus sharpened into a lethal edge. Her blade became a shimmering blur, carving through the armored men as easily as a knife through soft wax. Amidst the chaos, Wendy scrambled across the floor toward the lifeless body of her former instructor. She snatched the necessary keys from the woman's belt, and with that final act, the flashback dissolved. Wendy explained that the mystery girl was the sole reason she escaped that hellish abbey alive. Clutching a few silver coins looted from the fallen, she fled blindly until she reached the distant Sequin region. 2 years later, her magic awakened and she became a witch. She later learned the church had erased the massacre from history, blaming a fire. She never found out the fate of her savior or the other captives. Nightingale felt a heavy weight in her heart, deeply moved by the scars Wendy carried. She reached out and took her friend's hand in hers, offering the silent warmth and sisterly love that Wendy so desperately needed. The scene shifts to a testing ground, where a man is glowing with a terrifying, pulsating crimson energy. Sir Carter, our premier knight, was locked in a fierce duel with him and appeared to be losing ground. It turned out the prince had administered the mysterious red pill to a prisoner to verify if it was a divine gift or a deadly fraud. Watching the elite knight struggle to keep up, it was undeniable that the medicine granted frightening physical power. Anna watched with wide eyes as a common convict managed to go toe-to-toe with the kingdom's finest warrior. Prince Roland observed with a grim fascination, realizing the priest's claims were disturbingly accurate. He shuddered to think what an entire battalion of disciplined knights could do if enhanced by such chemicals. This untrained prisoner was pushing Carter to his limits through raw, drug-fueled aggression alone. As the brawl intensified, our knight finally found an opening and landed a heavy, decisive strike. The impact forced the crimson-cloaked man to cough up a spray of blood. Yet, he shook off the damage with unnatural speed and threw himself back at Carter. The knight parried the wild assault and disarmed the madman with a calculated flick of his wrist. Carter acknowledged the man's tenacity and called for a fresh training weapon to continue, but in that split second, the enraged prisoner spotted the observers perched high on the fortification wall. The moment his bloodshot eyes locked onto the prince, a fresh wave of murderous fury consumed his mind. He pivoted instantly, charging straight for the prince's position. Sensing the immediate threat to the crown, Carter roared for the archers and gunmen to take the man down. The marksman unleashed a volley, burying several rounds directly into the prisoner's back. Shockingly, the man didn't even flinch, the bullets failing to slow his momentum. Carter frantically ordered the guards to bring his warhorse so he could intercept the threat. But the man's speed was far beyond human capability. The prisoner coiled his muscles and leaped nearly 30 feet into the air with terrifying ease. Just as he reached the apex of his jump to strike the prince, Anna intervened, calling upon her emerald flames to engulf the attacker midair. When the fire didn't immediately stop him, Nightingale blurred into action. She delivered a series of lightning-fast slashes to his joints to completely neutralize his movement. The berserker had turned a simple test into a scene of absolute pandemonium. Fortunately, Nana was on standby to heal the wounded, ensuring that the chaos resulted in no lasting injuries. As for the test subject, while the pill had granted him the strength of a titan, the cost to his body was devastating. Nightingale noted that the dark energy coursing through him looked identical to the soul-crushing aura of a god's punishment stone. Given these volatile side effects, if the church held a monopoly on this drug, they could easily become an unstoppable superpower in the near future. It made perfect sense why Anna's emerald fire failed to harm him, especially if traces of anti-magic stone were fused into the pill, though the local records are vague. The prince realized the church's willingness to distribute such weapons meant they felt no fear toward a unified Grey Castle. This implied they held a much deadlier trump card, rendering them indifferent to their own weapons being turned against them. Initially, the prince had hoped to prioritize civil education, farming, and factory work this year. However, military R&D instantly became his top concern. He set his sights on developing breech-loading rifles for their manufacturing efficiency. As for the ignition, he recalled the necessity of mercury fulminate. Realizing he'd need a fortune to hire alchemists and build a laboratory, he drifted into deep thought. Until the girls gently nudged him out of his trance, reminding him that the hour was late and he needed rest to face the labor of the coming morning. Nightingale had already drifted off, likely wiped out by those grueling algebra drills. The group shared a soft smile at the sight of her sleeping so peacefully, looking far more vulnerable than usual. The prince gathered some quilts and carefully tucked her in. He felt a sense of relief seeing her finally at ease. Reflecting on the constant pressure and vigilance she lived under, he figured a night of genuine relaxation was long overdue. Meanwhile, Anna utilized her unique abilities to prepare a steaming bath in her quarters. Once the water reached a soothing, perfect heat, she shed her garments and slipped into the tub, basking in the quiet comfort of the moment. She marveled at his influence, while commoners might only scrub themselves once a month at best. The prince mandated that everyone maintain daily hygiene with fresh, clean water. She felt a quiet joy that her prince was so vastly different from the cold, distant rulers described in her old storybooks. She thought back to his lecture on the nature of reality, how every object in existence is composed of countless microscopic spheres. He explained that to witness these spheres, one would need to magnify their vision millions of times. Heat and cold are simply the vibrations of these particles. High energy means heat, while stillness means cold. He was, of course, describing atoms. Driven by curiosity, Anna stared into the heart of her green fire, hoping to catch a glimpse of those fundamental building blocks. She narrowed her focus, her consciousness seemingly drifting into a vast, cosmic void. Emerald energy surged and spiraled around her in a violent dance. The sheer intensity of the transformation was beyond anyone's immediate understanding. When her awareness snapped back to the room, she found her magical signature had shifted to a vibrant red, marking a profound evolution in her power. The golden light of dawn soon broke over the horizon. And Roland was deep in a vivid dream involving colossal clashes between steel tanks and soaring fighter planes. In his mind's eye, he was reshaping the world with advanced mechs and overwhelming technological might. Suddenly, Nightingale's voice shattered the illusion. He sat up grudgingly, his first instinct being to ask if a new witch had joined their ranks. Nightingale shook her head and informed him that Anna's magic had undergone a radical, unprecedented shift. The news left the half-asleep prince baffled, as Anna had already passed the threshold of adulthood where magic typically stabilizes. He was jolted wide awake when a damp towel was playfully snapped against his face. Nightingale urged him to hurry to the workshop to witness Anna's latest breakthrough firsthand. She described the new magic as something shockingly physical, possessing a density that was almost tangible to the touch. A few moments later, they hurried down to the office. Along the way, Nightingale mentioned that when she checked on Anna, the girl was sitting quietly at her desk, surrounded by a pile of scrap metal. She admitted she was so startled that she dropped her breakfast when she saw the change. Anna's internal magical reservoir had solidified into a perfect, glowing cube. The prince was intrigued by the mention of a geometric shape and asked for more detail. Nightingale explained that for most witches at the start of their journey, their power appears as a faint, ethereal mist, eventually becoming a swirling, colorful gas as they mature. Wendy's aura is a pure white, while Lady Leaf's radiates a vibrant green. Anna had always possessed an immense well of power that turned deep green upon her adulthood. But now, that energy had condensed into a fist-sized cube, as solid and opaque as a block of forged steel. When the inner circle finally met in the prince's study, Anna looked toward the prince, and he immediately asked what she had discovered. She explained that during her bath, she meditated on his lessons about the universe being made of tiny spheres. She visualized her own emerald flames as a collection of those particles and began manipulating the bonds that held them. By reconnecting them, she forged the flame into a substance like black, razor-sharp silk. Now she could guide this black fire with her mind, using it to slice through heavy iron bars as if they were made of parchment. Using her newfound geometric precision, she even carved out a flawless square from the metal. She looked at him with puppy dog eyes, practically begging for a head pat to celebrate her breakthrough. The prince, intrigued, urged her to give him a live demonstration of this newfound power. True to his request, she summoned the mysterious, shadowy energy into the palm of her hand. He leaned in, asking if she possessed enough mastery to alter its physical form. With a playful snap of her fingers, the energy solidified into a perfect cube, leaving the room in stunned silence. She then dissolved the shape and spun the dark magic into incredibly fine, shimmering threads. The young lord reached out to touch them, gasping as he realized they felt as solid as steel wire. He asked if she could spin them even thinner. She agreed, but cautioned that they were now sharp enough to slice through bone. Despite their delicate appearance, these strands were nearly unbreakable, and unlike her old fire, she could now pinpoint exactly where the heat was concentrated. The prince felt a surge of excitement. His theory was holding up. Magic was simply another dimension of energy. The true strength lay in how a witch perceived, funneled, and commanded that raw power. The potential was limitless, restricted only by the depth of their imagination. After all, how could you build a flying machine if you couldn't first imagine the wings? Magic was only as small as the witch's own mind. The deeper their grasp of the physical world, the more potent their spells became. By understanding that everything is made of microscopic particles, Anna learned to manipulate the very bonds of reality, allowing her to reshape her flames into anything she desired. Beaming with pride, he finally gave her the head pat she had been waiting for as a well-earned reward. Then, with a sudden air of authority, He made a grand announcement, declaring that every single member of the Witch Union was now officially enrolled in mandatory classes. The news hit the room like a physical blow, leaving everyone wide-eyed. The prince appointed Scroll as the head educator. She looked nervous, wondering if she truly had the patience to teach this rowdy bunch. Nightingale, who viewed books as her natural enemies, tried to melt into the shadows, but a sharp, knowing look from the prince froze her in her tracks. Even Sister Moon looked anxious about whether she was up to the challenge of this new scholarly life. He assured her that knowledge wasn't just for scholars, it was the key to amplifying their powers and unlocking a brighter future. He laid out the schedule: intensive study sessions every weekday after dinner, starting with the basics of literacy. He preached that learning was the foundation of a new era, though Nightingale still looked like she'd rather be fighting demons. In the following scene, Prince Roland is seen briefing a knight on his plans to launch a massive poultry operation for chickens and ducks. He carved out a plot on the western frontier for the farm and tasked the knight with training the locals in animal husbandry. He added a stern warning: if the hens didn't lay, the knight would find himself swinging a pickaxe in the slope mine. As the knight shuffled out, the prince signaled for the next petitioner to enter. That was when Nightingale chimed in, questioning the logic of wasting a trained warrior on bird farming when they were desperate for literate teachers. The prince chuckled, explaining that even knights have hidden talents. Since this man was an expert at raising livestock, it made sense to let him serve the kingdom where he was most effective. The girl then called for the next man in line. A polished and well-groomed man stepped forward, introducing himself with a bow as Ferlin Eltek. He expressed his genuine delight that the prince had finally liberated Longsong's stronghold. He offered his total service to the crown, promising to be at the prince's beck and call for any task required. Nightingale grew suspicious of such sudden devotion, especially coming from one of Duke Ryan's former personal guards. Ferlin's expression darkened as he confessed that while he was once the Duke's top knight, his loyalty had been a mask. He revealed that the late Duke was a tyrant who had stained the West with his many atrocities. The Duke had even laid hands on Ferlin's own wife, leaving the knight burning for a chance at vengeance. So, while he wasn't the one to strike the final blow, he was eternally grateful that the prince had finally ended that monster's reign. The prince asked if he was literate and capable of writing. The knight nodded immediately, and without missing a beat. Roland drafted him as a teacher, rewarding him with a private residence and a salary that far exceeded a soldier's pay. Ferlin asked if the rumors were true that the illiterate were being sent to the mines. The prince confirmed it. The knight then voiced a concern for the elderly, specifically those over 50. Who wouldn't survive the grueling labor, mentioning an old knight named Halong who fit that description. The prince clarified that his mines weren't slave camps. They used steam-powered machinery to do the heavy lifting, and the workers were treated with dignity, including regular time off. Ferlin suddenly bolted upright, causing Nightingale to instinctively reach for her blade. But the man only wanted to share a family secret, a treasure map passed down through his bloodline. It pointed to a hoard hidden deep in the misty forest to the northwest, a place only the prince's forces were brave enough to venture into these days. He admitted his father had forbidden him from seeking the treasure, but he had memorized the map in secret, driven by a desperate need to find whatever lay hidden there. He noted that the ink on the parchment was ancient and mystical, resisting the passage of time, clearly the work of something more than human. He had planned to find it himself, but his duties to the Duke had stalled him. Now, he offered the map to the prince as a bargain for the old knight Halong's freedom. Nightingale, confirming that the knight was indeed speaking the truth, leading Prince Roland to grant the request and ask for a look at the ancient parchment. As the prince studied the map, he was utterly startled to discover evidence that he wasn't the only pioneer in this land. His finger traced a path to a mysterious site labeled Tequila. Lady Scroll noted that if the cartography was even remotely precise, it was a staggering stroke of luck, as the markings perfectly aligned with coordinates buried in forbidden archives. This implied the church had once established a massive stronghold deep in the plains to hold back the demonic tides. Yet, the motive behind the church's erasure of this era remained a mystery. If Tequila held subterranean vaults like the ones in the eastern woods, they might unearth answers regarding why the church suppressed the truth about demons, the history of their ancient wars, and why they hunted witches like children of the abyss. Nightingale suggested a stealthy investigation of the knight's estate to see if any more secrets were hidden there. However, Roland cautioned against it. Any family guarding such a map likely kept a god's punishment stone on the premises, which would neutralize her. Since a trek to Tequila was currently out of the question, he proposed shelving that grand expedition for a later date. The six-pointed star marker was roughly 50 kilometers away, a distance lightning could scout in a day, so he tasked her with aerial reconnaissance while he turned his focus back to the North Slope mining operations. Before departing for the mines, he instructed Lady Scroll to begin teaching the phonetic alphabet that evening. For textbooks, she was to consult Soraya, who had effectively become his personal printing press. He then began rummaging through his desk, searching for a specific token for Lady Scroll. At first, he accidentally yanked open the wrong drawer, revealing a secret stash of snacks hidden by Nightingale, causing her to turn bright red with embarrassment. He quickly found the right container in another drawer and presented it to Sister Scroll. Offering it as a gift, she opened the box to reveal an elegant pair of spectacles nestled inside. Nightingale chimed in, pointing out that Scroll's vision was already razor-sharp. Questioning why she'd need them, he enthusiastically confessed that he simply had a soft spot for the Megan aesthetic. He argued that as an educator, the glasses would lend her a more scholarly and sophisticated charm. Watching him geek out over eyewear, Nightingale found his specific taste a little peculiar, nonetheless. When our dedicated scholar finally slid the frames onto her face, her transformation into a refined intellectual was so striking it would likely stop any viewer in their tracks. Later, at the North Slope, the prince stood in awe of a remarkably long, seamless steel cylinder. He was genuinely stunned by the precision of the craftsmanship, from the uniform thickness to the smooth exterior. Anna beamed at his approval, while he marveled at her newfound mastery of using magical filaments to slice through raw materials with surgical precision. With Anna's evolution, the town's industrial capacity was on the verge of a revolution. He even daydreamed about crafting high-end silk garments for the witches, but then Nightingale noted that while Anna's range had grown, her magical threads could only reach a distance of 15 paces. Meanwhile, Anna insisted it was 20, leaving Roland scratching his head. After comparing the length of their strides, he realized the discrepancy was simply due to their different heights. This highlighted a major headache. The weights and measures of this world were a chaotic mess, relying on vague estimations rather than any scientific standard. Fed up with the guesswork, he decided to overhaul the entire system with a unified metric standard, delegating the creation of master prototypes to Anna. Meanwhile, at the bustling Clearwater port, Garcia's lead knight was gloating over their rapid economic growth. He was convinced the Queen of Clearwater was destined to rule all of Greycastle once Timothy was finally swept aside. However, he was troubled by his queen's recent bouts of visible stress and paranoia. Suddenly, a messenger announced that the chieftains of the Sunstone and Breakbone clans demanded an audience. The knight ordered them to be shown in. But the tribal leaders didn't wait for an invitation, bursting in on their own. A massive man greeted Garcia with gruff, traditional pleasantries, followed by a woman who offered a similar, formal salute. The towering figure was the chieftain of the Breakbone clan, aptly named Breakbone, while the woman was the fierce matriarch Kabbalah of the Sunstone tribe. They wasted no time in reporting that their warriors had become sluggish and weak since the last campaign, only regaining their vigor when dosed with the new elixir. They were here to demand more. Garcia played for time, claiming the supply chain was in shambles and they would simply have to be patient for the next shipment. The chieftains pressed her for a timeline. She responded cryptically, noting that since the alchemy involved was top secret, she dismissed them, telling them to return to their lands and wait for her word. Her knight hurried them out, as Garcia had made it clear she expected payment in solid gold or even precious fresh water. The arrogant knight was seething, viewing those tribal leaders as nothing more than begging parasites. Meanwhile, Garcia appeared deeply troubled. Brian noticed her distress and asked if the drug supply was weighing on her mind. Garcia brushed it off, claiming she had already put a plan in motion to resolve it. She intended to play hardball with the church. She would demand an immediate shipment of the elixirs, or she would hang every priest in Clearwater Port from the masts of her black mud flagship. She then pulled out a sealed parchment. This was the true cause of her lingering anxiety, as the knight scanned the lines. She explained it came from her informant in Hermes. The report revealed that the church had seized the capital of Everwinter and publicly denounced Queen Lena as a closeted witch. The knight was visibly rattled by the magnitude of this news. That was when Garcia declared she was tired of the stagnant air in Clearwater Port and decided to seize this rare chance to conquer new territory. The knight quickly caught on. She was planning to capitalize on the power vacuum in Everwinter. She smirked, noting that her dim-witted brother Timothy was too preoccupied with his eastern campaign to notice her moves. As for Roland, she dismissed him as the simpleton who lucked into taking Longsong only to retreat like a coward. She was convinced he still feared her, remembering how she used to bully him until he cried. The knight was thrilled to see the path ahead cleared of major rivals. It appeared the throne was practically hers for the taking. The scene transitions to the Holy City, where the high-ranking clergy are assembled in the inner sanctum. They were interrogating Archbishop Taefun about the occupation of Everwinter. The old man reported that aside from a few prickly nobles, the majority of Everwinter had bowed to church rule. He vowed that those who clung to their defiance would be purged one by one. The woman was ready to execute those decadent, self-serving aristocrats on the spot. Another bishop interjected, advising patience until the kingdom was fully stabilized. By delaying the purge, the church could avoid a popular revolt. His plan was to let the nobles keep their titles for now, but strip them of hereditary rights. He reminded the council that the era of kings was ending, so there was no need to rush. Heather was visibly annoyed, but agreed to hold off on the executions for another day. Her cold bloodlust clearly made Taefun uneasy. Next, Priest Main pulled his friend Taefun aside to ask about the royal castle. The old man shared that according to the latest intelligence, the new king, Timothy, hadn't crawled back to the capital after his loss, but had instead fled straight to the Eastern Front. He had enlisted Duke Francis to help him crush Queen Garcia, but the campaign ended in a humiliating defeat and the Duke's death. Consequently, Timothy was now busy carving up the Duke's former lands in the East. Priest Main smiled at the chaos and ordered his subordinates to keep both sides fueled with the drug. He wanted to balance the scales between Garcia and Timothy until every soldier in Grey Castle was dead or dying. They were playing puppet master, dragging both siblings into a war of attrition. They had even sent an inferior version of the drug to Garcia to ensure both sides withered, as the pills were addictive and sapped the user's life force. Taefun then shared an update on Roland. He reported the prince refused the church's gifts and showed no interest in the crown, having retreated to his border town. Like the others, Main was baffled as to how a failure like Roland managed to seize Longsong's stronghold. Lady Heather broke in, warning the council that they might be seriously underestimating the prince's hidden strength. Main conceded that taking Longsong was a feat, but he was certain that without a massive treasury or allies, Roland couldn't sustain a real war. Since he chose to hide in the backwoods, he was no longer a factor in the church's master plan. The woman nodded, admitting the logic was sound. She reached into her belt, pulling out a hidden scroll along with her concealed dagger. She handed the parchment to Main, swearing that the intel was beyond reproach. As his eyes scanned the report, he turned pale as he realized Prince Roland was openly harboring witches. Back at the frontier, the advisor was paying the prince a visit. Shocked to learn the prince was only taxing the newly freed serfs 20 of their crops, he argued that even taking half would be considered an act of extreme mercy. The prince shrugged, telling him a vault of stagnant gold was useless. He explained that by leaving them with 80, he intended to buy the surplus back from them at a fair, regulated price. With coin in their pockets, the people would want to buy better goods, and the prince would be the one supplying those very products. It was a perfect cycle. The money would return to his treasury, and the villagers' quality of life would skyrocket. Suddenly, Knight Carter burst in with great news. Sin had returned from Clearwater Port with a bag full of exotic seeds. The traveler grinned from ear to ear as if he'd found buried treasure, displaying the diverse flora the prince had requested. First was a variety of corn he called pearl rice, which drew curious looks from everyone in the room. The man looked absolutely enamored with the golden kernels. Then he produced a handful of sturdy potatoes. And Roland jumped with excitement as if he were ready to cook up a batch of crispy fries. Sin paused, confused, asking what on earth fries were. The prince quickly spun a tale about tasting them at a high-end gala where the chef gave them that name. Next came the sugar cane, and Roland predicted a future full of sweetness. However, Knight Carter took a raw bite and didn't seem very impressed by the flavor. Meanwhile, the old advisor was visibly trembling, overwhelmed by the prince's strange new ideas. He had previously harbored a faint suspicion that Prince Roland was possessed by some otherworldly entity, but witnessing such unparalleled genius made him certain of it. He was convinced Roland's very soul had transformed. Given his eccentric behavior and a mastery of secret arts and sciences that no scholar in the world had ever encountered. Yet, as he looked at the prosperity around him, he saw no evil in the prince's works, so he buried his doubts. If Roland was a demon, he was at least a benevolent one. Roland handed a stalk of sugar cane to the elderly advisor, who took a tentative bite, his eyes widening at the sudden burst of natural sweetness. By the day's end, Roland sat in his study, mentally exhausted as he sifted through Sin's intelligence report. The realization that his sister Garcia was also armed with the church's volatile drugs confirmed his fears. The Holy City was playing both sides to spark a civil war. To counter them, he knew he had to accelerate the development of rapid-fire weaponry. Suddenly, Anna materialized by his side, breaking his concentration and causing him to jump in his seat. The prince joked that Nightingale's habit of vanishing and appearing was rubbing off on her, teasing that the two of them would eventually give him a heart attack. He then checked his pocket watch and asked why she wasn't at her desk in the classroom. She admitted she had hit a wall with a particularly stubborn physics equation, and Teacher Scroll had suggested a private tutoring session with the prince himself. Scanning the complex scribbles, he chuckled, admitting that even he wasn't exactly a master of quantum mechanics. Nonetheless, he tried his best to guide her, explaining the mind-bending concepts of higher dimensions and the fabric of reality. As they delved deeper into the laws of the universe, twilight began to purple the sky, signaling the end of their lesson and the time for her to depart. A heavy, meaningful silence fell between them as their eyes locked, causing a soft blush to creep across both of their faces. They both glanced away simultaneously, caught in a wave of bashful tension. The prince found himself frozen by shyness, but Anna, ever the brave one, took a slow step into his personal space. Finding his nerve at last, he reached out and gently cupped the side of her face. In that quiet, shared moment of calm, they leaned in and finally shared a tender, soft kiss. Morning light returned to the streets of Border Town. Propaganda banners and motivational slogans were now draped across every prominent wall. They called on the citizens to strive for a better life. Anna asked why he felt the need to post them everywhere. The prince explained that he wanted to instill a sense of pride and ambition in the workers. He hoped these words would eventually resonate in their hearts and drive them to build their own wealth. Meanwhile, Anna was busy in the workshop, meticulously forging specialized glass apparatuses. She questioned why they were destroying perfectly good glassware to reshape it. He explained to the curious group that these were essential tools for the alchemists he hoped to recruit soon. Nightingale picked up a glass funnel, twirling it like a fancy goblet and offering an imaginary toast to the empty air. The prince noted that he hadn't yet perfected the process of turning raw sand into crystal-clear glass, so he had to repurpose what they already had. This piqued Nightingale's interest. She couldn't wrap her head around how common beach sand could become transparent glass. The prince explained that raw sand contains impurities that turn glass brown or green. For true scientific research, they needed the colorless purity that only refined materials could provide. While he spoke, Nightingale continued to fidget with the delicate laboratory equipment, earning herself a playful, affectionate flick on the forehead from the prince. Roland turned back to Anna, detailing how these vessels would be used to distill acids and unlock the next level of chemical engineering. Rubbing her forehead with a pout, Nightingale wandered off toward the refreshments while the prince finished his lecture. Her eyes lit up when she spotted a tray of steaming snacks waiting on the side table. True to her nature as a total foodie, she snatched up a fluffy bun and took a massive, enthusiastic bite. The explosion of flavor was so intense she felt like she had been transported to a culinary heaven. Closing her eyes, she imagined herself running through a sun-drenched wheat field, savoring the rich, earthy aroma and the soft, pillowy texture of the dough. The savory filling was perfectly seasoned, bursting with juice, leaving a delightful, lingering warmth on her tongue. Roland caught her mid-snack, a look of pure bliss on her face, and chuckled, telling her those were special steamed buns he'd personally instructed the royal chef to prepare. He suggested they all take a break to wash up and enjoy a proper afternoon tea together. Both girls nodded eagerly, their eyes sparkling at the prospect of more treats. As the afternoon sun began its slow descent, the golden glare made it quite difficult for Nightingale to keep her eyes open. Nearby, Prince Roland was laughing and chatting with Anna, and a gentle, serene smile traced itself across Nightingale's lips. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she eventually drifted into a profound slumber. Her subconscious was swept away by visions of a royal wedding with our prince. In her dream, she glided down the long aisle of a breathtaking cathedral, flanked by rows of supportive witches. As they reached the flower-adorned altar, the prince reached out and softly lifted her lace veil, uncovering her radiant beauty just before they leaned in for a kiss. While she was immersed in her fantasy, Anna whispered to the prince to stay quiet, noting that her companion was clearly enjoying a wonderful dream. That blissful expression was the only logical explanation for such a happy look. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the Holy City, where the three archbishops have reconvened. They are deep in a strategic debate about purging the witches hiding in the borderlands. However, with the church's main forces focused on the Woolheart campaign, they are spread thin. Archbishop Main tasked High Priestess Mila with commanding a small, elite unit known as the Judgment Squad. He was confident that her lethal precision would yield the best results for this clandestine operation. The priestess bowed in agreement, her heart set on scrubbing the frontier of all demonic influence. Receiving his holy blessing, she was dispatched to the border for immediate scouting, and she accepted with a stoic nod. Lady Heather couldn't resist poking fun at Main's interest in Mila, playfully asking if he was grooming a successor or if he was simply smitten with her. Archbishop Taefun, irritated by her flippant and biting remarks, barked that this mess involved both the crown and magic. It was a crisis they couldn't ignore without risking the church's grand design. Main nodded solemnly, theorizing that the fourth prince was indeed playing protector to the witches. He surmised that the dim-witted prince had likely been seduced by their supernatural charms. In his eyes, Roland was nothing more than a mindless puppet under a witch's spell. Furthermore, with reports of the border town actively gathering more witches, Main saw it as an act of open rebellion. He wanted the problem silenced before it grew, even vowing to intervene personally if Mila's squad fell short. Elsewhere, in a crumbling hideout, a group of witches has cornered a very nervous individual. They doused his face with cold water to bring him back to his senses. As he sputtered awake, he was paralyzed with fear to find himself surrounded by several young women. A flash of memory surged through his mind, vividly recalling how these girls had intercepted him, and he was certain they were magical beings. One girl immediately leveled a cold, sharp blade against his cheek, amused by his wide-eyed terror. One of them mocked him, asking why a man who spent his life hunting witches was now trembling and wetting himself. A memory resurfaced. It showed the prince giving Theo a secret directive: use the criminal underworld to spread word that the border was a safe haven for witches. Roland told him that if caught, he must claim affiliation with the Cooperation Association. When Theo finally let this information slip to the witches, their expressions shifted from hostility to genuine shock. Suddenly, another woman charged into the room, hauling a massive broadsword. Resembling a female guts, she let out a hearty laugh and called his story total nonsense, claiming the real association was far away in the Seawind region. The other witches cheered at her arrival, swarming around their fierce companion. She pointed her finger at Theo, identifying him as the one using back alley. Informants to leak stories about a witch recruitment drive. The young man stammered out a defense, insisting his news was legitimate. He claimed the association had finally discovered the legendary Holy Mountain and were living peacefully at the border. He swore they weren't demon-haunted and felt no pain from the magic stones. He even mentioned an elder named Kara who could conjure ghostly serpents, a feat that had left him stunned. He dropped names like Wendy and Scroll, the ones who supposedly sent him. At this, the leader's curiosity was piqued. Theo continued to spill details about Nightingale and the rest of the group. The women realized that if a sanctuary truly existed, advertising it was a death sentence, it would tip off the church, and they would all be in grave danger if they didn't act fast. The red-haired witch asked for their next move, and the dark-haired leader announced that their primary group would arrive at midnight. They would all set sail then. Turning back to Theo, she delivered a sharp kick to his chair, sending him sprawling onto the floor, still bound hand and foot. The black-haired leader told her comrade to get the others safely onto the ship, while she would head to the border with Theo as her guide. She needed to see if the Holy Mountain was real, and told her friend to notify Lady Tilly of her detour. In the following scene, we watch Lady Lightning darting gracefully through the heavens, venturing deep into the territories outlined on the mysterious treasure map received that evening. She had already scanned numerous landmarks. The prince had given her a specific mandate to investigate the legendary and eerie Misty Forest. Accepting the task with a spark of pride, she embarked on her solo flight. When a sudden downpour began to drench the woods, she tucked the parchment safely into her tunic, making sure it remained perfectly dry. However, quite unexpectedly, she caught sight of something below and dove toward it like a falling star, swooping through the dense canopy as swiftly as a bolt of blue fire. Deep within the heart of the woods, she stumbled upon ancient, crumbling ruins and began to carefully reconnoiter the area for anything out of the ordinary. She confessed she had never noticed this structure before, as the thick fog usually hid it from the air. Without the rain clearing the mist, she would have missed it completely. Her senses were suddenly piqued by a sharp, metallic aroma. The thrill of discovery sent a wave of excitement through her soul. After several minutes of searching, she was certain these were the exact ruins from the map. According to her orders, she should mark the spot and head back to the border to brief the prince. But her thirst for adventure took over, whispering to her to peek inside just for a moment. Besides, with the rain still lashing down, why not seek shelter and explore until the storm broke? Stepping inside, she was met with nothing but hollow, echoing corridors. So she ventured even further into the dark. Yet, everything remained eerily vacant. Suddenly, as she moved forward, a muffled, desperate voice cried out for assistance. Lightning froze in fear, instantly pressing herself against a wall while the plea for help echoed again. It seemed impossible for anyone to be alive here, given that these ruins were centuries old and buried in the most remote part of the forest. The situation made no sense, but she pushed her doubts aside, worried that a fellow explorer might be trapped and dying. She reached out and gave the door a gentle nudge, but the rotted wood gave way and collapsed entirely. And there, standing before her, was a grotesque monstrosity, a nightmare made flesh. The sight of the beast left her paralyzed with pure, unadulterated shock. She slumped to the floor, recognizing it as the same type of demon Lady Leaf had encountered in the desolate barren lands. Terrified tears blurred her vision as a cold dread gripped her heart. The creature loomed over her, towering and lethal, tensing its muscles to strike. The silence of the ruins was shattered by her blood-curdling scream, lost in the thunder of the tempest outside. The perspective shifts back to the bustling border town, where you are in a meeting with Margaret Farman, a spirited and wealthy merchant from the capital. She was overflowing with energy, peppering you with technical questions about the steam engine. She was desperate to acquire several, offering a staggering 500 gold coins per unit. The prince's advisor was internally celebrating the thought of raking in 5,000 gold coins for a mere 10 machines. But even with such a tempting offer, Roland couldn't bring himself to sell them to the High Lords. These engines were the precious fruits of Anna's hard work and genius. They were far more valuable than mere currency could ever reflect. He felt torn, especially since Margaret was not only incredibly rich, but also stunningly beautiful, wearing a solid gold necklace set with a holy judgment stone. Even Nightingale's lie-detecting skills were neutralized. He also couldn't help but notice that Margaret's bubbly, high-energy personality was a perfect mirror of Lightning's. Regardless, the prince informed her that in addition to saltpeter, he required steady supplies of iron, copper, and sulfur for their long-term partnership. She gave a cheerful nod, agreeing to his terms without hesitation. But suddenly, her face went pale, her eyes fixed on something behind him. Turning around, the prince saw a frantic flash of movement outside the glass. He threw the window open immediately, and a soaking wet lightning flew in, throwing her arms around him in a desperate embrace. She was sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing her state, the prince urgently signaled his knight to summon Nana the healer at once. Roland then paused, a flash of worry crossing his mind as he remembered a merchant was in the room, a dangerous witness since Lightning's powers were now exposed. However, the merchant didn't look shocked. She looked devastated, as if she already knew the girl. It was clear now, she had to be Lightning's mother. But he paid her no mind in the heat of the moment, focusing entirely on getting Lightning the emergency medical care she needed, leaving the high society woman shouting in distress as she watched the girl being carried away. A short while later, Lightning's wounds were mended, and her eyes fluttered open. She sat up with a sudden, panicked jolt. Wendy and Nana let out sighs of relief, overjoyed to see her back from the brink. They peppered her with questions about her ordeal. Lightning's bottom lip trembled when the prince asked why she had flown back so recklessly through the torrential storm. She choked out the news that she had discovered the ancient site. Dot indicated on the map, and a terrifying demon was lurking within. A heavy, shocked silence filled the room at her words. Lady Scroll's face turned ashen with worry as she asked if the girl had dared to step inside. She shook her head, explaining that a beast was guarding the cellar entrance and a faint voice from the depths was crying out for salvation. She hung her head, confessing she was paralyzed by fear and fled like a coward. But the prince comforted her, insisting she was wise to retreat, as a true explorer never charges into a trap without a solid plan. Lady Leaf suggested the voice might belong to a captive witch, as only their kind could survive the perils of the misty forest. Yet, given the ruins dated back over 400 years, the idea of a lone survivor seemed impossible. Lightning noted that the area around the stone structures showed zero signs of recent human life. Wendy added that the forest was a gauntlet of predators with no edible crops, making it clear that no ordinary person could survive there in isolation. The mystery only deepened the more they discussed the logistics of the situation. Lady Leaf was adamant that they find a way to rescue whoever was calling from the darkness. That's when Roland stepped forward, telling everyone to stay calm since they were still missing the full picture. He declared with fiery determination that they would storm the ruins together. He vowed to outsmart the demon and bring the survivor home, facing any monster in their path. Soon after, the merchant woman burst back into the room, frantic to check on Lightning. The prince gave her the good news, and as her tension melted away, the scene offered a brief, flattering view of Margaret's elegant silhouette. The prince offered a sincere apology for his earlier cold shoulder. He explained that Lightning's life was hanging by a thread. He noted that her recovery was the exact reason he had requested she remove her anti-magic stone. The woman's eyes twinkled with curiosity as she asked if the girl was truly a witch. The young lord gave a slow, cautious nod of confirmation. To his surprise, Margaret beamed with pride, claiming she had suspected it for years. She boasted that as a member of the legendary Thunder bloodline, it was only natural for the girl to be gifted. The prince was taken aback by her intimate knowledge of the girl's heritage. Margaret explained she had been a constant presence in the girl's childhood. Intrigued, Roland asked her to explain the exact bond they shared. She began the story of how she had joined the Great Thunder's legendary maritime expedition. The hero of the Northern Seas had mapped the Twin Peaks, the Dragon Fjords, and the treacherous reaches of the Infinity Cape during his voyages. Margaret revealed that Lightning was born at sea, but tragically, her mother passed away from a fever shortly after. As the only other woman on the vessel, Margaret stepped in as the girl's foster mother. She raised the infant on a diet of softened oatmeal, since there was no milk to be had on the open waves. After the voyage ended, Margaret settled in the capital to build her merchant empire, but 10 years later, word arrived that Thunder's fleet had disappeared into a monstrous gale, presumed lost to the abyss. She never bought into the funeral talk. Seeing Lightning standing there, she was certain that true voyagers weren't so easily swallowed by a bit of rough weather. The prince asked if she harbored any ill will toward witches, and she gave a blunt no. Nightingale, watching from the shadows, tapped Roland's shoulder to signal the woman was being completely honest. Margaret added that she saw witches as the embodiment of beauty and power, traits she deeply respected. She even admitted she had dreamed of creating a sanctuary for them, much like he had. However, the harsh bigotry of the capital had forced her to keep those dreams hidden. The two shook hands warmly, united by their shared mission to protect the witches. With their partnership sealed, the woman immediately began firing off questions. Who were the other girls? How did he find them? What could they do? She was a whirlwind of curiosity. Roland already felt his energy draining just trying to keep up with her relentless enthusiasm. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of town, Theo and the traveling witch finally reached the border. She surveyed the landscape, noting that it was surprisingly well kept for such a remote corner of the world. It wasn't exactly the hidden fortress she expected the association to choose, and she grumbled about the lack of a grand welcoming committee. Theo pulled a green signaling flag from his pack and waved it from the hilltop. He explained it was the pre-arranged code to let the local witches know a newcomer had arrived. The witch, however, was more interested in her stomach, demanding a hot meal immediately. Theo let out a heavy, weary sigh. Thinking back on how his coin purse had been emptied at every fancy tavern they had passed on the road here. She gestured sharply with her massive great sword, warning him that if this was a trap, his head would roll along with anyone else involved in the ruse. To avoid further provoking her, he sighed and tossed her a small bag of treats. She noted that her companions were already on a vessel bound for the fjords, making it too late for Theo to interfere. Hearing her plan, the young man reminded her of the brutal, unforgiving climate waiting for them in the fjord islands. The witch nodded solemnly, describing their goal to create a true sanctuary for their kind in those distant lands. Under the leadership of Lady Tilly Wimbledon. Theo was stunned into silence upon hearing that name, realizing the leader she spoke of was the prince's own sister. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened as she sensed a presence approaching through the gloom. She detected a familiar resonance of magic, confirming that another witch was nearby. As they met, Nightingale stepped forward with a welcoming smile, inviting her into the heart of Border Town. They began to walk through the settlement, which remained surprisingly lively even in the dead of night. The newcomer watched with a raised eyebrow, fascinated to see children still gathered for lessons at such an hour. Lady Scroll explained that these were the town's special night classes. They were open not just to the youth, but to any worker eager to learn after their daily chores were finished. The warrior woman then turned to Nightingale, asking if she was an extraordinary, a term our girl had never encountered before. The scarred woman clarified that extraordinaries are those whose bodies have evolved, allowing them to feel the very pulse and shape of magic. Nightingale admitted she could sense many of her sisters in the surrounding area, though she wasn't sure if that classified her as one. The guest, known as Ash, revealed that such witches are legends 1 in 1,000. She had only crossed paths with 3 in her entire life, including. The seasoned warrior advised her to hide this trait carefully, hinting that even the church kept the existence of extraordinaries a closely guarded secret. Meanwhile, Nightingale kept a watchful eye on the stranger, studying her every move. It was clear to her that this new woman was a formidable force of nature. Particularly that monstrous blade, a weapon so heavy most men couldn't even budge it from the ground. Ash inquired about Kara, the leader of the association. Nightingale's expression darkened as she shared that Kara had perished during the search for the Holy Mountain. The news hit Ash hard, her voice trembling as she asked who had taken up the mantle of leadership. The group pointed her toward the castle, explaining that all the sisters now lived together within the prince's walls. Upon hearing this, Ash's friendly demeanor vanished instantly. Her muscles tensed as she demanded to know if they had signed some soul-selling contract with the local lord. Before her temper could boil over, Wendy sprinted forward and threw her arms around the scarred warrior, weeping as if she had found a long-lost sister. Tears of joy streamed down Wendy's face as she finally recognized the woman who had once been her savior. Through her sobs, Wendy revealed that she was the same terrified girl from the choir all those years ago. It was a stunning revelation. This scarred woman was the same girl who had slaughtered the corrupt monks to save Wendy in the dungeon. The two found a quiet corner to sit and catch up on the years that had passed since that bloody day. The warrior, named Ash, recounted that after fleeing the cell, she had hunted down the abbey's overseers and fought through judgment squads until the god's punishment captain arrived. Wendy. Interrupted, asking in a hushed tone exactly what a god's punishment captain was. Ash explained they were the church's elite shadows, engineered specifically to kill extraordinary witches. They were the ones who had taken her eye. She described them as mindless husks with speed and power that rivaled her own, but devoid of any human soul. She recalled cutting a soldier's arm off, only for the man to continue his assault with his remaining limb without even flinching. Determined to avenge her sisters, she spent weeks as a ghost in the holy city, striking from the shadows at night. Eventually, the church's relentless search forced her to flee. By the time she escaped, her clothes were stiff with dried blood. She looked more like a wild predator than a woman. Wendy. Tried to soothe her, insisting those dark days were over because Roland Wimbledon was a kind ruler who truly cared for them. At the mention of his name, Ash's face contorted with rage, and she crushed her wooden cup into splinters with her bare hand. She demanded to know if Wendy was actually serving the fourth prince, Roland. When Wendy nodded nervously, Ash grabbed her by the wrist to drag her away, declaring they had to leave this den of vipers immediately. It was clear Ash shared the common view of Roland, seeing him as nothing more than a lecherous, silver-spoon degenerate. Morning arrived at the castle. The witches brought their new guest to see the prince in his study. Ash wasted no time, demanding that he release all the witches so they could join her, but Roland was not about to entertain such a brazen request. Ash stood her ground, reminding the prince that these women were not his playthings or property, but free individuals. The young lord was taken aback by her fearless defiance. He looked her in the eye and calmly assured her that he had never once considered them his property. Every soul in Border Town remains here by choice, as it is the safest haven they've ever known. The prince cautioned her against the fjord expedition, explaining that the open sea is a death trap and the islands are plagued by erratic gales, tidal waves, and seasonal storms that make permanent settlement nearly impossible. The warrior girl stood her ground, retorting that their future was secure under the brilliant leadership of Tilly Wimbledon. The prince was blindsided by the mention of his sister, asking in disbelief if Tilly had truly evaded the church's grasp. Ash clarified that the fifth princess had successfully gathered a large group of witches, spiriting them away to the fjords to find sanctuary far from the Inquisition. She was convinced Tilly would forge a new homeland for them. She also scolded him for his reckless public search for witches, warning that his loud recruitment had painted a massive target on the town for the church to see. Nightingale's temper flared when the prince was insulted, but he signaled her to stand down. He then turned to Ash and asked how many of the church's elite gods' punishment soldiers and extraordinary, which like her could defeat in battle. She answered with cool confidence, stating she could dismantle 3 of them with relative ease. Rising from the table with an air of authority, the prince laid down a challenge. She would duel his finest knight. If she was bested, it would prove his defenses could withstand the church's most terrifying killers. Ash didn't hesitate to take the bait, accepting the wager instantly. However, her lip curled in annoyance when the prince requested a full week to get his affairs in order for the fight. He invited her to stay within the castle walls and witness town life through the eyes of the other witches, hoping the local hospitality would soften her resolve. As she turned to leave, the prince remarked that she felt strangely familiar, as if their paths had crossed in a previous life. That comment ignited her rage. She snarled at him, demanding to know if he truly had the nerve to remember her face. She spun around with eyes burning like embers and a face contorted by fury. It was obvious that if Tilly hadn't held her back years ago, she would have reduced him to ribbons on the spot. The poor prince stood there utterly bewildered, having no memory of whatever grievance she held. Anna and Nightingale, however, immediately suspected the worst. They bluntly asked him if he had ever harassed her in the past, but he maintained his innocence, and truthfully, the original, lecherous Roland had been gone from this world for a long time. Anna later questioned him privately, asking if he truly believed he could devise a way to defeat a legendary extraordinary witch in such a short window. He responded with certainty. If he could finalize a rapid-fire mechanism that could negate her superior speed and power, he liked his odds at a 70% success rate. He noted that the necessary components for the weaponry were already staged and waiting in the secondary warehouse. He started rambling about the intricate chemical formulas required for the gunpowder, causing a bored Nightingale to clean her ear and drift away, as technical jargon held no interest for her. Up until that moment, Ash had viewed him as nothing more than a privileged predator, but now... She caught a glimpse of the true, commanding presence a prince should possess. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden, lightning-fast strike from Nightingale. She reacted instinctively, leaping backward to evade the blade before. Unleashing a powerful, sweeping counterstroke with her massive greatsword. Nightingale slipped past the attack effortlessly, moving like a shadow in the wind. Ash demanded to know if this was a sneak attack ordered by the prince, but the blonde witch shook her head, stating they didn't treat guests poorly. She was free to explore as she liked. However, Nightingale's voice turned icy. As she issued a final warning, if Ash so much as touched a hair on Roland's head, she would find herself in a world of unimaginable pain. The scene transitions to a vessel cutting smoothly through the coastal waves. On board was the distinguished Professor Kyle Sichi, a master alchemist renowned for his precise work. He was journeying to the frontier because a letter from Prince Roland contained chemical proofs that were as revolutionary as they were brilliant. Kyle had personally vetted the equations and was desperate to consult the author to broaden his own scientific horizons. He penned a final note to his prize pupil, Shackle, detailing the magnitude of his discovery. He informed him that he had resigned from the prestigious Red Alchemy Institute in Redwater City to pursue this lead at the border. As the scholar reached the gates of the castle, the witches were assembled nearby, with Mystery Moon showcasing her control over magnetic forces by spinning a miniature windmill. She glowed with pride when the prince lauded her unique ability and requested her help in constructing a functional direct current motor. The girls were all smiles, fully absorbed in a lecture regarding the fundamental laws of electromagnetic induction. The classroom session was cut short when Sir Carter entered to announce that the master alchemist from Redwater had arrived for his audience. The elderly scholar finally stood face to face with the prince. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the old man couldn't resist. Diving headfirst into the complex formulas mentioned in Roland's invitation. The prince played it cool, acting as though he had merely stumbled upon these universal truths by accident. The professor was stunned to realize that this unremarkable prince had actually derived the proofs himself. A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind, wondering if these were the state secrets of the Royal Alchemical Society. The prince simply shrugged, spinning a yarn about finding the data in a 400-year-old tome. He added that in the old world, true seekers of knowledge called this chemistry, not alchemy. This revelation left the professor in a state of utter daze and wonder. The prince continued, dropping the bombshell of the law of conservation of mass, explaining that matter cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed into different states. He illustrated the point using a piece of delicious cake, explaining how the body would process part of it for energy while the rest would, eventually, be returned to nature as waste. Professor Kyle remained skeptical, inquiring about what happens to the physical mass when a massive timber log is reduced to ash. Since the leftover soot is clearly far lighter than the original wood. The prince explained with calm precision that the bulk of the log's weight escaped as invisible gas and vapor, leaving only the mineral residue behind. Having successfully piqued the old scholar's curiosity, Roland casually reached into a nearby cabinet. And produced a bound volume on modern chemistry. Labeling it a literal goldmine of information, he told the professor that if he wished to unearth these secrets, he would have to prove his worth by joining the town's cause. Observing the hunger in the old man's eyes, the answer was already written on his face. The prince cut straight to the chase, offering a salary that matched his prestigious Redwater City pay, backed by a 5-year commitment. With a rhythmic snap of his fingers, the veteran advisor stepped forward, offering a quill and ink for the professor to finalize the contract. Roland included a strict confidentiality clause to prevent their research from leaking to rival alchemists, yet, as the ink dried, the exact nature of their first project remained a mystery. Prince Roland stood tall and declared their first mission, the production of the most potent concentrated acids ever witnessed. The moment the professor exited the study, Nightingale slipped out from the shadows and teased the prince for his elaborate storytelling, reminding him that he just ordered Scroll to transcribe that ancient book yesterday. The prince smirked, admitting to his white lies, but explaining that a distinguished academic would never believe a failing royal could harbor such advanced scientific knowledge. The girl seemed to accept his logic, but she stumped him by asking who had actually provided him with such revolutionary insights in the first place. Naturally, the prince couldn't reveal his past life as a hard-working engineer from another world, so he opted for a strategic silence. Nightingale took pity on him, waving it off and saying he didn't have to explain himself if he didn't want to. Mostly because she didn't have the patience for another one of his far-fetched tales. The scene transitions to the dusty practice range where the prince was supervising the field test of his latest mechanical brainchild. Sir Carter was gripping a sleek new prototype that resembled a heavy-duty revolver when he pulled the trigger to empty the cylinder. The spent brass casings clattered rhythmically against the stone. However, his confident shooting became a bit embarrassing when the smoke cleared to reveal he hadn't hit a single mark. The witch standing beside the prince began to look concerned, mainly because the prince looked deeply underwhelmed while poor Carter looked like he wanted the ground to swallow him whole. Roland patted his friend on the shoulder, reassuring him that revolvers trade long-range accuracy for sheer volume of fire compared to traditional muskets. He promised the knight that they would refine the gunpowder ratio to give the weapon more punch and better stability. He urged Carter to keep the lead flying at the targets, as he only had a short time before his duel with the legendary Ash. Even though Sir Carter was still wrestling with the recoil of this strange new firearm, he couldn't help but admire the lethal elegance of its design. Meanwhile, the prince reminded him to gather every single spent casing, as the reusable brass was worth its weight in gold. Back at the palace, Lady Ash paced back and forth, looking thoroughly frustrated. The local witches were surprisingly content and flatly refused her offer to rescue them. She was also baffled by the town's atmosphere, wondering what kind of charisma Roland possessed to make the common folk so obsessed with his strange machinery. As she was lost in thought, something caught her eye in the courtyard. A rather plump pigeon waddled toward her with surprising speed and hopped onto her. This round, feathery little visitor was known as Maggie. And as it turned out, she was a vital link to the fifth princess's inner circle. Ash asked the bird if the main group had safely reached the fjords. The pigeon chirped back a series of melodic responses. She then checked if the little messenger was hungry, and tossed a handful of breadcrumbs onto the stone. The pigeon's eyes sparkled, and it began to peck at the food with frantic hunger. However, the bird suddenly grew indignant. It began pecking Ash's forehead in a huff, clearly offended by being treated like a common animal. In an instant, the ordinary-looking bird began to shift and grow, transforming into a spirited young girl. The young girl offered a proper greeting to her friend, this time using their human tongue. She mentioned that even with the aid of the tracking bracelet, pinpointing her exact location had been a real challenge. Luckily, Lady Shadow had relayed that Ash was trekking toward the frontier to gather more witches, which is how she eventually tracked her down. Now, she was bubbling with excitement to finally meet the other sisters after such a grueling journey. Ash admitted with a heavy heart that the witches refused to budge, seemingly trusting Prince Roland's word more than her own. Maggie was taken aback, noting that both royal siblings appeared to have a soft spot for witches and were eager to give them a home. Ash then dropped the news about the high-stakes duel looming between her and the prince. If she were to lose, the prince wouldn't permit her to take a single witch away, and she dreaded returning to Princess Tilly with nothing to show for it. The girl then shared that she had spotted a carriage flying the church's colors on her way in, carrying a party of about 10 people. Ash was convinced they were targeting the border, fueled by the rumors of a witch haven that the reckless prince had allowed to leak across the 6 lands. Still, she saw a silver lining. She believed that once the church arrived, their presence would serve as the perfect scare tactic to convince the other witches to flee to the safety of the fjords. In Ash's mind, Roland would finally realize the gravity of the mess he'd created by playing with fire. In the following scene, Lady Lightning is seen gliding gracefully through the clouds. A look of pure, unadulterated joy painted across her face. She was absolutely enamored with her new goggles, which kept her eyes protected and comfortable even while breaking the sound barrier. She felt a surge of gratitude toward the prince for such a thoughtful gift. Suddenly, her sharp eyes locked onto an unusually large pigeon. Instantly, her mind drifted to visions of a golden brown roast bird for tonight's feast. Having grown weary of a constant diet of buttered toast and wild mushrooms, her mouth began to water at the thought of a succulent, juicy poultry dinner. She folded her wings and dove straight for the pigeon, which, unfortunately for the bird, was anything but a common animal. Maggie spiraled into a panic as she saw lightning closing in like a hawk. She flapped desperately to shake her pursuer, but lightning was the undisputed queen of the skies. She closed the gap in seconds and snatched the pigeon right out of the air. The two of them tangled together and went tumbling toward the grassy earth below. Maggie let out a squawk of terror, struggling with all her might to break free. She tried to scramble away as lightning unsheathed her hunting knife. The sight of the gleaming steel sent the poor pigeon into a total frenzy. Realizing she was about to become an appetizer, the pigeon decided it was time to drop the act. She shifted back into her human form, trembling and tearful after her narrow escape from the dinner plate. Lady Lightning stood there in a daze, blinking and wondering where her delicious meal had vanished to. Meanwhile, Maggie wailed at the top of her lungs, convinced she was seconds away from being eaten before she could ever see the fifth princess again. Trying to make sense of the chaos, Lightning asked if the sobbing girl was actually a fellow witch. Maggie sniffled and managed to stop her crying for a brief moment. She gave a defiant pout and confirmed that she was indeed a sister. Our girl quickly changed her tone to a friendly greeting, and the two girls introduced themselves. Though Maggie was still holding a bit of a grudge for almost being turned into a Sunday roast. She then pointed out a tracking sigil on Lightning's chest, a mark the speedster hadn't even noticed she was carrying. Maggie explained that these enchanted stones were designed to monitor a person's location, crafted specifically for witches and keyed to a master stone. At that, Lightning realized the jewelry her father had given her was actually a beacon. Surprised, she asked Maggie where she had acquired her own. But the little girl kept her lips sealed, knowing Ash would be furious if she spilled their secrets. The mention of Lady Ash confirmed Lightning's suspicion that she wasn't alone. She mentioned how Ash was tirelessly trying to coax the local sisters away. Lightning couldn't help but brag about the incredible gadgets, powerful weapons, and absolute marvels the prince had engineered. These were wonders the world had never seen. Wide-eyed, the little girl asked if she could see these miracles for herself. Lightning flashed a mischievous grin and told her she could see everything, provided she joined the witch union and called the border home. Maggie insisted on staying loyal to Ash, but Lightning kept the conversation lively, describing all the fun things they did in town. She teased her with stories of savory mushrooms and exquisite local delicacies, causing Maggie's stomach to let out a loud, hungry growl. Ultimately, Lightning's charm won her over. She told the little girl that the real fun was found by following her lead. As the two of them zipped through the sky above the town, Prince Roland and the professor were deep in concentration, conducting volatile experiments in the laboratory. Meanwhile, the other girls were enjoying the fresh air in the woods, foraging for the finest mushrooms. Along the forest path, they crossed paths with Wendy, who was also out enjoying the day. As the sun finally set, they gathered together for their nightly routine of study and learning. At daybreak, the group headed to the north slope, where the workshop was buzzing with the assembly of custom ammunition. Meanwhile, back within the serene walls of the palace garden, the girls were having a delightful time, and Maggie savored every single second of the fun. Later on, they trekked out to the edge of the frontier where the chief knight was absorbed in a rigorous target practice session. It was obvious that his precision and reflexes were becoming much sharper. After spending several days adventuring alongside Lightning, Maggie finally returned to Ash well past sunset. Ash questioned why she had been losing track of time so often lately. Maggie shifted back into her human form with a grin and explained that Lightning had taken her out for a bit of aerial hunting. She even offered Ash a piece of the roasted catch, but the warrior declined with a blunt "I'll pass." Maggie happily began devouring the drumstick herself. Ash found the sight a bit unsettling. Watching a girl who can turn into a bird eat poultry felt completely wrong. Then Maggie asked why Ash was so bitter toward this town, confessing that she actually felt a strong urge to stay. She spoke of how Prince Roland threw lively parties and shared his own food in the courtyard. He was approachable and kind, a far cry from the snobbish lords they usually encountered. As Maggie continued to list all the wonderful things about their current home, Ash's stern expression didn't soften for a moment. She pressed her palms to her forehead in a fit of pure exasperation. She reminded herself that Maggie had known nothing but hardship until the fifth princess rescued her. It made sense that the girl was easily dazzled by the comfort and warmth found here. Suddenly, Ash snapped, warning Maggie that the church was a constant shadow over this town. Their peace would shatter the moment the army of God's punishment arrived. Maggie simply shrugged and asked, "What if we just win?" Ash sighed, secretly wishing for that same miracle. That hope was exactly why she agreed to this duel, to prove that primitive weapons couldn't stop the church's elite. The day of the confrontation arrived, and Sister Echo stepped forward to announce the rules. Strikes to the head were strictly forbidden. Furthermore, any participant could concede the fight at any time to avoid injury. As long as the damage wasn't fatal, Nana's miraculous healing would ensure both fighters returned to perfect health. The prince scanned the duo and asked if there were any final concerns. When met with determined silence, he signaled for the contest to commence. The two opponents took their places, staring each other down. Ash felt a wave of confusion seeing that the knight carried neither a blade nor a spear. He wasn't even wearing protective plate. She wondered if he planned to rely on a hidden crossbow. She dismissed her doubts and gripped her hilt, certain that if she closed the gap in a heartbeat, she could force a quick surrender. However, the task wouldn't be quite so simple, as Carter was already steadying his firearm. The moment the prince gave the command to start, Captain Ironaxe struck the signal bell, sending a resonating chime across the field. Both combatants instantly raised their weapons. Ash initiated the fight with a powerful, long-range horizontal sweep. The sheer force of the swing caught Carter off guard for a split second. But he regained his focus, leveled his sights, and pulled the trigger. As Ash watched the lead projectiles whistling toward her, she performed a desperate, high-speed dodge at the last possible millisecond. Despite her speed, a bullet grazed her cheek, leaving a thin crimson line. She dropped into a low stance and launched herself forward like a catapult. Intent on neutralizing the distance, she moved so fast she appeared as nothing more than a silver blur. Even the onlookers were stunned by her superhuman agility and reaction time. But Carter didn't flinch, holding his ground and continuing his rhythmic fire, desperately trying to land a decisive shot on his fast-moving target. As another round sped toward her chest, Ash used the broad surface of her massive sword as a shield to deflect the impact. In the blink of an eye, before Carter could even chamber another round, she delivered a punishing blow directly to his midsection. The impact sent the knight tumbling backward across the dirt. A heavy silence fell over the crowd as everyone waited to see if he would stand. A crimson trail of blood was slowly wandering down Ash's cheek. Her midsection, however, had been ravaged by the impact of the lead shot. The world began to spin as her consciousness slipped into a dark blur. While the onlookers scrambled to save Carter's life, Ash managed to wheeze out a declaration of victory. With her strength spent, she slumped forward, collapsing directly into the prince's arms. Before the tale moves forward, let's peer into the shadows of Ash's history. Once a mere castaway drifting through the city's heartless streets, Ash knew only the bite of poverty and struggle. The town was electric that day. The princess had come of age, and a massive feast was planned for the poor, overseen by the influential Archbishop Taefun of the Holy Church. At the mention of the high priest, a cold, sharp smile flickered across Ash's face. It was the look of someone hungry for a chance to bring a powerful man low. The grand carriage of the princess finally began its slow procession through the avenue. Determined, Ash shoulder-checked her way through the masses to reach the very edge of the road. The fifth princess stepped gracefully from her ornate transport. The air was instantly filled with the thunderous roar of the adoring crowd. Yet, amidst the thousands of faces, the princess's gaze locked onto the one person who didn't belong. Her eyes found Ash. Their stares collided and the bustling world seemed to freeze. A silent spark of recognition and a hidden understanding passed between them. Returning to the sanctuary of the castle, Ash found herself summoned to a private audience with the princess. A servant nudged her toward the throne, where the princess immediately sensed the magical essence of a witch. She spoke with a gentle warmth, promising Ash that her days of wandering the gutters were over. It was in that moment that the princess bestowed the name Ash upon her, for she had lived her life without one. Back in the present, Ash's eyes finally fluttered open as she regained her senses. The little bird girl let out a squeal of joy and nearly tackled Ash with a fierce hug. Ash studied her hyperactive friend and groggily asked how much time had passed. The girl chirped that she had only been out for a single afternoon. She explained that Nana's magic had worked wonders, meticulously mending her torn flesh and restoring her body. She prattled on about Nana's miraculous talents, though Ash's mind was elsewhere. Her thoughts were focused solely on a necessary confrontation with the prince. She found him enjoying a moment of quiet solitude. Ash strode into the room as if she were the queen herself, ready to collect on their wager. Prince Roland, ever the gentleman of his word, bowed his head and graciously accepted the loss. With the win secured, Ash admitted that the prince truly possessed the means to challenge the church's elite. She couldn't hide her fascination with the strange device Carter had wielded during the duel. Roland proudly displayed his revolver, envisioning it as the ultimate equalizer for his future military. He dreamed of a day when every soldier would carry such lethality. He joked that with this, Even a simple peasant could stand against a knight. When Ash asked for one, he simply smirked and told her she'd have to officially join the witch union to earn that privilege. Ash gave a polite decline, then revealed she intended to return to Princess Tilly's side at the fjords. She offered him a place of refuge in the islands, should the church ever drive him from his lands. Returning the favor, Roland assured her that the gates of Border Town would always remain open for her. As she turned to depart, Roland stopped her, presenting a masterwork blade forged by Anna's fire to replace her shattered weapon. She took the hilt, a sudden rush of power and balance flowing through her arm as she gripped the steel. She realized immediately this was no ordinary blacksmith's work and asked why it felt so alive. With a dramatic flourish, the prince named the blade Ashbringer, boldly proclaiming that it was a legendary artifact that would make her old sword look like a butter knife. She gave it a trial swing, the blade whistling through the air with terrifying ease. She accepted the magnificent gift with a rare, genuine smile. Meanwhile, Roland barely escaped a trip to the afterlife as she nearly took his head off while testing her new toy. The scene shifts to the outskirts, where the church's scouting party is making camp. Commanded by Mila, the squad's objective was to infiltrate and confirm if the town was truly a nest for magic users. She haughtily proclaimed that if the prince was indeed playing protector to such deviants, it was her divine right to strike him down, and she relished the thought of putting him in his place. Her cruel daydream was shattered by the sudden alarm of an ambush. The holy knights scrambled to draw their steel and form a perimeter. One knight lunged toward the tent flap to scout the perimeter. But before he could even blink, Lady Ash swept through the camp, cutting down the armored men with a single, devastating arc of her blade. It was clear the warrior had come specifically to blood her new weapon, and it performed flawlessly, shearing through heavy plate and flesh as if they were nothing more than parchment. With a rhythmic flick of her wrist, Ash cleaved the lead knight in half, leaving Priestess Mila paralyzed with horror at the sight of such raw, visceral power. Ash's aura pulsed with a bloodlust so suffocating that the air itself felt heavy. The priestess stumbled backward, her fingers trembling as she dropped the scriptures she had been clutching. Maggie's sharp eyes immediately spotted the fallen book as a church hymnal, and swooped down to retrieve it with a curious tilt of her head. Meanwhile, Lady Ash loomed over the survivor with her sword held high, proceeding to dismantle the priestess's spirit with the same cold-blooded precision the church used on her sisters. Once the grim work was finished, she dug a shallow grave and rolled the body into the earth. Maggie watched with wide eyes, asking her friend if this was wise, fearing the church's wrath should they find the site. Ash shrugged it off, calculating that it would take at least a few months for the holy city to realize their scouts had vanished into thin air. She knew that regardless of how Roland played his cards, his alliance with the witches was a ticking time bomb that would eventually blow his cover. She then showed Maggie the intercepted messages intended for the pigeons, meant to alert Hermes of the devil's presence. Maggie beamed, announcing she had plucked every messenger bird from the sky, ensuring no word of this would ever reach the high altars. Ash realized that by silencing these whispers, they had bought the prince a precious window of time to fortify his walls. She felt a flicker of satisfaction, knowing she had done more to protect his borders than any of his own knights. Maggie gave an enthusiastic thumbs up, cheering for her friend's tactical brilliance, moved by the girl's spirit. Ash finally gave the young messenger permission to remain behind in Border Town. The girl chirped happily, adding that she truly enjoyed Lady Tilly's company as well. Ash instructed her to fly back to the fjords monthly to relay updates. This would be their secret lifeline, a way to ensure the witches could escape to the islands if the border ever fell. Maggie let out a victory cry just as the first rays of dawn began to spill over the mountain peaks, illuminating the sturdy walls of the Border Town castle once more. Inside, Sir Ferlin Eltec found himself seated at a lavish royal table, a guest of the ever-gracious prince. Roland encouraged his guests to set aside their formalities and feast until they were truly satisfied. Ferlin bowed his head, offering his sincere thanks for the rare privilege of dining at the royal table. His wife, Irene, beamed with gratitude as well, thanking the prince for the chance to lead a classroom as a teacher. Roland waved off the praise, giving the credit to Lady Scroll for her tireless work in building the new Ministry of Education. Irene, ever observant, got to the heart of the matter and asked the reason for this special invitation. Roland leaned in, revealing his grand cultural vision, a series of theatrical performances in the town square. He had the gold and the scripts, he just lacked the talent. Remembering Irene's past as a star in Longsong's Stronghold, he offered her the lead role. She hesitated, overwhelmed by the scale of the prince's ambition. But his offer of a handsome salary quickly helped soothe her nerves. Ferlin squeezed her hand, reminding her that the stage had always been her true passion. And Roland watched with a small smile as the couple shared a tender moment of mutual support. Feeling a bit like a third wheel, he cleared his throat and slid the leather-bound scripts across the table. He explained that the first play was Cinderella, a classic tale of a common girl winning a prince's heart. The second, Midnight Growl, was a gritty story of revolution against tyranny. The final piece, A Witch's Diary, was a deeply personal work he had co-authored with Scroll, and it was the one he held closest to his heart. Irene turned the pages, her eyes widening at the depth and emotion written into every line. The prince was visibly energized, ready to ignite a cultural revolution in his small town. He was determined to use the power of the stage to dismantle the church's lies and plant the seeds of a new, enlightened world. The view shifts to our lovely pigeon messenger, who is currently in a state of pure sensory overload. Her eyes grew wide at the sight of the banquet spread out before her, a far cry from the modest, bland meals she was used to. This was a world-class feast, and the whole group welcomed Maggie with open arms. The prince attempted to offer a dignified, royal greeting, but the little girl was too entranced by the glistening meat skewers to pay any attention to his formal introduction. At that point, her willpower crumbled, and she could no longer suppress her ravenous hunger. Wendy stepped in to properly introduce the newcomer, while Mystery Moon nudged her to try the special barbecue glaze crafted by the prince's own hand. She tentatively dipped a finger into the rich sauce, and the moment she tasted it, her expression lit up with pure joy. Her taste buds were practically throwing a celebration. This was a level of flavor she had never encountered. The sisters gathered around, delighted to see her enjoy the appetizers. The girls were fascinated by her avian form and asked if she could mimic other birds. She beamed with pride and began a flurry of shape-shifting. She fluttered first as a tiny sparrow, then expanded into a soaring seagull, and finally settled as a vibrant, charming little parrot. Her whimsical transformations were absolutely captivating. No one could look away from the display. Anna turned to Roland, marveling at the fact that his sister was also building a haven for witches. Roland shared her sentiment and declared his plan to reach out for an alliance. Maggie would be the one to carry his secret correspondence when she headed back to the fjords next month. Mentioning the journey, Anna mused about the beauty of the clouds and confessed her deep longing to drift through the open sky like the birds. As it turns out, the prince had a surprise waiting. In the very next moment, a grand hot air balloon was revealed. Fulfilling Anna's dream, the massive vessel lifted her high above the earth. From that height, the bustling world below looked like a collection of tiny toys. For the first time, Anna gazed down at Border Town from a breathtaking bird's-eye perspective. They shared a conversation about the physics of flight and how the burner operated. But we'll breeze past the technical jargon and focus on the magic of the moment. The prince reminded her of a vital truth. Without her unique black fire, this ascent wouldn't even be possible. Suddenly, Anna looked down at the Redwater River and saw it all, Lady Leaf's experimental gardens and the rising silhouettes of the new factories. It seems the prince has launched both the Industrial Revolution and the Age of Environmental Impact simultaneously. The prince handed her all the glory, insisting that her fire was the spark that built this new world. Anna watched the landscape, deeply moved. Sensing the gravity of the moment, the prince moved closer to her side. He gently reached for her hand. But the mood turned bittersweet when Anna shared the memory of losing her mother in a tragic fire. In a soft, trembling voice, she described the suffocating smoke and the terrifying heat she barely escaped. Which was the very moment her magic awakened. That trauma had caused her to loathe her own flames and her identity for years. Back then, she thought her execution would be a release, but the prince had rescued her and taught her that her fire could create rather than just destroy. She credited him entirely for transforming her perspective and giving her power a purpose. As the emotion between them deepened and the prince's face flushed, they leaned in for another tender kiss. The specific details of what happened next in that basket remain a mystery. All that could be heard was a strange, rhythmic clapping sound, perhaps a celebratory game after their flight. Eventually, the balloon began its slow descent, and the crowd below cheered as the wicker basket finally touched the grass. A few of the sisters gave the prince a playful scolding for such a daring and risky stunt. He admitted he was a bit impulsive, but pointed out that Maggie and Lightning had been circling them the whole time as a safety net. One which teased the flyers, noting that they weren't the only ones with a view from the clouds anymore. Lightning and Maggie joked that the balloon was like a floating snail, claiming they had lapped the castle 20 times during the flight. Nana was buzzing with excitement, asking when her turn to fly would come, while everyone else clamored to go up. Anna explained the basket was a cozy fit for only two. The prince, meanwhile, was still trying to talk his way out of trouble with the worried girls. In the shuffle of the crowd, Anna and the prince accidentally bumped into one another as they stepped back. They exchanged a knowing, shy smile, perhaps reminiscing about that clapping game they played in the sky. Meanwhile, Nightingale was off to the side, distractedly munching on her snacks. She looked a bit lonely, as if she wished she had been the one drifting through the clouds with him. In her distraction, her favorite piece of cake slipped from her plate and tumbled sadly into the dirt. And she retreated into the shadows, slipping away without a word. Once he had navigated the sea of questions, the prince waved to the ladies and made his exit. Across the courtyard, Wendy didn't fail to notice that Nightingale had vanished. As the stars claimed the sky, we find Nightingale perched alone in the quiet. Sensing her melancholy, Wendy found her hiding spot and softly asked why she had pulled a vanishing act earlier that day. Nightingale kept her gaze averted, muttering that it was merely a passing mood. But Wendy wouldn't have it, playfully adjusting her friend's collar and offering a warm, supportive presence. She reminded Nightingale that they had no secrets. Nightingale flushed crimson, feeling a bit small under her friend's knowing gaze. Later, as they rested side by side on the bed, Wendy continued to nudge her friend to release whatever was clouding her spirit. Nightingale whispered a reminder that the princess vowed to marry a witch was no lie, as her powers let her see the truth in every word. Wendy's expression turned grave as she warned her to never breathe a word of that to the rest of the witch union. When asked why, Wendy explained that the prince was the future king of Grey Castle, and the realm might never accept a monarch without a royal heir. Such a scandal could jeopardize the safety of all witches. Wendy also realized her friend was stinging from the obvious spark between the prince and Anna. She asked if Nightingale truly desired the crown or simply wanted to stay by his side as a guardian. Without hesitation, Nightingale chose the role of his loyal shadow. Wendy comforted her, pointing out that she was already the person closest to him. So there was no need for envy. She urged Nightingale to find peace and joy in simply being his constant companion. The scene cuts to the holy city, where a man is suffering through a gruesome ordeal at the hands of cold-hearted priests. The agony was so soul-crushing that the victim pleaded for the sweet release of death rather than another second of the ritual. Observing from the side, Archbishop Main's brow was furrowed with deep concern. Suddenly, the supreme leader of the church arrived and signaled Main to cease the attempt. Main reported immediately that this candidate had also failed the grueling trial for the elite judgment army. The figure standing before them was none other than the formidable Pope O'Brien. The Pope told him to grant the man eternal rest, a chilling command that meant an immediate execution for the failure. The Pope then clasped his subordinate's hand, admitting that in his younger years, he was just as shaken when he first took charge of these dark ceremonies. He recalled how, at 45, the overwhelming scent of iron and blood used to make his stomach churn and his head spin. He remembered asking his predecessor if such a bloody ritual was truly the only way to forge their holy warriors. The previous old man had simply walked on, telling him that patience was a requirement of power. He promised that once he ascended to the papacy, the answers would be waiting for him in the church's forbidden archives. Their conversation was interrupted by a new volunteer catching their eye. The Pope watched with intense curiosity to see if this soul would survive the coming transformation. The man on the floor looked up, identifying himself as Record, a member of the Holy City Guard. He declared it a sacred honor to undergo the change. A short time later, the preparations were complete. They wheeled in a witch who had been plunged into a deep, chemical slumber using dream water. They strapped the new soldier into the same grim wooden chair that had seen so many failures. With clinical coldness, they began to harvest the blood from the unconscious witch. This essence was mixed with crushed fragments of the holy stones of judgment, creating a glowing blue elixir that defied even the Archbishop's vast knowledge. They pumped the fluid into the man's veins. He was beginning the path to becoming a god's punishment warrior, a juggernaut of pure physical power. But the cost of success was the total erasure of the self, leaving no room for feeling or thought. Resulting in a living weapon with only basic instincts and a hollowed-out will, the alternative was a violent death in absolute agony. The priests considered this a necessary evil, believing it their only shield against the coming demons. Miraculously, this man's body began to accept the change, surviving the initial surge. Later, the young and old prelates stood together, overlooking the facility. The Pope complimented Maine on the success rate. Out of 62 candidates, more than half had emerged as holy weapons. The old man then spoke of a terrifying new plague derived from Master Crow's experiments, a mist that clings to the dead and saturates the air. It requires no contact or ingestion to kill, and there is no known antidote. With a haunting look, the Pope suggested this might be the perfect answer for the rebellion in Grey Castle. Meanwhile, back in the serenity of border town, Anna was staring in absolute awe. The magnificent vista from the hot air balloon was still fresh in her mind. She turned to Soraya to see if she felt the same awe. But Anna stood frozen in silence the moment she laid eyes on the collection of sketches Soraya had produced, capturing the landscape from their high-altitude journey. Anna struggled to find her voice. She fumbled for words to describe the art while Soraya waited with a look of shy anticipation. When their feet finally hit the grass, the prince came charging into the room, radiating pure joy because word had reached him that Soraya's artistic method had undergone a miraculous evolution. The moment Nightingale's eyes locked onto Soraya, she gasped in realization, sensing that Soraya's magical essence had shifted into something entirely new. The prince leaned in, asking if her abilities had ascended to a higher plane, much like Anna's had. As he examined Soraya's latest masterpieces, he marveled at the tangible depth of the soft, billowy clouds, the gritty, realistic feel of the fortress walls, and the gnarled bark of the trees, which looked so authentic he felt he could touch it. The paintings were startlingly lifelike. Soraya noted she could make the textures even thicker, but the physical strain of doing so was too agonizing to bear. Nightingale reached out and tried to pick a piece of bark off the painted trunk, but it wouldn't budge. Then Anna stepped forward, using her precision threads to gently peel away a layer of the texture, which felt indistinguishable from actual timber. The prince looked at the artist and asked how she managed to give her paintings such physical substance. A light bulb went off for her as she explained it was inspired by her time in the hot air balloon, viewing the world from a perspective she never knew existed. She realized her old works were flat and distorted, with jagged trees and impossible peaks. Everything had been trapped in 2 dimensions. Now, she wanted her craft to mirror that newfound grandeur. She began to envision those tiny, invisible building blocks he called atoms. She imagined her brushstrokes as stacks of colored spheres piling up to create form, and suddenly, her art possessed real texture. Lush forests leaped off the canvas and deep rivers seemed to fall back, creating a 3D marvel. Soraya blushed, worrying her skill was trivial compared to Anna's since she was just a painter. The prince reassured her of her immense value, declaring he had a brilliant plan that might just revolutionize her morning routine. Soraya turned a shade of pink while Nightingale shot him a look of deep suspicion. The prince clarified that Soraya's creation wasn't mere pigment, but a magical, high-performance coating. If it survived his stress tests, he believed it was the secret ingredient needed to manufacture water pipes. When the girls asked about their purpose, he painted a picture of a future where no one had to lug heavy buckets for a bath. Water would flow directly into their rooms. He envisioned using iron rods as forms, wrapping them in paper for Soraya to coat. Once set, they'd have a pipe. Nightingale sighed, realizing the prince was once again lost in his scientific daydreams. As she watched him lean closer to Anna, a sharp pang of jealousy pierced her heart. She abruptly looked away, her hand coming down hard on the table with a loud thud, standing there with a look of clear irritation. The prince wasn't oblivious. He immediately sensed she was stewing over something. A short while later, we find the prince in solitude, lost in thought over the design of a massive reservoir to harness the flow of the Redwater River. His plan involved a steam engine to fill the tank. Once the town was plumbed, modern bathrooms would be a reality. He felt a surge of pride at the prospect. He let out a long stretch after hours of drafting, and suddenly realized how quiet it was without Nightingale nearby. He called out for her, but the room remained silent. A mischievous glint sparked in his eyes as he considered doing something a bit risky. You guessed it, he decided to raid the secret stash of snacks Nightingale kept hidden in his desk. But before his fingers could reach the drawer, she materialized and warned him to keep his hands off her dried fish. The prince took the opportunity to ask why she had seemed so downcast lately. She simply replied she was following his orders not to be a distraction. The prince softened, apologizing for being so preoccupied and telling her how much he valued her constant protection. He pulled the drawer open once more, but this time he pulled out a custom-crafted firearm. He explained he'd wanted to gift it sooner, but the intricate engraving on this masterpiece took extra time. This weapon was in a league of its own, far superior to anything in their arsenal. Nightingale's eyes lit up as she took the gift. She was momentarily lost for words, stammering her thanks then. Then, with a hopeful glint in her eyes, she asked if he would personally show her how to master this new steel. The moment they stepped into the yard, Nightingale began her drills. To everyone's amazement, her very first lead round pierced the dead center of the bullseye. The feat was staggering, especially considering poor Sir Carter hadn't managed a single clean hit after days of grueling practice. She glanced back, asking if she could push herself further, and the prince offered a respectful nod of approval, declaring that it was time to move on to a much more demanding combat simulation. Nightingale had no inkling of the challenge he was about to unveil. He explained that God's punishment stones were suspended over the targets, and she had to neutralize them in record time while enduring their magic-draining aura. Processing the difficulty, she narrowed her eyes and steeled her resolve for the trial. Just as she was about to vanish into the shadows, the prince checked her, telling her to squeeze the trigger and adding with a wink, "Be sure to shout. It's high noon." She shot him a playful, mischievous look, asking if that peculiar catchphrase was a royal suggestion or a direct command. Regardless of the banter, she was locked, loaded, and ready to roll. Echoes of Wendy's reassurance that she was already the prince's closest confidant filled her mind. She took one long, calming breath, settling into a rhythmic, steady flow of oxygen. She began picking off the god's punishment stones with surgical precision, one after another. She silently vowed that she would be his unbreakable shield and stay by his side until the very end. The long-awaited day finally arrived. The entire town swarmed the square to witness the play. The best part? The show was a gift to the people, completely free of charge. The prince even secured a front-row seat for the merchant Margaret. Nestled in the buzzing crowd was another trader named Hoggle, who was busy marveling at the local snacks, finding them far superior to anything he'd tasted elsewhere. Meanwhile, Malone, a merchant from the fjords, was floored by the exquisite craftsmanship of the glassware, already plotting to buy a shipment as the merchants talked shop. Lady Margaret offered a graceful apology for her colleagues. She remarked that merchants were simple creatures consumed by coin, and hoped their chatter wasn't a bore. High above in the clouds, Lightning was blissfully devouring a bucket of popcorn, while a grumpy Maggie huffed because she refused to share a single kernel. Down on the ground, the prince was puzzled that Lightning didn't recognize Margaret, her former guardian. Margaret noted they had parted when the girl was a mere child, so it was natural she'd forgotten. She preferred to let their bond regrow in its own time. Margaret then gestured to the puffy white snack, asking if this popcorn was a delicacy reserved only for the highborn. He gave a small nod, though the truth was he'd had Nana flash heat Sister Leaf's premium corn. He simply couldn't imagine a night at the theater without a salty snack. Margaret remained a bit skeptical, having spent her life in the capital's high society. Not wanting to be blunt, she told him not to get a big head and asked about his inner circle in the city. It turned out Prince Roland was a social ghost, remembered only as a notorious woman chaser whose only best friend was a mechanical gadget used for ungentlemanly mischief. Margaret let out a hearty laugh, mentioning she'd heard rumors of his castle flirtations. Poor Roland felt his ears turn red for accidentally bringing up his past awkwardness. He swiftly pivoted away from the embarrassing topic, urging the guests to turn their eyes toward the stage as the lights dimmed. And so, the timeless tale of the girl Cinderella began to unfold. Starring Lady Irene, the wife of Ferlin Eltec, who stepped into the lead role with effortless grace. Sharing the stage was May, the legendary star of the West, who radiated a commanding presence under the spotlight. It took Margaret only a heartbeat to recognize the famous actress, and she was absolutely stunned to see such a talent performing in a border town. Prince Roland whispered for her to watch in silence, but Margaret was too swept up in the moment to stop her enthusiastic praise of May. He hadn't expected Lady Irene to recruit such a renowned celebrity to the local stage. As the drama intensified, May's performance reached a level of raw, visceral realism. When she shoveled Cinderella to the floor, the impact was so convincing and sharp that the entire audience gasped in collective concern for the actress. Even Prince Roland winced, feeling that the shove was a bit too personal to be mere acting. As the narrative swept forward once more, the massive crowd found themselves completely spellbound by the unfolding story. Even Lady Irene couldn't ignore the fact that her famous co-star was threatening to run away with the show. During the brief intermission, a voice from the crowd shouted that the tension was so real it was frightening, while others cheered for Irene to hold her own. She nodded with a fierce, determined spark in her eye, resolving right then and there to win over the audience with the sheer force of her own talent. As the second act commenced, Lightning made her own adorable debut, playing the part of a charming little witch. While the play was full of twists, by the time the final curtain fell, it was Sister Irene who truly stole the hearts of the people. Even May, despite her flawless technique, found herself eclipsed by the raw emotion of Irene's breakthrough performance. Seeing her friend outshine her on the stage only seemed to deepen May's visible melancholy. It was a reminder of why the man who had been the obsession of every lady in Longsong's stronghold ultimately gave his heart to Irene. She was now completely swept up in the emotional whirlwind of the love triangle. As she exited the stage, She was greeted by the sight of Sir Carter holding a vibrant bouquet of blossoms. He introduced himself with pride as Chief Knight Carter Lannis, the prince's lead protector, and showered her with praise for her moving performance. Wasting no time, he boldly invited her for a drink, a gesture that sent a flush to her cheeks and filled her heart with warmth. The focus shifts to Longsong's stronghold, where a military contingent from the capital of Gri Castle has arrived. Watching the familiar royal colors flutter in the breeze, the local ambassador felt his composure begin to crack. From the ground below, a knight identified himself as Lemon Harvest, an envoy sent by King Timothy with a message from the capital. He demanded the drawbridge be lowered immediately. A knight hurried forward to present the official permit, and the ambassador scrutinized the document with a sharp eye, confirming it bore the authentic seal of King Timothy. Petrov realized that defying the new king's representative would only spark a feudal war with the capital. With that in mind, he ordered his fastest mounts prepared and raced toward border town to warn Roland that Timothy's men were at the gates. If only they had a high-speed video link for this, it would be entertaining to watch these royal siblings trade insults in a digital meeting, probably far more intense than any online gaming lobby. As the messenger disappeared into the distance, Petrov prayed the warning would reach Prince Roland in time. Since the enemy delegation numbered fewer than 50 men, they weren't an immediate tactical threat. Petrov had no choice but to let them pass, and as the heavy gates groaned open, the knights below exuded such a menacing aura that it was clear things were about to take a dark turn. Meanwhile, back in the heart of border town, it appears Prince Roland has finally introduced the world's very first modern bathtub. The room was buzzing with questions, and he spent the afternoon patiently explaining how his latest invention worked. When the handle was turned and water began to gush out, the onlookers were both terrified and fascinated. Everyone wanted to know if the water was safe to drink and how it was getting there. Roland clarified that the water required boiling before it was fit for consumption, while Anna stepped in to illustrate the scientific principles of a siphon, demonstrating how they could channel water using this fundamental law of physics. By placing a massive reservoir on high ground, they ensured gravity would push the water through every household pipe. While the prince was deeply immersed in his technical lecture, one of our more impulsive sisters couldn't keep her curiosity in check, and gave the handle a sharp twist to see what would happen. As you might expect, water erupted like a localized rainstorm from the overhead pipes. Roland moved quickly to intercept the spray and gave a brief demo of how the shower head functioned. Meanwhile, Sister Lily spoke up with a sharp tongue, asking if the prince had wasted a whole week just to make his bath time more luxurious. She remarked that he was clearly just another noble obsessed with comfort. Lady Scroll quickly gestured for Lily to lower her voice. However, Roland calmly noted that the human desire for a better, more comfortable life is the engine of all progress, and he was no different from anyone else. Despite his measured response, Lily merely scoffed and turned her back on him. Later, during a quiet moment in the study, Lady Scroll visited the prince to express her regrets over Lily's bluntness, but he dismissed it with a wave, saying he took no offense. Since we haven't explored much of Lily's backstory until now, Scroll explained that Lily had been betrayed so many times that trust felt like a foreign concept to her. She recounted finding Lily using her magic detection abilities at a shelter in Redwater City. In those days, Scroll would travel from town to town disguised as a wealthy noblewoman looking to adopt, using the ruse to identify hidden witches like Lily. When she tried to bring Lily home, the shelter's master refused, claiming he wouldn't let the children go until they were adults. This suspicious behavior prompted Nightingale to investigate the orphanage's secret records. They discovered a horrifying truth. Over a decade, 3 witches had been sold to the church. The attractive girls were sold into noble servitude, while the rest were discarded in the woods to perish. Upon confronting the master, they found he didn't even do it for the money. He derived a sick thrill from dominating and ending those young lives. That was the moment Kara lost her composure and delivered justice personally. When they tried to rescue the survivors, many of the girls looked at the witches with pure loathing, feeling they had been robbed of a glamorous life with a noble family. Lily was just as cold until Kara led them to the forest and showed them the remains of their adopted friends, rotting in the dirt behind the orphanage. The sight was so traumatic it caused Lily to collapse in Wendy's arms. When she finally regained consciousness, she seemed to have lost her soul. She was like a hollow shell, but under Wendy's constant care, she slowly began to heal, though that trauma left her with a burning, lifelong hatred for the nobility. This explains why she often treats the prince with such icy disdain. The prince's heart went out to Lily, realizing that despite the crushing weight of her past, she still fought to keep a smile on her face. Lady Scroll then hesitated, looking as though she had a difficult question, and he gave her a gentle nod to proceed. In that same breath, Sister Scroll signaled for Nightingale, who materialized instantly from the darkness. At this point, Roland was completely in the dark about what these two were orchestrating. Lady Scroll finally took a deep breath and asked a question that hung heavy in the air. Since he truly intended to wed a witch, was he aware that sisters are unable to conceive children? The prince was momentarily taken aback by such a direct inquiry, and asked if this was an absolute biological certainty or merely a widely held myth. Lady Scroll confirmed with a heavy heart that it was a tragic reality documented throughout history. No witch had ever carried a child. Roland's mind immediately went to the concept of reproductive isolation, musing whether witches had transitioned into a distinct species that could no longer reproduce with humans, but he pushed that scientific puzzle aside for the moment. To him, his devotion to Anna was not measured by her ability to provide an heir. In fact, he was far more passionate about establishing a merit-based political system that didn't rely on bloodlines. He even viewed the lack of offspring as a strategic advantage. It would prevent the rise of entitled dynasties, forcing witches and humans to rely on genuine cooperation rather than family influence. Nightingale suddenly broke his train of thought, asking him exactly what was going through his mind. He was startled for a second, but then he looked her in the eye and reassured her that his resolve hadn't wavered one bit, and that he was still fully committed to his choice to marry a witch. As Lady Scroll retreated quietly from the room, Roland couldn't tell if her silence stemmed from relief or a lingering sadness. Nightingale stood there equally quiet, lost for words, forcing Roland to maintain his composure and act as though everything was perfectly normal. Suddenly, the heavy door was practically kicked off its hinges. Carter sprinted inside, gasping for air as he delivered the crisis report. Longsong's stronghold has been overrun by a force from the capital, and Mr. Petrov has been taken into custody. The prince was floored by the news, especially when Carter mentioned that a mere 50 knights had managed to seize the entire massive fortress. The scene shifts to the chapel within Longsong's stronghold, where the floors are littered with the remains of fallen soldiers. The local priest was horrified to see these invaders, whose eyes glowed with the telltale frenzy of those church-issued pills. Sir Lehman sneered, remarking that the church's blessing had made seizing Longsong child's play. He raised his blade, and before ending the priest's life, he boasted that King Timothy would soon have all of Grey Castle under his thumb. With a swift strike, he silenced the man forever. Another knight entered the blood-stained hall and informed Sir Lehman that they had uncovered a secret cache of pills in the cellar. For full barrels, thousands of doses. Sir Lehman grinned at the news, noting that a reinforcement of roughly 1,000 soldiers would be arriving shortly. With this massive supply of stimulants, they would be unstoppable by the time they reached Border Town. He relished the thought of the prince's despair when his defenses were finally shattered. Back in the palace, Prince Roland paced nervously, waiting for any word from the aerial reconnaissance team. Just then, Nightingale's face brightened as she spotted Lightning and Maggie soaring toward the castle. They executed a perfect landing right through the open office window. Lightning didn't even pause for breath, reporting that a force of 1,000 was marching out of Longsong toward them. The prince was baffled, wondering how a 50-man squad had swelled into a legion overnight. Maggie chimed in, revealing that only 6 of them were actually mounted on horseback. The rest were foot soldiers. She added that they looked like a ragtag group, mostly unarmored, carrying crude spears and only a few proper swords. The prince realized immediately that Timothy hadn't sent an elite army, but a horde of conscripted peasants and serfs. He puzzled over why Timothy would send such cannon fodder to their deaths. It seemed his brother hadn't learned anything from Duke Ryan's failed siege, where even 200 elite knights couldn't break the town's perimeter. Then, a terrifying realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. And the prince understood the plan. They intended to use the church's drugs to turn those peasants into a mindless wave that would charge through a hail of bullets. He knew the church was pulling Timothy's strings. If 1,000 drug-fueled zealots hit his lines, the First Army would face a bloodbath. The prince asked if the scouts had seen any god's punishment stones. Lightning admitted she stayed at a safe distance to avoid detection. But the little bird girl had used her hawk eyes to scan the ranks. Maggie, mid-bite of her cake, mumbled that she didn't see any stones, though they could easily be tucked under tunics. The prince acted quickly, ordering Nightingale to take Maggie and scout the river route. If any ships approached, Nightingale was to use her mist to infiltrate them and gather intelligence unseen. Once in range, she had to verify if they possessed any god's punishment stones. Nightingale had barely vaulted out the window. Before they vanished into the distance. The prince stood alone in his study, berating himself for neglecting the security of Longsong's stronghold and for the strategic blunder of concentrating his forces in border town, leaving Ambassador Petrov vulnerable. But Anna quickly cut through his self-pity, urging him to shelf his regrets for later, as he still needed a tactical plan to stop an invading horde of 1,000 men. With only 3 days until the clash, she embraced him tightly, whispering a promise that the sisters would stand by him regardless of the outcome. Soon, the entire town was a whirlwind of frantic combat preparations. And Nightingale finally slipped back into the room. When the prince asked for her report, she noted that the enemy carried only a handful of anti-magic stones. Lightning tilted her head at the deep trenches being dug and asked their purpose. The prince clarified they were building bunkers. Seeing their confusion, he explained that reinforced walls would enclose these pits, providing a narrow slit for soldiers to fire through while remaining shielded from return fire. He was determined to protect his men from a drug-fueled mob and their thrown spears, and these bunkers were the ultimate defensive answer. He also mobilized 20 specialized crews, each tasked with operating a heavy cannon. These were 12-pounder field pieces capable of striking targets over a kilometer away. The two girls were practically buzzing with excitement, realizing that with such firepower, their victory was almost a certainty. The prince then insisted the scout team go find a hot meal, knowing they must be exhausted and famished after their mission. Meanwhile, Nightingale pulled Anna aside, telling her to guard the prince closely during the fray because she had a secretive objective to handle. Anna gave a firm nod of understanding and told her friend to trust her with the prince's safety. The scene transitions to a long column of soldiers marching down the dusty road. Driven by the cold-blooded Sir Lehman, who barked at his troops to pick up the pace, he boasted that if they were the capital's elite, Roland's head would already be in a box for King Timothy. His companion urged him to keep his cool, remarking that without those special pills, these conscripts would be nothing but a useless rabble. He lamented that as a knight trained from the cradle, it felt insulting that a common farmer could fight like a demon just by swallowing a drug. Lehman countered that the blessing came at a high price, as those who used the pills would endure agonizing torture once the chemical high faded. Unbeknownst to them, Nightingale was perched nearby, watching their every move with clinical focus. Suddenly, the march halted. A scout reported to the captain that the border town defense force had been sighted. Lehman looked impressed, noting that Ambassador Petrov must have sent word of their arrival with incredible speed. He recalled rumors of border town using mysterious long-range weapons against Duke Ryan, devices that spat fire and thunder. He was certain the massive wheeled contraptions ahead were those very tools. In person, they looked even more daunting and massive than the story suggested. The knight beside him muttered that their only hope was to sprint through the incoming storm of lead as fast as possible. His friend agreed, noting that with 1,500 men enhanced by the pills, they could run like thoroughbreds and overrun border town's lines with ease. That was the moment Nightingale's icy whisper drifted into his ear, sending a jolt of pure terror through his spine. He whipped around, searching for the source of that blood-curdling voice. But the air was empty. Even his comrades swore he hadn't heard a peep. Captain Lehman ordered his lieutenant, Levin, to take a detachment into the woods to prepare a flanking maneuver. He began to rally the troops for the charge, and that was when Lady Echo materialized out of thin air. She perfectly mimicked Lieutenant Levin's commanding tone, ordering the men to down their pills and launch the assault immediately. The soldiers, eager for the rush, didn't hesitate to swallow the drugs and surge forward. Lehman stood frozen, his mind reeling as he tried to grasp how he'd lost control of the situation. He screamed at Levin, demanding to know what he was thinking. But then Nightingale appeared before him, the dark barrel of her handgun leveled directly between his eyes. With a single, deafening crack, she ended his life and shattered his skull instantly. The once arrogant captain tumbled lifelessly from his saddle, leaving his companions staring in paralyzed horror. Meanwhile, the drug-crazed soldiers charged onward, oblivious to the fact that their leader was dead in the dirt. Levin began to gag at the gruesome sight of his friend's demise, even as he heard his own voice echoing through the clearing, screaming for the mindless army to storm the gates of border town. By the time he realized a witch was stealing his voice to direct the massacre, it was far too late. The tide of men was already in full motion. Completely deaf to his frantic attempts to call off the attack, a few crazed soldiers even turned their blades on him, but he cut them down in a blind fury, vowing to track down these witches and rip their lives away with his own hands. Meanwhile, at the border town defense line, our artillery began raining iron shells upon the mindless horde, tossing their bodies around like rag dolls in a storm. Those who managed to sprint through the explosions toward the bunkers were met with a wall of lead, dropping them instantly and permanently. Our defenders felt a chill of terror seeing those cursed men continue to charge at full speed despite missing arms or legs. Captain Brian finally realized why the prince had cautioned them. These weren't men anymore, they were savage beasts in human skin. Soldiers shouted warnings that the drug-fueled mob was nearly upon their positions. Brian roared for his men to lock their sights and unleash hell. The moment they pulled their triggers, the heavy rounds tore into the charging ranks, and the marksmen continued to reload and fire without a single moment of hesitation. The captain, with his thin mustache twitching, chambered around and suddenly spotted a berserk knight scrambling up the side of the concrete bunker. He pivoted instantly and put a bullet into the monster, drilling it perfectly between the eyes. In the chaos, one soldier stood frozen, mesmerized by the horror outside. But the captain barked at him to hit the floor to avoid the lethal spears the mob was hurling. The projectiles whistled through the air with terrifying velocity. Fortunately, the spears shattered against the reinforced bunker walls, falling harmlessly into the mud. One private even joked that he nearly lost his nerve at the sight of those spears, only to realize they were useless against the prince's engineering. But that brief moment of relief was shattered when a stray spear found a gap, burying itself deep into a soldier's shoulder and sending him to the ground in a scream of agony. The captain was rattled but kept his head. He ordered his men to stay vigilant and maintain their focus, telling them to keep the rifles hot while he attended to the wounded man. The captain grasped the injured soldier's hand to steady him. The boy looked up, trembling, and asked if this was the end for him. The captain saw the wound was gruesome, but he knew the boy's heart was still strong. He didn't dare pull the spear out yet, fearing a fatal surge of blood loss. He promised that Nana's magic could mend this and told the boy to hold on, insisting death wouldn't claim him today. He reassured the shaking youth that as soon as the smoke cleared, they would rush him to Nana's healing touch. Meanwhile, the hollow-eyed soldiers kept coming in a terrifying wave. They sprinted over a carpet of their fallen comrades without a second thought. One of our veteran gunners barked orders to recalibrate the cannons for a 300-meter strike using devastating canister shot. When the command to fire echoed across the field, a storm of metal shredded the air, obliterating the front lines of the mindless invaders in a single heartbeat. Suddenly, one peasant's drug-induced trance broke. He stood shaking in his boots as a massive cannonball thudded to a halt at his toes. He turned tail and sprinted for his life, unwilling to become a bloodstain. After all, he had 3 wives to get home to. Honestly, that's quite a handful for a simple farmer. Following his lead, other conscripts began to break and run, finally realizing they were being butchered for a cause they didn't understand. One stubborn soul tried to stand his ground, but let's be real, who wouldn't choose the label of coward over a 100-pound iron ball to the chest? The prince observed from his vantage point that the enemy formation was dissolving into total chaos. It pained him to see that while the pills could dull physical pain, they were no shield against primal, bone-deep terror. He felt a surge of loathing for Timothy for using innocent civilians as disposable shields in his war. The soldier with the spear wound was finally carried back to the safety of the medical tent, where Anna immediately began her delicate work to save him. Deep in the woods, Nightingale was caught by an enemy marksman's fire, but she dissolved into her mist in the blink of an eye. As the report came in, her disappearance drove Levin into a murderous rage. He berated his men for losing a target who was standing right in their sights, ordering everyone to down their pills and kill her the moment she reappeared. But as they prepared, heavy roots and twisted branches began to descend from the canopy like hungry snakes. Before those fools could even blink, Lady Leaf's vines had already tightened around their throats. Levin didn't even have a moment to curse his abysmal luck before Nightingale stepped out from the shadows once more. Their gazes locked in a final, tense confrontation, and the man hissed that she was nothing but a demon. He soon realized she was a witch. His final conscious thought was how striking her beauty was before she pulled the trigger. The sun was still hanging high in the sky, yet the conflict had already reached its end. Nightingale noted the skirmish was far easier than the clash with the Duke. We suffered only 5 injuries, all of which were treated promptly. The prince issued an immediate decree to spare everyone once the drug's influence faded. He assigned Lightning and Maggie to manage the transition. Meanwhile, the First Army began the grim task of sweeping the field. As the chemicals wore off, the civilians endured agonizing withdrawal. The pursuit squads rounded them up for the march back to Longsong's stronghold. Intelligence gathered from the captive knights allowed for a surgical cleanup of the remaining hostile forces within the fortress walls. They also secured the safe release of Ambassador Petrov. As a member of a high-ranking dynasty, even the enemy knights hadn't dared to harm him. The prince immediately drafted a fresh blueprint to ensure such a catastrophe would never repeat itself. He moved to establish a standing garrison, pave new trade routes, and launch a massive literacy program in Longsong's stronghold. With the foundations laid, he prepared his return to border town. He urged Ambassador Petrov to stand tall and prove his worth this time. The red-haired noble gave a firm nod of commitment. Petrov then gestured toward the cages, asking what should be done with those still locked behind bars. The prince instructed their release, privately knowing that the damage from the pills meant their days were tragically numbered. Once the affairs at the stronghold were settled, our hero boarded a vessel bound for home. The first light of morning was just breaking over the waves, and Nightingale asked why he was awake so early, gently nudging him to get some much-needed rest. She then asked if the fate of the conscripted civilians was what was keeping him up. Her instincts were spot on. He was haunted by how Timothy had manipulated these innocent people. He lamented that if they hadn't been turned into puppets by those cursed pills, they wouldn't have perished in a nameless land far from home. She tried to soothe his conscience, insisting that the blood wasn't on his hands. He countered that even if he wasn't to blame, he had been powerless to save them, and Timothy's greed would only demand more lives. He vowed that those who manufactured the pills would eventually face justice for the slaughter. She then asked if his ultimate goal was to dismantle the church to end the chaos and build a world where witches could live in peace. He flashed a determined smile and confirmed that was the objective. The scene shifts to the vast expanse of the open sea, where we finally reunite with Lady Ash after her long journey. Her blindfolded companion questioned the choice of Sleeping Island over more lush locales like Crescent Moon Bay. He pointed out that Sleeping Island was prone to being swallowed by the ocean whenever the tide surged. Ash reminded him that most people prefer to keep a wide distance from witches, explaining that while the island was sinking, its reputation for being a desolate wasteland was exactly what kept it hidden and private. The man argued that size was irrelevant if the land was too hostile to support life. She reiterated that with witches capable of bending nature to their will, she had no concerns about survival. They would transform this rock into a sovereign sanctuary, free from the church's shadow. She then asked the old man how long it had been since his last visit. He noted it had been about a month since he dropped off a group of witches to plant pearl rice. He fondly recalled their laughter and vibrant spirits. Suddenly, a lookout spotted a massive silhouette on the horizon and alerted the captain. It appeared to be a gargantuan rock formation of impossible proportions. The captain was skeptical, knowing that Sleeping Island was the only landmark in these waters. There was simply no logical reason for such a massive peak to exist here. However, the lookout insisted his vision was clear, while Ash simply shared a knowing smirk. By now, it's obvious whose magic is at work behind the scenes. When the captain finally saw it with his own eyes, he was left completely speechless. Sleeping Island had literally been hoisted higher out of the ocean. Ash reminded him that this was exactly what she meant by witches reshaping the natural world. As the ship finally docked at the new shoreline, a crowd of witches came rushing out, led by a particularly bubbly girl named Honey. A girl with piercing blue eyes told her to tone down the excitement. Outside, two witches suddenly sensed a shift in the air. When they turned around, the blue-eyed scout sensed the familiar presence and realized they had made it. Ash had finally returned as the vessel eased into the dock. Little Sister Molly was the first to sprint over and welcome Lady Ash, and the lady affectionately ruffled her hair as a reward for her charming manners. Meanwhile, the crew must have been stunned to see that a former wasteland had been transformed into a lush paradise. Molly then clarified that they hadn't actually lifted the land, they had simply constructed a massive sea wall around the perimeter. Ash then looked down at the little one and asked if she was up for helping with the heavy lifting. The girl beamed with excitement and conjured her shimmering water spheres. The liquid orbs immediately hoisted the heavy crates into the air and began to glide alongside the group as they walked. Jack flashed a cheeky gesture toward his nervous shipmates, the ones terrified of magic, reminding them that their combined strength couldn't even match Molly's tiny water bubble. They tried to get Molly to join their side, but she gave them a firm and flat refusal. As they reached the heart of the island, Ash felt a deep sense of peace, as if she had finally found her way home. The captain was also left breathless by the sheer scale of the transformation. He struggled to wrap his head around how they had fortified the island into such a stronghold. Inside the walls, the area remained bone-dry even as the waves crashed outside. The captain realized with a shiver that they were now living below the ocean's surface. He gestured toward two distinct loading zones, one at the bottom and one at the top, asking if both were operational. Molly nodded confidently, explaining that the upper dock was perfect for when the tides were high, while the lower one served them during low tide, ensuring ships could arrive regardless of the ocean's mood. While Ash took in the sights, Molly gestured toward the north, pointing out the elegant palace belonging to Lady Tilly. They decided to part ways for a moment since there was still a mountain of cargo to unload. Molly suggested the senior head up to the palace alone. With eyes full of deep respect, Molly watched her go with a bright smile. Meanwhile, in the castle's open courtyard, a figure was busy honing her magical arts. She moved with the precision of a master combatant, and the raw power of her magic was genuinely bone-chilling. As she stood catching her breath, Ash crept up from behind and playfully covered her friend's eyes. The girl let out a huff of annoyance at Ash's persistent mischief. And that girl was none other than the brilliant Tilly Wimbledon. The two exchanged a heartfelt welcome home, and clasped hands with an intimacy that felt almost like a romance. Ash then asked if she had just called down a bolt of lightning, curious if her magical essence had evolved. Tilly corrected her, explaining it wasn't a natural evolution. The power actually radiated from a special magic stone. She pulled off her glove and handed the gem to Ash, noting that it amplified magical flow and produced unique elemental effects. Intrigued, Ash immediately slid on the glove with the embedded crystal. Tilly coached her through it, telling her to visualize her magic flooding the stone and to let it rip once the gem felt like it was bursting with energy. Ash focused intently, channeling every bit of her essence into the jewel. However, despite her concentration, the gem remained silent and sparkless. Tilly chuckled at her friend's adorable struggle, noting that as extraordinary witches with heightened senses, they should technically master this faster than the others. She mentioned she had tested the glove on 100 people, and only a handful could grasp the logic needed to trigger the lightning. Ash teased her back, asking, "Is Tilly calling me a dummy?" The princess replied with a smug grin that since she did it on her first try, Ash was indeed a bit of a slow learner by comparison. Suddenly, Ash caught Tilly off guard with a lingering look, then leaned in and pressed a sweet, surprising kiss against her lips. "I'm not sure where the plot is heading with this, but let's just enjoy the ride and stick with the story." After a deep, passionate embrace that seemed to freeze time for several moments, they finally broke apart, and Ash gently patted Tilly's head. At that, the blushing girl reluctantly admitted that Ash wasn't a dummy after all. Tilly turned away, still a bit flustered and pouting, and mentioned she had gathered several other witches here, each with fascinating and unique talents. Seeking a deeper explanation, Ash listened as Tilly began to deconstruct the very mystery of magic itself. She clarified that a witch's gifts are incredibly varied. Even if two powers look identical on the surface, the internal sensation and the way magic is channeled can be worlds apart. However, these enigmatic stones could serve as a universal adapter for magic. For instance, anyone could spark the exact same lightning bolt by filtering their essence through the gem. She mused that magic might be a single, boundless ocean of energy, and witches are only able to touch one small wave of it. These gems act as magical lenses, amplifying power rather than generating it. Their origin remains a mystery, though whispers suggest they are scavenged from forgotten ruins. This is the extent of her research, but she mentioned rumors of ancient structures in the Siwan sector of the Eastern Woods and felt a strong urge to explore them. Lady Ash shared that before she departed Clearwater Port, she caught wind that Garcia Wimbledon's Black Mud Armada was steaming toward Seawind, which currently falls under Timothy's control. She suspected Garcia intended to leverage her fleet's superior speed to execute a daring flank maneuver against their base camp. Tilly nodded in thought, fearing that prolonged warfare in Seawind could reduce the entire region to ash, allowing the church to swoop in and profit from the wreckage. She worried that if Greycastle didn't unite under a single crown, it would suffer the same fate as the kingdom of Everwinter, becoming a puppet of the church. In that moment, Ash noticed a startling resemblance between Tilly's resolve and Roland Wimbledon's, a realization that sent a jolt of alarm through her. When her friend asked why she had suddenly turned into a statue, Ash blurted out that Tilly looked exactly like Roland in that light. Tilly's interest piqued at the mention of her brother. She pressed Ash for details on her encounter with Roland and her impressions of the western region. As Lady Ash painted a detailed picture of her time at the border, Tilly confidently concluded that the man Ash met couldn't possibly be the real Roland. Someone must have taken his place. In a grave tone, she proposed that if Roland was sheltering witches, he was either their puppet or an imposter wearing his face. She argued that the sophisticated logic and profound wisdom he showed far exceeded the capabilities of any advisor in his service. Tilly pointed out that her brother was a notoriously terrible liar, making it impossible for him to successfully mask his true identity for long. The person ruling now simply wasn't her irritating, dim-witted brother. Yet, in a strange way, he was still family. She admitted he was probably the least problematic of her siblings and expressed a genuine desire to reach out to him. Ash noted that Maggie had stayed behind, but would fly in by the month's end with a full report from Border Town. While waiting for the messenger, Tilly suggested they move forward with their grand purification strategy. She informed Ash that they would systematically purge all church influence from the fjords, carving out a permanent sanctuary where witches could live without fear. Ash playfully caught her friend's hand, gave it a gallant kiss, and vowed to turn the Queen's vision into reality. The scene transitions to our lovely protagonist admiring her reflection in a brand new, polished mirror. The rest of the girls were buzzing with excitement over the quality of the glass. They showered Soraya with compliments for inventing a silver mercury backing that allowed for such a crystal-clear, flawless reflection. But Lady Lily, ever the pragmatist, just shrugged and remarked how tiresome it was to see women so easily charmed by shiny trinkets. Right then, another sister dryly reminded her that she, too, was a member of that very same gender. Lily let out a long sigh and conceded that the point was valid. However, she gestured toward her own frame, lamenting her lack of certain womanly assets compared to the curves Wendy possessed nearby. Hummingbird's eyes widened as the realization hit her, especially after a quick, disappointed glance at her own modest silhouette. She snuggled up behind Lily, wishing out loud for a magic shop that sold figures as impressive as Sister Wendy's. Meanwhile, the focus returns to Anna and the prince, lost in their own little world. This time, they were huddled over a newly constructed microscope. The prince stepped aside and invited Anna to take the first look. When Anna peered through the lens, she recoiled in shock at the sight of tiny things wiggling in a drop of water. A closer inspection revealed a whole hidden world of miniature creatures darting to and fro. The other sisters swarmed the table, equally stunned by the invisible life revealed before them. Maggie went into a full panic, vowing to give up water forever if it meant swallowing the scary monsters she just witnessed. Lady Scroll questioned whether these tiny beings were actually a physical part of reality, prompting the prince to launch into an enthusiastic lecture about protozoa and single-celled life forms. He explained that these were living entities, and that even smaller threats like bacteria and viruses lurked unseen in the water supply. Meanwhile, Nightingale, who usually treats science like a foreign language, was casually sipping from that very same glass of water. She spit it out in a comical spray when someone shrieked that drinking water was basically a feast of tiny bugs. As Sister Lily took her turn at the eyepiece, she couldn't help but wonder where on earth the prince gathered such bizarre, forbidden knowledge. She thought her ability to preserve food might extend to purifying water, but when she channeled her power, a sharp crackle echoed through the room, followed by a sudden magical surge. Her spell backfired, accidentally accelerating the growth of microorganisms that began to devour everything in the sample and multiply at a terrifying rate. Nightingale's senses flared, detecting that Lily's magic had spiraled out of control. But before she could utter a warning, Lily's mana manifested physically, coalescing into a strange, pulsating mass that took on a life of its own. The prince leaned back into the microscope and saw something impossible. Those microscopic creatures were actually waving a friendly greeting to Lily. The room erupted in cheers as the sisters celebrated Lily's breakthrough into the ranks of Tier 3 witches. Blushing, the girl admitted she tried to visualize the atomic theory to push her limits, and it worked. Still, she couldn't quite grasp how solid steel or stone could be made of tiny spheres without simply collapsing into a pile of dust. She gazed in wonder at the water, which had been rendered crystal clear by the microscopic guardians she had summoned. The prince declared that the next phase would involve rigorous, individual trials. This was the only way to verify the true potential and reliability of Lily's evolved capabilities. He was keen to observe their longevity and see how they fared against the magic-nullifying aura of a god's punishment stone. Success here would signal a massive leap forward for the medical and sanitary standards of Border Town. Following 72 hours of observation, the prince divided Lily's purple microbes into two categories, progenitors and drones. The progenitors are the primary organisms that manifest the moment she channels her mana. These life forms thrive as long as Lily feeds them magic, but they have a short tether, stray more than 5 meters away, and they vanish instantly, while a god's punishment stone shreds them like tissue paper. However, the drones are a different story entirely. They are completely immune to the effects of the anti-magic stones. Think of them as the elite soldiers of the microscopic world. They inherit traits from the progenitors and specialize in hunting down the harmful bacteria that cause food to rot. The twist is their lifespan. Their ability to colonize and survive seems to be tied directly to their physical scale. Unlike their parents, these drones cannot reproduce. They live for a single day and are easily wiped out if the water is brought to a boil. The prince was beaming, noting that these bugs could dismantle viruses and bacteria with ease, marking a revolutionary shift in sterilization and public health. Emerging from a steaming bath, Lily laughed and praised the prince's shower, a stark contrast to when she mocked his noble indulgences. She told Mystery Moon it was her turn, but was met with a flying pillow and a cry of traitor, leaving her baffled by the sudden hostility. Moon pouted and reminded her that she had made fun of the tiny sphere theory, yet she was the one who evolved first. Lily let out a sigh and lobbed the pillow back at her friend. She explained that her evolution wasn't strictly about believing in the spheres themselves. Even the prince admitted that total belief isn't a requirement for a power to ascend. Feeling a bit better, Moon timidly asked how she could ever hope to understand her own elusive gift. It was a fair point, considering her magnetic influence was something that could neither be seen nor touched. Lily shrugged, admitting she was just as lost. She knew the shape of her power, but the prince's lectures on microbiology just gave her a massive headache. She joked that the prince had enough material to write a daunting textbook specifically to torture her. Moon told her to stop grumbling since she already had her upgrade. She worried that at this rate, she'd become a burden rather than an asset to the prince. Lily grinned and gave her a cryptic piece of advice. Go take a bath and the answer might just find her. Moon stood there blinking, completely missing the hidden meaning behind the suggestion. Lily finally spelled it out. She should go share a bath with Anna. The idea sent a wave of shyness over Moon, however, not long after. We find the blue-haired girl nervously soaking in the tub alongside Anna. Moon felt small and apologized to her senior for cornering her with questions during her private downtime. Knowing how busy Anna usually was, the senior smiled and asked what was weighing so heavily on the girl's mind. Moon pointed out that everyone, even the newcomer Maggie, was buried in books and making incredible strides. She felt like she was standing still while everyone else was sprinting toward the future. Anna gently reassured her, explaining that every witch walks a unique path. True growth comes when a sister understands her nature, her limits, and her purpose. Anna shared how the prince showed her that her flames weren't a curse, but a tool for creation. That realization triggered her evolution. She told Moon not to rush herself, as progress would come naturally in its own time. With the heavy talk over, Anna began to massage a rich, sudsy shampoo into Moon's hair. Moon turned bright red, feeling both flustered and pampered by the attention. It was a surreal experience, especially since shampoo was a luxury they had never even dreamed of before. Finding her courage, Moon reached out to return the favor by scrubbing Anna's back. Meanwhile, in the marketplace, the actress May found herself captivated by the sweet aroma of the town's specialty soap. Sir Carter explained it was the standard for everyone in the castle, praising its power to cut through grime while leaving a delicate scent of roses behind. May took a cautious sniff and was instantly charmed by the sophisticated fragrance. She was shocked that a bar so fragrant was a fraction of the price of the perfumes in the capital. Carter explained they used clever local substitutes to keep the quality high and the costs low. Without hesitation, he bought several bars specifically for her. The gesture caused a faint, pretty blush to creep across May's face. Carter noted there was usually a 2-bar limit per person, but offered to pull a few royal strings with the prince if she needed a larger supply. As she held the simple gift in her hands, May was momentarily speechless, but then she gave him a genuine, radiant smile and thanked him. She drifted into thought as Carter wandered off to find another token of his affection. She reminisced about her glory days in Longsong's stronghold, where her name was in lights and she was the most sought-after star in the theater. Yet, she loathed the idea of performing in a backwater village like Border Town, surrounded by folks she dismissed as uncultured. Unexpectedly, Carter walked back into the room with a wrapped gift. And as her fingers untied the ribbon, she discovered a stunning mirror that caught her reflection, highlighting her radiant features. Even Carter couldn't help but gush over her recent stage performance before smoothly suggesting they spend more time together. It was obvious that Carter was head over heels for her, and it seemed she might finally be warming up to him too. That evening, after a lovely date, Lady May sat at her desk to pen a formal letter to Ambassador Petrov. In her writing, she clarified that she would not be coming back to help the Honeysuckle family with their theater at the stronghold. Instead, she had chosen to remain in Border Town to refine her craft and explore new horizons for her acting career. It looked like Carter's days of being a lonely bachelor were finally over. Another sunrise graced the growing settlement of Border Town. A fresh-faced knight stepped forward to report that the drills for the Second Army were moving along flawlessly. He estimated they'd be ready for live fire practice in a week, noting there would be plenty of retired flintlocks available for the recruits. Meanwhile, the prince stared at the man, having no clue who this new knight was. He shot a bewildered look at his advisor, only to discover the man was actually Carter. Looking a bit sheepish, Carter admitted he'd simply shaved his beard the night before. He begged them to quit the teasing. However, the prince and his advisor couldn't stop chuckling, amazed at how pursuing a lady could transform a man's appearance so drastically. Getting back to business, the prince ensured a steady supply of ammunition and ordered the first army veterans to oversee the training. Once the prince finished handing out the daily tasks, the knight mentioned they could rake in a small fortune by selling perfume made from sugarcane, a luxury that cost a pretty penny in the capital. The prince's eyes sparkled at the mention of gold, recognizing a golden opportunity to fill the royal treasury. The advisor chimed in, noting that perfume was a guarded secret of the capital's alchemist association, with a tiny annual supply that barely met demand. Launching their own line was a stroke of genius. Market prices in the capital could easily double. He noted that the scented soaps they already produced had turned bathing into a trendy ritual. By distilling sugarcane into perfume, they could make a killing selling to the elites of Redwater City and Fallen Dragon Ridge. The prince was stunned at the low overhead, just some petals, herbs, and ethanol, while the potential profit margins were incredibly sweet. Beyond just fragrances, they could refine high-proof spirits and white sugar, even if they weren't quite as high-end as the perfume. Still, those goods would generate a massive and steady flow of much-needed capital. Having made his choice, he summoned the city's prominent merchants for a meeting the following afternoon. As the merchant Hoggle drained his glass of the new spirit, he let out a satisfied sigh, praising the top-tier quality of the brew. Margaret was equally taken aback by the potent kick and rich profile of the liquor. However, her true interest lay in the perfume, and she immediately peppered him with questions about the fragrance. Later, she leaned in close to the prince to whisper the sensitive intelligence he had asked her to gather. It seemed the status quo held after Everwinter's fall. The kingdom of Woolheart had put up a fierce fight, reportedly stalling the church's advance at Broken Tooth Castle for 2 months. Furthermore, the King of Dawn had reached out to Grey Castle, sensing the church's scheme to swallow all 6 kingdoms. He urged a grand alliance to crush the holy city of Hermes. The prince pressed Margaret for the capital's official stance on the proposed coalition. She sighed deeply, revealing that following Timothy's counsel, Prime Minister Marquis Walker had flatly turned down the offer. The portly merchant brought more heavy news. He claimed Timothy was preoccupied with military maneuvers in the eastern sector, likely unable to pivot to other fronts. Reports also surfaced of Garcia Wimbledon's massive fleet hitting the Seawind region, leaving a trail of coastal wreckage. They plundered everything, including shrines. Margaret noted the eastern roads were now choked with refugees fleeing the raiders' path of fire and blood, which she felt would severely weaken Timothy's grip on the local lords. Worried about the displaced families, the prince asked Margaret for more specifics on their situation. She explained that unlike the refugees from Everwinter, those from Grey Castle were much more reluctant to trade their freedom for survival through slavery. The prince made it clear he wasn't looking for slaves. He simply wanted to offer food and safety to any who were willing to settle and work in Border Town. Upon hearing that nearly 10,000 refugees, mostly mothers and their children, were huddling outside the capital, he immediately organized a screening process. He questioned if they'd need official clearance from the capital's bureaucrats to move them. But the merchant assured him it wouldn't be an issue, as the city was already on the brink of food riots due to the overcrowding. Margaret stepped up to provide the transport ships, striking a logistical deal with the prince on the spot. They shook hands, agreeing to credit the shipping costs against the payment for the steam engines she had ordered. Outside, a cheerful crowd was loading Maggie up with treats and exotic spices, as she prepared for her long flight back to the fjords. She was overwhelmed by their generosity and seemed almost sad to go, promising to fly back as fast as her wings could carry her. The prince then presented her with a scroll, explaining it was addressed to Princess Tilly. The young girl accepted the mission with fire in her eyes, vowing to see it through at any cost. Nightingale was puzzled by his sudden desire to reach out to his sister. He clarified that the letter proposed a partnership and a request for a few skilled witches to help modernize Border Town. Within the text, he didn't address her as a sibling, but rather signed it as the sovereign lord of the western region. Lightning, the girl's closest companion, worriedly asked what would happen if the other witches forbid her from returning. In a heartbeat, Maggie boasted that she would simply slip away and fly back without a word to anyone. With their pact made, the 2 girls shared a spirited fist bump like true sisters before parting ways. The prince felt a wave of satisfaction, realizing that in just 1 month, Maggie had become a truly loyal ally. As Maggie ascended into the clouds, weighed down by her mountain of treats, the prince watched her go, silently wishing her a safe and swift journey. Back on the ground, Lily poked her cheeks, wondering if she had gained a few extra pounds. Lightning, who had been constantly feeding her, looked away as she realized she was likely the culprit. The scene transitions to a vessel cutting through the ocean waves, carrying both the merchant Margaret and Theo, the trusted envoy handpicked by Prince Roland for this mission. Margaret asked the young man if the capital was his birthplace, and he nodded, explaining he had been raised in the city streets before joining the ranks of the castle guards. She then asked if he was excited to return. Theo admitted he'd prefer to stay in Border Town, as his loyalty and admiration for Prince Roland had grown immensely. She playfully challenged him to explain what made the prince so special, leaving the young guard fumbling for words, caught off guard. Margaret noted that while Roland was a remarkable man now, his reputation back in the capital was quite scandalous. She asked if Theo was familiar with those old stories, but pointed out that the man in Border Town bore no resemblance to that past image. He had transformed into a composed, brilliant, and highly sophisticated leader. Theo shrugged, confessing it was a mystery to him too, speculating that perhaps the prince had simply kept his true brilliance hidden all along. While they shared their thoughts, the towering walls of the capital finally came into view. Theo was taken aback by the sheer disorder outside the gates. He gestured toward the massive, desperate crowd and asked Margaret for an explanation. She explained that these refugees were currently receiving meager rations, but there was no guarantee the charity would last. The strong might be scouted for labor by the nobility, while the elderly and the sick were essentially left to fade away. Margaret wondered if he planned to use a military presence to recruit them, but he argued that such a loud approach would be a waste of effort and attract the wrong eyes. Instead, he suggested she take his men and revealed his covert strategy, to either bypass the greedy officials or hire the local underworld, known as the Rats, to handle the logistics. Once alone, he reminisced about his early days in the city guard, recalling his time spent with the specialized patrol unit that acted as the bridge for clandestine missions given to the Rats. This organization handled the kingdom's darker necessities to maintain a fragile balance. He intended to use his old contacts to see if they'd take his coin. As he navigated the alleys, he passed the grim sight of several women hanging from the gallows. Determined, he quickly arrived at the hidden den of his intermediary. The contact wasted no time in setting up a meeting with the higher-ups of the Rats. Theo was introduced to the leadership, which included a sharp-eyed young girl and a man known as Fox. Theo was genuinely shocked to find someone from a noble bloodline entangled in such a gritty, underground operation. The contact whispered that Fox had gambled away his fortune, liquidated his assets, and abandoned his life for the shadows. He had even left his wife behind in the wreckage. Theo sat down and cut straight through the pleasantries. He warned them that the crown intended to cut food supplies for the refugees, a move that would surely trigger violent riots. He argued that clearing the streets would be impossible once the chaos ignited. The intermediary leaned in, asking for the specific next step in the plan. Theo instructed them to fuel rumors that the western region was expanding and that the local lord was offering a fresh start to any refugee willing to work. He demanded the story be told with absolute conviction, adding that mercenaries and transport ships would arrive in 3 days to create a sense of urgent pressure. A skeptic interrupted, claiming that without visible muscle, the people wouldn't buy the lie. Theo looked him in the eye and promised that the mercenaries would indeed appear. Another voice rose from the dark, asking if there was truly a place in the West that would take in such a massive crowd. The intermediary cuffed the man's head, reminding him that the truth didn't matter, all that mattered was luring the people away. He announced to the group that his benefactor had deep pockets, promising a massive payday if the rumor mill ran smoothly. The news sent a ripple of excitement through the gathered crowd. They were suddenly very motivated to get the word out. A boy asked his younger sister if she was ready. She scoffed, saying she didn't need any help for a job this simple. The boy warned her to be careful, as the king's new orders to execute witches on sight meant any woman was a target for a soldier looking for a quick promotion. After all, they preferred a false execution over letting a witch slip through. Deep in Theo's mind, a realization flickered. When he remembered the women hanging from the gallows, all innocent witches, he prayed silently for Roland's swift ascension to the throne, as only the prince could mend such a broken world. Whispers of a fleet bound for the west ignited like wildfire, and soon every desperate soul was dreaming of a new life there. While these two young women were buzzing with hope about the journey, the younger girl suddenly noticed a terrifying mark on the skin of her hand. A dark, bruised spot had begun to surface. In an instant, the peace of the camp was shattered by the agonized cries of people collapsing in pain. A grotesque, spreading shadow crept across their limbs, and they wailed in terror, begging not to be abandoned to the grave. Gathered before the cathedral, a mob listened as priests thundered that witches were the source of this new curse. The clergy vowed to purge the witches and assured the panic-stricken crowd that the church remained their only shield. When the priest announced that the church had developed a miraculous remedy, a flicker of hope returned to the eyes of the dying. But the priest quickly twisted the knife, demanding total submission and absolute loyalty to the church in exchange for the cure. Broken and desperate, the people pledged their lives and souls without a second thought, too terrified to question the motives of that manipulative bastard. Back at the meeting point, Margaret voiced her skepticism that witches could ever conjure such a plague. She knew the gods' punishment stones would have snuffed out such magic instantly. Otherwise, the land surrounding Hermes would have been a wasteland centuries ago. The first casualty lay slumped by the road, a grisly canvas of black blotches. It was the airborne toxin the Pope had secretly ordered Maine to release. This plague required no contact, spreading through the very air from the fallen to the living, a perfect scheme since only the church held the antidote. Still in the dark about the true nature of the bioweapon, our allies tried to make sense of the symptoms. Theo noted that conventional medicine failed completely and that the victim's blood had turned an unnatural, ink-black color. He revealed the grim truth that many refugees outside the city walls, and even those he had already ushered onto ships for border town, were showing signs of the infection. He admitted the rats had been reckless, inadvertently packing infected souls onto the vessels, yet he didn't blame them, as he had pressured them to clear the refugees out by any means necessary to appease the nobility. To contain the spread, Theo halted all further transport, but he feared the ships already at sea were floating death traps. He urged her to race back to Roland with a warning so the prince could brace the town for the coming storm. The merchant assured him she would get the word out, knowing that among traders, urgent news travels faster than the wind. Meanwhile, aboard a crowded transport ship, the first signs of the sickness began to take hold. The little girl from the tents lay shivering while a friend tried to soothe her with a cup of water. But a man nearby pulled her away, warning that the child was a lost cause now that the black marks had reached her throat. The man's conviction that they were all walking corpses sent the little girl into a fit of sobbing. Even the crew, the very sailors guiding them to safety, began to collapse one by one. Despite the suffocating gloom, the girl clung to the belief that the West held the miracle they needed. A cynic burst out, shouting that hope was a lie and death would find them regardless of the destination. But another stood firm, countering that as long as Prince Roland was their leader, they still had a fighting chance. The scene shifts to border town, where Sir Carter was busy rallying the troops. He commanded absolute vigilance, warning that the incoming tide of refugees carried more than just weary travelers. Prince Roland met the crisis with grim determination, fully aware that a plague-stricken fleet was bearing down on his home. He was prepared. Lily had successfully mastered the new sterilization protocols and was standing by, ready to prove the power of her microscopic guardians. A quarantine zone was established, and as the ships docked, the sick were carefully guided into medical tents for Lily's specialized care. To keep the peace and protect her identity, patients were blindfolded before entering Lily's station behind a protective screen. Roland's setup ensured she could work her magic without any physical risk. The first to be treated was a local soldier who had caught the bug while on duty. Lily focused her intent and began the cleansing process, under the prince's watchful and encouraging gaze. When she finally stepped back, Roland checked if the procedure was complete, and Lily gave him a confident nod. He asked the soldier how he felt. The man blinked and replied that he felt surprisingly refreshed. Suddenly, the soldier froze as he realized the voice speaking to him belonged to none other than the prince himself. A huge grin broke across the man's face as he scrambled to thank Roland, exclaiming that he felt like a new man. Roland turned to Lily for a technical debrief. She explained that this wasn't a natural plague, but a bacterial assault causing severe blood poisoning and skin discoloration. Though her microbes had successfully hunted down the Yersinia pestis, the dark bruises would take a few days to fade away. The prince told the man to organize the other sick soldiers in small groups. The man nodded, offering a heartfelt thanks to Nana for the miracle. Roland gently corrected him, explaining that this victory belonged to Lily, as Nana's gifts were for mending flesh, not fighting invisible shadows. Upon hearing this, the soldier bowed deeply to Sister Lily in a show of profound respect that warmed her heart. It was perhaps the first time her expression had softened so beautifully, moving past her typical mask of a stubborn, rebellious child. However, she quickly retreated into her usual prickly shell as her cheeks flushed a soft crimson. She grumbled that she didn't want any special recognition for her efforts. Prince Roland couldn't resist a bit of playful ribbing, asking why her face was glowing like a beet as he gave her a gentle, encouraging pat on the shoulder. In that moment, Nightingale materialized, her eyes wide with the news that she had just witnessed a truly bizarre phenomenon. She reported that within the blood of the afflicted, there were distinct, shimmering traces of magical residue. This revelation sent a jolt of concern through the prince, catching him completely off guard. Nightingale described how, through her mystical vision, the magic looked like tiny, flickering stars, a sight she had never encountered in such a microscopic scale. Meanwhile, peering through his lens, the prince spotted strange, slime-coated organisms. Nightingale reasoned that since magic is almost always the signature of a witch or the church, this plague was undoubtedly a holy conspiracy, much like the berserker pills. At that same moment, Lily's microbes launched a fierce counterattack on those mucus-laden invaders, devouring them with predatory efficiency. To bolster their defenses, the prince commissioned a second medical facility where Nana could focus on those with critical physical trauma. He felt a surge of confidence that, with these two gifted girls on the front lines, they could truly break the back of this epidemic. He looked forward to the day they could stand proudly on a stage to receive the town's gratitude, rather than hiding away in sterilized isolation boxes. Suddenly, the prince noticed Nightingale's head bobbing as she fought off a wave of exhaustion. When he nudged her awake, she began to mumble half-dreamt nonsense in a sleepy haze. Then, with a tired but brilliant smile, she whispered that the Witch Union was about to welcome a brand new sister. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet, we find the young refugee girl sitting quietly on the dusty ground. A compassionate soldier offered her a warm meal, which she accepted with a heartfelt, polite thank you. She was still a little confused about the rule of being blindfolded before entering the medical pavilion. Yet, following that mysterious and secret procedure, she and her fellow travelers felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted from their bodies. Tears of pure joy pooled in her eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude that they had actually found a safe harbor. She prayed to keep this new life, remembering how brutal their existence had been after the tragic loss of her parents. Her only dream now was to build a stable future for herself and her little sister. It turns out that one of these siblings is gifted with magic, explaining Nightingale's cryptic hint about a newcomer. Right then, a shadowy figure stepped out from behind the two sisters. Nightingale revealed herself, identifying her true nature as a witch of the Union. The young girl's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity and wonder. She introduced herself as Lucia White and immediately poured her heart out about wanting to join their sisterhood. Nightingale smiled, agreed, and offered to escort her to her new home. She added that Prince Roland was also eager to personally welcome her to Border Town. Later that evening within the stone walls of the castle, the prince was found deep in thought, examining various materials that seemed tied to Lucia's unique talent. While the full scope of her magical influence was still a puzzle to be solved, she had used a simple cup to showcase her power. She looked down, worried she had broken the vessel during the test. The prince offered a reassuring smile, telling her not to worry and asking if her gift worked on other types of matter as well. Before she could find the words, her stomach let out a thunderous growl, leaving her absolutely mortified. Nightingale chuckled and decided to fetch a tray of food before they dove back into the complexities of her magic. The prince declared a festive welcome for her, and by nightfall, the entire union had gathered around a lavish table to share a celebratory feast. Wendy stood and officially inducted Lucia into the ranks of the Witch Union. The sisters crowded around her with such genuine warmth that Lucia's anxieties melted away instantly. Wendy offered her a plate of perfectly seared meat, noting that Anna was the undisputed master of the grill and insisted that Lucia take a big bite. Meanwhile, Lightning made it her personal mission to keep the newcomer's glass full of fine wine. She cheered, telling Lucia to drink her fill and enjoy the luxury of the evening. Wendy placed a sisterly hand on her shoulder, promising that if she ever felt lost or needed a friend, Wendy would always be there. Lucia was moved to tears, seeing such a vibrant, loving community that stood in stark contrast to the cold, cruel world she had left behind. A glowing sense of comfort radiated through her entire being. She realized, with a full heart, that she had finally found where she belonged. The scene then shifts back to her little sister, who was just stirring from a deep slumber. Lucia rushed to her side to check on her, and the little one whispered softly that she was incredibly hungry. The older sister smoothed her hair and told her to rest. She promised to return in a heartbeat with the savory grilled fish Nightingale had shared. Blinking in the soft light, the little girl suddenly realized the rhythmic swaying of the ship had finally stopped. Lucia explained with a smile that they had reached the end of their long journey, the western region's heart, Border Town. She revealed that the witches serving the Lord had already healed her, and that they were currently guests within the safety of the royal castle. She assured her sister that the people here were incredibly kind, welcoming them with open arms as if they had lived there their entire lives. She marveled at a luxury called a bathroom, mentioning that Nightingale herself had gently bathed her while she was still drifting in sleep. As the younger girl happily nibbled on the flakes of dried fish, Lucia spoke with an infectious joy about the wonders and opportunities they had found in Border Town. With a playful glint in her eyes, the little sister teased, asking if Lucia was already the prince's favorite since she was working so closely with him. Lucia's face turned bright red as she began pinching the girl's cheeks, demanding to know where she heard such scandalous nonsense. The little one squealed that mother used to say it, which was why she never let father hire pretty maids. Apparently, their father was quite the heartbreaker back in the day. The mention of their parents brought a fleeting shadow of grief to Lucia's face, since their passing. She felt as though they had been drifting leaves with no place to call home. Now that they had found sanctuary, a new anxiety gripped her, the fear that her strange powers wouldn't be of any real use to Prince Roland. While her magic was described as restoring objects to their original state, it often seemed to dismantle things instead. She had already reduced the prince's fine ceramic cup into a pile of raw, separated elements. It appeared her gift was less about repairing broken items and more about a deep, reverse decomposition, stripping an object back to its primal components. She fretted that if the prince found her magic to be more of a mess than a miracle, he might lose interest and cast them back out into the cold. When dawn broke, a collection of curious objects was arranged before Lucia. The prince gave her a nod, inviting her to try her magic on the first item. Eager to prove her worth, she focused her mind and unleashed her spell upon the target. Watching from the side, Nightingale couldn't help but comment on the unusually wide, satisfied grin on Roland's face. The prince confessed his heart was racing because he realized that Lucia's unique talent was the holy grail they needed to spark a revolution in advanced metallurgy and precision manufacturing. He launched into an enthusiastic rant about molecular structures and industrial potential, a lecture so dense it nearly sent Nightingale into a nap. Once Lucia finished the first task, Roland challenged her to try her restoration on a cluster of grapes and a juicy steak. Then, with a chuckle, he teased her to restore some steamed buns before the ever-hungry Nightingale made them disappear. The girl giggled at their light-hearted banter, and immediately channeled her remaining energy into the food items. As the magic faded, she slumped back, confessing that she was completely drained of mana for the day. The prince leaned in to meticulously examine the remnants of the steamed buns she had processed. He noted that the heat of steaming causes an irreversible chemical change in gluten, yet her magic had defied physics, turning the cooked bread back into pristine, fine flour. He then turned to the iron bar. If her power were a simple rewind, it should have become ore. Instead, it had separated into pure iron dust and distinct piles of trace impurities. Interestingly, the steak and grapes remained untouched. It seemed her magic struggled to interact with complex organic tissues or living biological structures. Based on these results, he deduced that her power was a double-edged sword, and its precision would grow alongside her own scientific understanding. Nightingale offered a rare word of praise, impressed that she possessed such potent magic even before reaching her day of awakening. Without delay, the prince presented her with a formal employment contract, outlining a generous list of benefits and protections. Lucia barely glanced at the fine print. The chance to live in safety with her sister was all she needed, even if she didn't fully grasp the industrial nature of her new job. The prince assured her that she was more than just a magical tool. He explained that the Witch Union was a family where every unique talent was nurtured. He was certain she would find her true purpose here. A few days later, the air in the council chamber was thick with focus as they plotted their strategic move against the capital's forces. He cautioned his officers that this campaign would be a different beast, as they would be operating on unfamiliar ground, and demanded absolute precision from everyone. He unrolled a detailed map, highlighting the capital in red and the intricate canal networks in blue. He set two primary objectives. First, evacuate and heal the refugees. Second, contain the church's man-made plague before it could swallow the city. He planned to establish hidden lookout posts on the high ridges overlooking the docks. Soldiers would go undercover as mercenaries to guide the survivors onto transport ships, while Lily would lead the massive effort to purge the infection from their bodies. The plan relied on collecting river water, which Lily would then transform into a powerful, purifying elixir for the sick. He laid down two non-negotiable rules. First, every passenger must consume the purified water before boarding. Second, under no circumstances should they boil the water before adding Lily's magical microbes. Ironically, the more contaminated the water, the more effective it became, as Lily's good microbes needed a bad population to consume and replace during the purification process. He exposed the church's cruel game. They had manufactured the plague to play the role of saviors, hoarding the cure while innocent people suffered. He declared that they would dismantle the church's lies along with their influence. He felt the momentum shifting and was ready to strike a decisive blow when the time was right. Theo finally reached the capital and informed Margaret of the prince's ambitious new directive. They were to extract every single infected refugee to the west. He requested a massive increase in shipping capacity, asking for an endless stream of vessels, as he wanted the entire refugee population safely in border town within the next 3 days. Margaret scoffed at the plan, calling it sheer madness. She argued that even if half perished, they would still be tasked with moving at least 5,000 souls. She explained that relocating such a crowd in just 3 days would demand nearly 100 sailboats, costing thousands of gold pieces even if she drained her entire merchant guild. Not even the profits from steam engines could justify such a staggering bill. As a businesswoman, she flatly refused to swallow such a massive loss. However, it appeared our hero had already prepared for this reaction. Theo handed her a confidential letter from the prince that broke down the financial logistics in meticulous detail. Theo added a grim warning. If they didn't evacuate everyone within the 3-day window, the church would likely lock down the area, sparking absolute chaos. After scanning the contents, Margaret's demeanor shifted instantly. She asked for the exact deadline, leaving Theo momentarily dazed by her sudden change of heart. With a cunning smirk, Margaret politely inquired how soon they needed the fleet ready. Clearly, the prince's offer was far too lucrative for this greedy fox to decline. Scene shifts to the frozen fjords, where a fortified church outpost is currently under siege by a band of witches. Commanded by the fierce Lady Ash and her squad, dodging a volley of projectiles, Ash warned the girls that these were anti-magic arrows and ordered them to eliminate the archers immediately. With a burst of speed, she launched herself into the air, soaring high toward the soldiers stationed along the ramparts. With a single, devastating arc of her blade, she swept the defenders aside as if they were nothing more than autumn leaves. She carved a path through their ranks, striking left and right with a cold, unstoppable precision. One desperate knight tried to pin her down with a specialized tracking bolt, but his vision was suddenly snuffed out. By a remarkably plump black crow that bore a striking resemblance to a certain messenger named Maggie. The other witches surged forward to capitalize on the opening, and Ash rallied her sisters, declaring that once the fjords were purged of the clergy, the world's mocking and narrow-minded beliefs would finally crumble. In a matter of minutes, Ash had leveled the entire chapel to the ground. A solitary vial of medicine rolled across the blood-stained earth. Our dark-skinned warrior hovered over a one-armed knight clutching that very bottle. He hissed, calling her a demonic entity. That was a label she found utterly loathsome, especially given the scars left by the church's endless cruelty. Without a word, she swung her heavy blade and silenced him forever. Once the screams of battle finally faded into silence, the other witches gathered around, asking if the perimeter had been fully secured. She wiped her blade and confirmed with a satisfied smile that the area was clear. She announced that while these outposts lacked the numbers of the Judgment Army, by wiping them out, they had carved out a home for themselves and claimed their first real victory. The girls erupted into pure jubilation, savoring a triumph they had fought so hard to achieve. Meanwhile, back at the hidden sanctuary of Sleeping Island, Princess Tilly was beaming with delight upon receiving the news that the church's grip on the fjords was breaking. She mentioned that Maggie had flown in with the report. Ash nodded, noting that Maggie's wings easily outpaced any ship on the water. Ash looked around for the little bird, but Tilly informed her that Maggie had already departed for the western region. Tilly noted that Maggie had forged deep bonds there. Had it not been for the skirmish with the church, she would have reached Border Town ages ago. Tilly confessed that after hearing so many tall tales about the place, she was dying to see it for herself. Ash briefly questioned if it had been a mistake to let Maggie stay in such a strange place. But Princess Tilly reassured her that everything had unfolded exactly as it should. Maggie was their only bridge to the outside world. Tilly then revealed she had sent a response to Roland Wimbledon and challenged Ash to guess what she wrote. Ash confidently guessed she had declined the request for witches, citing the perils of crossing the open sea. To her absolute shock, Tilly told her she was wrong, nearly causing Ash to choke on her afternoon tea. Tilly explained that she had accepted the proposal, even detailing the talents of the support team she was preparing to send to Border Town. Tilly stated cheerfully that this was for the sake of progress and shared knowledge, and that they should nurture this alliance to face the future together. However, Ash remained skeptical and voiced her firm disapproval of the plan. The princess argued that since they shared a common enemy in the church, an alliance with Roland's faction was a strategic necessity. True friends, she insisted, support one another. Furthermore, Maggie's reports suggested that learning could actually evolve a witch's powers. Sending a delegation to study would benefit Sleeping Island immensely. Ash stood her ground, maintaining that the journey and the destination were still far too dangerous. Tilly smoothed her concerns, promising she wouldn't step foot there until the situation was fully verified. She also reminded Ash of Sister Sylvie's true sight. No disguise or illusion could hide Roland's real nature. Most importantly, Tilly knew Ash would always be her shield. Ash fell silent, realizing she had run out of ways to change the princess's mind. The princess decided to pause the debate until Maggie could return with fresh reports. For now, she had more pressing enigmas to unravel. Ash tilted her head, curiously inquiring what new project had captured her interest. The princess revealed that beyond the 6 continents lies the mysterious Shadow Island, a divine domain and the source of most of their magic stones, with the church no longer loitering nearby. Tilly planned to personally explore those ruins to uncover their secrets. At the mention of Shadow Island, her friend asked if she meant the legendary Red River ruins. She warned that these ruins phantomly vanish and reappear amidst lethal currents and leviathans, making them nearly impossible to reach. She noted that countless explorers had perished chasing that madness, leaving her skeptical about a safe expedition. Princess Tilly then mentioned that a seasoned foreign navigator was currently taking his ease right here on Sleeping Island. He was the first to stumble upon those ruins by sheer accident, so he was the perfect candidate to guide their voyage. Before the princess could set sail, the scene shifts to the King City, where a desperate crowd huddles outside the massive stone walls. These poor souls looked less like citizens and more like walking ghosts, ravaged by the church's engineered plague. Lady Echo's heart broke for them. These were Eastern refugees who couldn't secure a spot on the border-bound ships, and the church had heartlessly cast them out to wither away without a drop of medicine. Theo resolved to gather anyone who could still stand, instructing Lady Echo to lead them toward a new hope. She immediately projected her magical voice, announcing to the masses that she had come to save them under the banner of the Western Lord, Roland Wimbledon. She promised the terrified crowd that a vessel waited at the docks, stocked with medicine to heal them completely and without costing them a single copper. Theo stood in awe as her voice resonated perfectly in everyone's ears, despite her barely raising her volume. The news acted like a lightning bolt of hope. Even a woman on the brink of death struggled to her feet, desperate for salvation, vowing to follow the prince to the west if it meant a second chance at life. Theo offered a warm smile, telling the crowd they were welcome to bring their entire families along on this journey. Moments later, a line of water skins filled with the life-saving tonic was distributed. Soldiers moved quickly through the ranks, urging the refugees to drink deeply to flush the poison from their veins. Driven by survival, the people snatched up the bags and gulped the liquid down, one after another in a frantic chain of healing. A soldier loudly debunked the church's lies, shouting that the rumor of witches causing the plague was a scam designed to keep the people on their knees. He pointed out that Roland wasn't just providing the cure, but doing so out of genuine mercy. The crowd was stunned into silence, finding it hard to grasp that such selflessness existed in a world that had only taken from them. But then, one of the most critically ill women gasped, feeling the fire in her chest cool and watching the dark marks on her skin begin to fade before her very eyes. A deafening roar of joy erupted from the refugees. Cheers echoed against the city walls as they celebrated their miraculous escape from the grave. The soldier explained that Prince Roland was modernizing the western region and needed hardworking hands for farming, masonry, and roadwork. He promised that those who migrated would receive warm beds and full bellies. He assured them that every man and woman would find a role suited to their talents. Starting in 3 days, the crowd cheered again, their voices full of renewed vigor and loyalty to the prince who had saved them. Theo was relieved to see the plan working, though he was still puzzled by Margaret's cooperation. It was a mystery what the prince had offered to turn such a hard-nosed merchant into a humanitarian. Theo then pointed to the scattered wine barrels, explaining they were actually camouflaged reservoirs for Lily's purified water, a clever way to smuggle the cure past the guards who had locked the gates against plague-bearers. He puffed out his chest, revealing they were utilizing the capital's side gates meant for trade, thanks to some well-placed bribes and old friendships among the city watch. Suddenly, 2 scouts appeared at a run. Captain Brian demanded a report. The guard relayed that Lightning, while hovering on lookout duty, spotted a stowaway leaping from a ship to hide, a potential rat moving in the shadows of the crowd. It seemed the sneaky spy's attempt at a clean getaway had hit a major snag. He soon found himself under the cold, intimidating gaze of Captain Ironaxe, who demanded to know his name and his master. The man frantically pleaded that he wasn't a foe. He introduced himself as Hill Fox and claimed Theo could vouch for him. It was indeed the same down-on-his-luck gambler Theo had recruited earlier. Theo stepped forward to clarify the situation to Ironaxe. He explained that Fox was a local informant hired to spread the Western rumors. However, Theo was shocked to see him among the infected crowd, wondering why a mercenary of information would risk such a gruesome death. Fox blurted out that he had realized the operation was much bigger than he thought, that they were the prince's men, not Timothy's puppets. Theo's expression darkened. He realized that if this man knew the truth, he became a dangerous liability who could leak their secrets to the crown. But Fox quickly played his final card, swearing his absolute allegiance to Roland. Ironaxe snorted in disbelief, unwilling to trust a street-dwelling rat who had once been on Timothy's payroll. Fox desperately doubled down, shouting that he wasn't just a turncoat, but Timothy's most bitter enemy. In his panic, a small glass vial slipped from Fox's pocket and shattered on the ground. Theo paused, his interest piqued by the man's claim of a personal vendetta against the king. Theo reached down to inspect the remnants of the suspicious vial. Fox explained it was a dose of the church's holy medicine he had bought for a fortune on the black market. He confessed he wanted to join Roland because he wanted to see Timothy's reign burn to the ground. Ironaxe looked to Theo, asking for a final judgment on the spy. Theo sighed, noting that when faced with a choice between a risky ally and a safe silence, he preferred the path that kept the prince's secrets buried. He signaled his intent to eliminate Fox to be certain. But just as he spoke, a new voice cut through the tension. Nightingale materialized and instructed Theo to step aside. She would verify if Fox was spinning lies, as she functioned as a living, breathing human polygraph. In short order, Fox bared his soul. He clarified that he hadn't gambled his life away, nor had his wife been unfaithful. Those were merely cover stories. In truth, he was a former member of Pigeon Hat, a traveling circus troupe in the capital. They were a small, but incredibly devoted family of performers. It was during those shows that Fox fell for his wife. After their nuptials, they pooled their earnings to purchase a modest home within the capital's walls. But their domestic bliss was shattered the moment Timothy unleashed his fanatical witch hunt. Under that reign of terror, city patrols became obsessed with finding scapegoats, and Fox's wife was dragged away based on nothing but empty rumors that she possessed magic. Fox believed he could bribe the jailers to secure her freedom or at least get a moment to speak with her, but those greedy, heartless crooks pocketed his gold and still barred his path. They gave him false hope that he could collect her later. But when he finally went to retrieve her, all he received was her tortured, mangled remains. From that day forward, Fox lived only for justice, but the guard who killed her was given a mere 10 lashes, while Fox was tossed 3 measly gold coins as payment for his wife's life. Faced with such hollow cruelty, Fox's entire existence became a quest for vengeance against Timothy. He rallied his old circus friends, and though they weren't warriors, they utilized their talents for disguise and stealth to infiltrate the criminal underworld. They gathered intelligence on Timothy and traded it to his rivals. During this, he tracked Theo, someone he initially thought was just another of Timothy's henchmen, clearing the streets. However, Fox eventually pieced together that Theo was actually an agent for Roland. Still bound to the chair, he swore that he would do anything to serve Roland if it meant toppling Timothy. He was prepared to trade every secret he knew to see that goal through. Once the man went silent, Theo looked toward Nightingale for her silent verdict. She confirmed that Fox was being completely honest and that his pain was genuine. However, she remained skeptical about whether a common informant would truly be an asset. While Theo weighed the risks of bringing a street rat into their inner circle, Fox was struck with wonder that Prince Roland actually protected witches and gave the refugees a second chance. He couldn't help but think that if Timothy had shown even a shred of that compassion, his wife would still be by his side. Softened by his sincerity, they finally chose to bring him into the fold. With a quick flick of a blade, they cut his restraints and set him free. Theo ordered him to stay close and begin assisting with their covert operations throughout the city. Theo returned to the Hidden Inn and met Blackamoor once more. The brute was ecstatic that the tonic worked, noting that without it, his 2 dying associates would already be buried. The young girl present looked at Theo with awe, asking if he was a secret agent for the church, since he held the cure to the plague. Theo kept his cards close to his chest, claiming the medicine was provided by enlightened members of the royal bloodline. He warned them that the church was spreading fairy tales about witches to cause panic, and he needed everyone there to help distribute the cure to the common folk. Blackamer's eyes widened with greed as he asked if they were truly allowed to sell the remedy. Theo nodded, explaining his benefactor was disgusted by the church's manipulation of the poor. He voiced the concern that if the church successfully painted itself as the only savior, they would soon own the kingdom. That was why Roland was determined to heal every citizen in the capital. Theo presented a water skin filled with Lily's miraculous water and told the rats they could sell each dose for 10 silver, keeping a generous 40 cut for themselves. The gang was buzzing at the prospect of such an easy and profitable payday. Theo revealed he had smuggled in a massive stockpile, enough to treat 5,000 to 6,000 people. He noted that if they moved the entire stock, they would be very wealthy men. However, he also made it clear he knew their instinct would be to gouge the desperate for more money. To drive his point home, Theo slammed his dagger into the wooden table. He issued a chilling warning. His master had no patience for those who preyed on the suffering, so they had better play fair or face the consequences. He also instructed them to release the stock in stages to prevent hoarders from driving up prices. From that point on, the logistics were in their hands. He looked around the room and asked one final time if they were truly in. The room fell silent as the weight of the task settled on them. Then, one of them stepped forward, grabbed the knife, and struck the table in a display of loyalty, declaring that he was fully committed. Satisfied, Theo informed them that the next shipment of medicine would arrive at the tavern at sunset in 2 days. The scene shifts to the local cathedral. A long line of desperate citizens snaked toward a monk. A broken man fell to his knees, pleading that his entire family was dying and he needed the holy cure immediately. He tearfully explained he had been swindled by black market thieves while searching for help, and now a single egg was all he had left to offer God. The monk snatched the egg, but his expression remained cold and judgmental. He scolded the man for his lack of faith and for seeking help from the sinful black market. He forced the man to grovel for mercy and demand he pledge his entire life to the church's service. The man, desperate to save his children, agreed instantly. Suddenly, a messenger burst in with urgent news. Someone was smuggling the plague-stricken out of the city gates. The monk was visibly shaken by this threat to their monopoly on miracles. Shortly after, a senior monk interrogated an informant named Nito, who claimed he had even more shocking intelligence. The monk promised that if his words bore fruit, he would be rewarded with the precious medicine. Nito then detailed a fleet of merchant ships waiting on the river, specifically modified to act as floating hospitals for the sick. He added the ultimate insult. These mercenaries had a cure that worked better than the churches. He claimed a simple sip of their water made the black plague spots vanish. Furthermore, the Western soldiers were promising land and food to anyone who followed them, and, most shockingly, they were openly traveling with witches. The mention of witches sent a shiver of pure, fanatical dread through the monk. Nito swore on his life that he had seen a girl defying gravity with his own eyes. The monk ground his teeth, his face twisting in a mask of holy rage. The other official pressed for details, asking how many defenders were present and if Nidley was certain they were just sellswords hired by the merchant guilds. Nidley nodded, reporting that the men lacked plate armor and horses, carrying only simple wooden spears. He estimated their total strength at fewer than 100 men. The priest tossed a small vial toward Nidley. As he scrambled to catch his prize, the informant added that rumors pointed to the lord of Border Town as the mastermind, seeking to populate his distant lands. The priest offered a cold word of praise for the intel, but before the poor wretch could even uncork his reward, a blade sprouted from his throat from behind, leaving him to collapse in a silent, agonizing struggle. Standing over him was a grim, hooded figure draped in a heavy cloak. With Nidley silenced, the junior priest turned to the high priest, questioning if such a wild tale could truly be believed. The high priest mused that while verification was needed, the story felt plausible. He ordered 2 scouts to scale the city walls and witness the situation firsthand. The senior cleric barked orders to his subordinate. If mercenaries and witches were indeed at the docks, they had to buy out every drop of medicine the rats were peddling. He feared that if the people from the border region continued to distribute their own cure, the masses would cease their desperate worship of the church. Regarding the witch at the docks, the priest summoned a shadow named Phyllis. However, Phyllis was far more than a mere assassin. At the priest's command to shed the illusion and reveal the truth, the withered old man shimmered and transformed into a breathtakingly gorgeous woman, exuding the magnetic allure and lethal grace of a powerful witch. She seemed to harbor a twisted devotion to the priest, vowing that her target would not escape. Down by the harbor walls, our team is making incredible progress evacuating the sea of refugees. Nightingale gave Lady Echo an update, confirming the operation was a success and that the final ship would be loaded before the sun touched the horizon. Echo seemed lost in the distant skyline. When Nightingale checked on her, she confessed she was simply overwhelmed by the scale of it all. She spoke of her past, recalling the mountain of suffering she endured before being sold into the capital as a slave. Hailing from the harsh desert, she had once believed the people of Grey Castle were uniquely heartless. But watching this rescue, she realized that common folk everywhere were the same, suffering just like those in Iron Sand City. Nightingale gently countered her gloom, reminding her that heroes still exist and pointing to Roland Wimbledon as the ultimate proof. Echo looked at her solemnly, asking if she truly believed one prince could mend the world. She dreamt of a day when desert dwellers, mainlanders, and witches alike could walk under the sun in peace. Nightingale gave her a confident smile, expressing her faith that the prince's brilliant inventions and unconventional tactics would pave the way. Echo chuckled at the absolute, unwavering trust Nightingale placed in the man. Nightingale just beamed. Inspired, Echo shared that she too hoped to see the Southern Territories experience a true and lasting peace. High atop the city wall, Iron Axe kept a vigilant watch. Scanning the perimeter, he noted with a frown that various rat gangs were beginning to tighten a circle around their position. Theo noted that this was inevitable. The rats are the bottom feeders of the city, and their lips are as loose as their morals. He was certain they were spying for a higher power. Iron Axe merely shrugged, unbothered by a few gutter rats as long as they didn't interfere with the distribution of the medicine. Theo informed him that he would stay behind to manage the medical sales network, meaning he wouldn't be at the docks to see them off to Border Town. Iron Axe smiled warmly, telling him not to worry. They would celebrate properly when the prince returned to claim the capital as his own. As darkness fell, the mysterious witch reappeared in the shadows. She watched the group's every move with the cold patience of a predator. Spotting a gap in the patrol, she lunged with feline speed at a target. She chose a lone soldier who was adjusting his gear. Before the man could even gasp, she efficiently opened his throat. Leaving him still on the cold stone, she quickly stripped the body, donning the uniform to blend into the prince's ranks. Sylvie trudged back into the camp, her eyes tired from a long patrol shift. Wendy immediately asked for a status report on the perimeter. Lightning chimed in, noting that Iron Axe had taken the ground squad to discourage any rats from getting too close. Lady Echo handed Lightning a cup of water to quench her thirst. Lily let out a loud groan, complaining that she felt like a swamp monster after days without a bath. She fantasized about the warm, bubbly tubs waiting for her back home. Lightning nearly spat out her drink, laughing as she teased Lily. About sounding like a pampered noblewoman, a funny irony given how much Lily despised the upper class. While the girls were distracted by their friendly bickering, the intruder, perfectly disguised in the stolen uniform, stepped into the light of the campfire. She hoped to slip past unnoticed, but Nightingale's instincts were far sharper than a normal soldier's. In a blur of motion, Nightingale appeared at the witch's back, pressing the cold steel of her pistol to her skull and demanding she reveal her true identity. The assassin attempted to maintain her facade, claiming to be foe and insisting she was merely performing her routine rounds. Nightingale saw right through the deception, coolly noting that she had never once encountered a common soldier who possessed a magical core. Nightingale deduced that the intruder was far from ordinary. She was either a witch in deep cover or an incredibly rare male magic user. Either way, she was certain the name foe was a total fabrication. Realizing her cover was blown, the infiltrator abandoned all subtlety and prepared to strike. She lunged at Nightingale, a wicked blade glinting in the firelight. But Nightingale slipped away with feline grace, making the attack look amateurish. The assassin pivoted midair, shifting her lethal focus toward the vulnerable Lily. She struck with surgical precision, her knife aimed at the girl's throat. Seeing the danger, Wendy threw herself in front of Lily. The woman didn't hesitate, swinging her blade with savage intent at the new target. Nightingale reacted with the speed of a thunderclap, pulling her trigger and sending a shot echoing against the stone walls. The heavy lead slug found its mark, tearing into the witch's chest. She crumpled instantly, the life draining from her eyes as she hit the floor. As she lay dying, the illusion flickered and died, revealing her true female form as she gasped her final, ragged breath. In those last moments, she was flooded with memories of Priestess Heather, the woman who had rescued her from the streets and named her Afra. A single, lonely tear traced a path down her cheek before her eyes turned glassy. The rest of the group immediately swarmed around Wendy, terrified that she had been fatally wounded. Wendy waved off their concern, catching her breath and insisting she was unharmed. The blade hadn't drawn blood, it had been stopped cold by the high-tech armor provided by the prince, which had absorbed what would have been a deadly gash. Despite the safety, Lily was shaking like a leaf, her eyes brimming with tears from the sheer trauma of the narrow escape. She turned her fear into anger, scolding Wendy for being so reckless with her own life. Wendy gently stroked Lily's hair to soothe her, explaining that she hadn't even thought, she had simply moved. In the heat of the moment, her protective instinct had won out over her wind magic, leading her to use her body as a shield. As they held each other, finding comfort in the silence that followed, Lightning voiced the question on everyone's mind: why would another witch hunt them? She couldn't grasp the idea of one of their own being an enemy. Nightingale looked down at the body and told Lightning that this woman lived in a completely different world than theirs. It was the final night before their departure for Border Town, and, under the cover of the small hours, the rats launched a desperate, full-scale ambush. It was a move the prince's men had prepared for, though the skirmish still left the First Army with one fallen comrade and 4 others bleeding. The night was filled with the rhythmic roar of musketry, and the attackers were driven back before they could ever close for hand-to-hand combat. The rats vanished into the urban shadows, and with the morning tide calling, the soldiers saw no point in a midnight chase. The 4 wounded men were rushed to the medical tent, where Lily worked quickly to bind their injuries and stem the flow of blood. They eventually recovered the body of the soldier who had been ambushed by the witch in the tall grass. He was a brave man who had died leagues from his birthplace. His comrades gave him a dignified burial, their heads bowed in collective grief. That loss cast a shadow over the First Army's debut on foreign soil. It wasn't a defeat, but it certainly didn't feel like a total victory. With heavy hearts and set jaws, the group began the arduous process of packing for the voyage home. The scene shifts to the vast, rolling expanse of the ocean. Princess Tilly had finally embarked on her expedition